The night was cold. Raindrops scattered across the road like tiny pellets. The flash of red and blue emergency lights reflected off the wet pavement as the wreckage of a crashed sedan right against a broken tree. "Come on, kid, stay with me, stay with me," Jack, the EMT, whispered. Drops of rain rolled off his face while he pumped his hands against the kid's ribcage. "Clear!" his partner Dave yelled. Jack raised his arms as Dave charged an electric current into the boy's heart. The boy's body jerked on a wet gravel road. Jack started pumping the kid's chest again. "Come on, kid! Come back to us!" Still no pulse. "Jack, it's been too long. We gotta call it." "One more. Come on, kid!" Again they tried to revive the boy, but to no avail. "Dang it!" Jack sat back, wiped the rain and sweat off his nose and wrist. "Call it." After a moment of regret, Jack covered the kid with a tarp. He stood up and gave himself a minute. It was always painful to lose someone so young. He heard a rock skitter across the ground. Jack swiveled ahead toward the black brush from behind a tree. Someone there? Maybe an animal. He couldn't see anything through the certain curtain of rain. He rolled his shoulders, picked up the metal bag, and turned away. "Let's pack up and get to the coroner here." "Kid didn't make it," Officer Manners asked him his way into the ambulance. Jack shook his head. "Not this time." "Too bad. This road is dangerous, let alone during a storm like this." "I don't know if it calls, but I have been here in the past." Jack trod off and placed the bag into the van. Officer Manner nudged his flashlight toward the dark. "And right here, near a cemetery of all places? Bad vibes, I think." "Just a coincidence," Jack said. A sudden movement caught his eye. Jack squinted against the rain and shifted attention toward the body. There was a dark form in the rain. Was someone leaning over the corpse? For a split second, the hairs on his back of his neck raised. Then he looked the feeling off. He blinked and made sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. There was someone. Short, slim, frail. The form hovered over the dead boy's body, doing some kind of motion with its hand, back and forth. Then he saw it. A knife? Jack stepped forward. "Hey, get away from him!" The dark form jumped up, a long wet hair covering its face. Light glistening off the weapon, and something swinging from the figure's hand. When the little dangling thing ran away, back into the darkness of the brush. "Jack, what happened, Jack?" Officer Manner asked, scanning the darkness. Jack pointed toward the dark brush. "I saw someone leaning over the body. It was another kid, I think. Maybe a girl?" Officer Manner walked around, shifting his flashlight around the scene. He came back with a slight twist on his lips. "You sure about that, Jack? A young kid walking around in this? So how long's your shift been?" Jack shrugged his shoulder. "Going on 24. "Yeah, I need some sleep." "Maybe I should have mentioned the cemetery. Got you thinking of spooks in the night. I was only kidding around, you know." Jack went back to the kid's body and picked up the last medical bag. Maybe he was just imagining things. The tarp moved. Jack jumped. "Hey, holy heck, Dave, we got a live one." "What?" "The kid, he moved. Get the gurney." "You sure?" "Just get over here." Jack tore the tarp from the boy. He saw the kid's face smeared with blood. Watched as the kid coughed, sucked in air. The kid moaned. "Help." Jack wept in the portable oxygen and slipped the air mask over the boy's mouth. "It's okay, kid. Breathe. We got you. Nice and easy. You've been in an accident. We're taking you to the hospital, and they're going to take good care of you. Do you remember the accident?" The boy gave a slight nod. "Driving a little too fast in the rain. Wrapped around a tree pretty good. Hang in there, kid. You've just been gifted a miracle." Jessica pushed the wet mop across the wobble floor. To and fro, to and fro. She just remembered that saying from where before. She just didn't remember from where. Something from the past. The shudder ran through her as her hands trembled on a stick on the mop. She tightened her grip as if it would stop. She felt the hospital staff walk by her. She felt them look at her. She tilted her head forward so her thick black hair encircled her face as much as possible. Not to be seen, not to be noticed. No one said anything to her more than necessary. She did not speak to them unless spoken to. She performed her job each day after school and mopped the floors of the children's medical wing. She grew accustomed to the scent of sanitizing cleaner and the dismal odor of the sick. She listened to the murmurs of the staff. She paid attention to the beeps of the medical machines hooked up to silk children. She studied the various footsteps she heard on the hard-tiled floors. Sometimes soft steps, sometimes clicks of heels or stomps of bigger people. Sometimes the steps were rushed, sometimes they were slow. She was aware of each and every child in the hospital wing. She often heard crying and whispers of the conversation as she leaned the floors. "The doctor says you're doing very well, Brian. You're eating better. Treatment's going well, and that's wonderful, son." Woman spoke in the patient's room, and Jessica was near. "Yeah, I guess so," Brian murmured. "Hang in there, sport. You'll be better before you know it," a man said. "And then you'll get to come home and rest in your own bed. I have been feeling a little bit hungrier. That's so good to hear, the woman said. Then I'll get you to go home. I hope soon, son, the man said. When you do, we'll get your favorite pizza from Freddy's Mega Pizza Plex. Make it a celebration. How does that sound? Pretty good, actually, the boy said. The man laughed. That's my boy. Bree, spoke a woman. What are all these strange flakes on your chest, huh? Look, Harry, what are these? Oh gosh, what kind of hospital did we bring them to? I don't know. They look like little bits of silver, the man said. Relax, Jane. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. They've been taking good care of him here. You even said so yourself. He even looks better today. I know, but the woman called out from the room. Nurse Macy, please can someone come to my son's room? Yes, Miss Ratman. Is Brian okay? Nurse Macy asked. Yes, but he's got the strange stuff on my son. I don't want anything on him that's going to make him sicker. I don't know what that is. Nurse went in and checked on Brian's chest and brushed the strange flakes off him. I don't think it's anything serious, Mr. and Mrs. Rammon. I'll have the staff sweep it up and get some new blankets. Please, I don't want any cleaner or anything on him. That is going to harm his recovery. Yes, Miss Rammon. Don't worry. We never let that happen. Jessica pushed the mop slowly across the hallway. To and fro, to and fro. She's so strange, that one, nursing assistant murmured to Nurse Macy as they were stocking supplies on the medical cart. Jessica, you mean? Quiet. Keeps herself. Never makes any trouble, Nurse Macy shrugged. Nothing wrong with that. Well, she's so frail. Look at her. Like a feather would knock her over. Hair always covering her pretty face, she stuttered. Creeps me out in the way she looks around. It's not normal. She's obviously alive, and yet she's not really living. Nurse Macy shook her head. You've been watching too many horror movies, Colin. How do you think people come up with these scary movie ideas? They see things that freak them out and write about them. I'm sure you were right at awkward stage at 14. You're not talking about me. Besides, I talk to people. I tried asking her something the other day, and then she just looked at me and blinked like I spoke like an alien language or something. Nurse Macy sighed. Oh, Colin. Clang. Just then something dropped from behind them, making them jump. Colin, childish eek. Nurse Macy checks down and sees a rusted tin can lying on the hospital floor. She frowned. That's odd. Where did that come from? She murmured. She glanced left and right and spotted Jessica mopping not so far from them. Oh, Jessica, would you mind picking up this can and throwing it away? I don't know where it came from. Must have dropped out of the kitchen cart or something. I'll have to tell them to be more careful with their garbage. Jessica gave a silent nod and dragged the mop, picked up the can and threw it in the nearby trash can. Thank you. Oh, and Jessica? Jessica slowly lifted her head, her hair parting to reveal her delicate features. Her eyes were dark. Didn't they used to be brighter brown? Wondered Nurse Macy. One small beauty mark was dotted high on her left lovely cheek, but her skin seemed to have lost some of its rosy flush it once had. Her lips were delicate and full. Her face was slim and so pretty she could be featured in magazines. You're doing a good job for us, Nurse Macy gave her a small smile. Jessica smiled, and it seemed to brighten her disappointed features. I'm glad, Jessica spoke quietly, but the glad didn't reach her eyes. I bet you're a big help at home with your family. Do you need help cleaning around the house with your mom and dad? Nurse Macy watched Jessica merely nod and turned away to continue mopping down the hall. I'm telling you, creepy, Colin said under his breath. Nurse May just waved her hand at him. Oh, hush, she's just a young girl and you're a grown man. I think you can take her if she attacks you. Colin shuddered. Don't be so sure. Even though Nurse Macy joked with Colin, she could admit to herself that not explain why that peering into Jessica's dark gaze merely broke her heart. On her break, Jessica walked to the hospital chapel, and the room was empty of grieving family members. She liked it that way, to have a chapel all to herself. It was rare, but it was also peaceful and quiet. It allowed her to pray. She ran her hand softly in the wooden pews that lined the walkway to the altar, chose the first seat, and the front of the room was a large wooden cross hanging on the wall. She smelled the fresh white flowers and set it out for display for both sides of the room. There were 3 rows of small candles waiting to be lit. Quiet instrumental music played through a wall speaker. She played the thick silver chain that hung around her neck from beneath her shirt, lifted it over her head, placing the pendant in her palm. The pendant once had been a whole heart, much larger and thicker. Now it was slightly brighter with a crescent moon, about the width of her thumb, though rough scratches embedded on one side. Nearly finished, she clasped her hands around the pendant and closed her eyes. Please help me do good and continue my purpose. Please help me make a difference. Please help me help others who are sick. Give me the strength to right my wrongs. Give me the courage to do what's right. Thank you. Hello, miss. Are you doing okay? Jessica blinked and stopped praying. She hadn't heard anyone enter the chapel. She looked over to see the priest standing beside the pew. He wore a black suit with a white collar. His hair was dark with streaks of gray, and his eyebrows were thick over kind bright brown eyes. There were tiny lines beside these eyes, and he smiled. I'm fine, she responded quietly. My name is Father Jeremiah. I've been seeing you here before. What's your name, miss? Jessica. Jessica sat down, her gaze down, and rubbed her thumb across the pendant. Is there anything I can help you with, Jessica? Jessica shook her head. No, thank you. Father Jeremiah took a pew across from hers. You look pale, Jessica. Are you feeling okay? Is there something I can get for you? A snack? Some water? Should you be resting? I feel fine, I think. I probably look better when I'm working. Working? Here at the hospital. In the children's wing, I help clean the floors. To and fro, to and fro. Just makes you say I'm doing a good job, she added. She hoped that she was doing a good job. This job had meant a perfect opportunity to get closer to those who needed her help. It was rare for her to come across others who were sick in the outside world. She heard of the car accident last night by chance, the miracle some might call it. She heard the terrible screech of tires, a harsh crash of a car against a tree. It had taken her some time to get there, though, the heavy rain. She had watched the ambulance come with the EMTs to try to save the boy. Then they hadn't been able to save him, but she had. She was glad she was there to help. She'd cut it close, though she'd barely been caught. She could never allow this to happen. Ah, yes, I know Nurse Macy, a very caring nurse. The other Jeremiah nodded. I'm sure you're doing a good job. He cleared his throat. You know, Jessica, some people come here asking for help with their prayers, and I often listen to those who have burdens to release their healing to experience. Experiencing others' worries or problems help us to get through a lot of heavy in our minds and hearts. Jessica simply said, that's nice. She felt she was already letting go of something very important in her own way. She had never shared the thoughts with anyone because no one would be able to truly understand what she was going through. If you ever feel the need to talk to someone, I am here nearly every day to speak with. Should you choose, I am happy to help in any way I can. Jessica nodded, keeping her eyes downcast as she rubbed the pendant in her thumb. Well, it's what a lovely charm you have there. It must be very special to you. Jessica nearly continued to rub the thumb over the pendant and didn't speak any more. After a moment, Father Jeremiah said softly, Peace be with you, Jessica, and left her alone. After a few more moments of prayer, Jessica slipped the chain back over her head and rose from a pew. As her usual routine, she went from one of those single hospital restrooms. She locked the door and walked in the small mirror above the sink. She inspected the dark circles under her eyes and the paleness of her delicate skin. Some might think she was lovely, but the truth was she looked frailer each day. Being lovely was once all she had ever wanted. She could feel the weakness take over her body and each child she helped, which each scrape of the pendant. She wore the black sweatshirt and black pants and even black sneakers. Black wasn't the welcoming color. It kept people away from her. It helped her remember that she wasn't there to enjoy life, but she stayed focused on her purpose. From her pant pocket, she removed a compact powder. She opened the lid and patted a soft applicator in the powder, dotted her face with a concealer. It was pretty soft ivory and made her fresher look. After she put the compact away, she pinched her cheekbones to give herself a little color. Her eyelashes were naturally dark and thick, her lips full and pretty. When she used to smile, people would smile back at her and be interested in what she said. Jessica used to feel like certain things were important. But now, how she looked, the best clothes, the coolest friends, the cutest boys, but they actually weren't the important as she once thought. Now everything was different. She never smiled unless she had to. Jessica left the bathroom to return to work. The lights were dimmed for the evening and the staff had quieted down. She pulled a mop and the rolling pail from a cleated closet. She heard a faint sound of cartoons playing nearby. Setting her mop aside, Jessica followed the sound for the new patient's room. A little boy with brown hair was curled up on the side, asleep, holding a green stuffed elephant. He was alone. Jessica turned the glance behind her and saw no one. Turning in her direction, she walked quietly into the room. She pulled her chain over her head, grasping the pendant. She slipped her knife out of her back pocket and opened the blade. If someone walked in, they'd think she was trying to hurt him. No, she would never dream about hurting anyone. She just wanted to help them the only way she could. She never told anyone about her purpose of helping those who were sick. Others wouldn't be able to understand. She hadn't understood either until it was received the shock of her life. She was no longer the girl she once had been. Beside the bed of the little boy, Jessica began scraping thoroughly at the pendant of their pocket knife. Little shavings of silver drifted down the boy as he slept. As she scraped, her chest seemed to tighten. Her pulse slowed and her breathing came shallow. These feelings in her body were how she knew she was helping the little boy heal. And she felt it was enough. She slid the chain back over her head and pinned it once again under her shirt, closed the blade and the pocket knife away. The little boy blinked his eyes open. Blue eyes gazed at her with interest. "Are you an angel?" he whispered. "No," she whispered. "I'm no angel. Go back to sleep." "But I'm not sleepy." Jessica's lips twitched. "Your eyes look pretty sleepy to me. I think if you close your eyes and count sheep, soon you'll rest and you need yourself strong." She scratched up his nose. "Sheep? Why sheep?" "Okay, what would you like to count then?" "I think I want to count elephants. Like green elephants." "Okay, you can count elephants. Go ahead. Close your eyes and count." The little boy's eyes continued to say, 1 green elephant, 2 green elephant, 3. Soon he drifted back to sleep. Jessica turned and left leave and nearly stumbled as his wave of weakness washed over her. Something skidded her across the floor. She held on the door frame and balanced herself, and the faint feeling went away. She licked her dry lips and spied a rusted spring just by the doorway. Her eyes widened. She nearly snatched up and spring walked out of the room. She finished her work for the evening. Jessica sat alone on a lab table in the science and engineering class at West Wilson High School. She preferred sitting alone, but as always seemed to happen naturally. No one dared to sit next to the weird girl who barely spoke, who already participated in her world. She felt tired and distant. Mrs. Wilbury had droning by about a new project. As she led herself, Jessica would drift off into another place in her mind, away from the present reality. She wasn't sure why she continued to go to school. Maybe it was to keep up the pretense. Her old life was now far behind her. There was really nothing here for her other than she didn't want to make things difficult by drawing attention to herself by missing school or even getting bad grades. She really could do it without many scents of perfume, body odor, and junk food that surrounded her every day. The boring lectures, the teenage gossip, the stares from teachers and students. Not to mention the overall loudness of school, pounding feet, yelling voices, slamming lockers, music playing, cursing, crying, and laughing. There's so much noise. So many constant reminders of kids her age who were normal, her friends, teenage problems, and families at home who loved them, even if they always remind her to be grateful for them. Jessica had a home once. She had a family. She had everything, and one day she gave it all up, making a wrong choice. If there was one thing Jessica had learned in her life, it was that some choices would be reserved, and the only thing to do is move forward as the best she could. "Look, it's the creepy girl," a student whispered behind her. Someone giggled. "She barely speaks. What's the matter with her?" Another girl wanted to know. "She's like a mannequin who barely moves. Mark Johnson says she creeps around the graveyard." "Oh my gosh, like a freaking zombie? Who would have thought West Wilson High would have its very own Walking Dead?" Jessica didn't say a word. She heard it all before. Zombie girl, mannequin, dark witch, the walking undead. Although she did her best not to draw attention to herself, she so did. Not like some kind of attention she used to receive. She'd become a target of mean gossip, teasing, and sometimes pranks. Overall, she was a loner, a girl who was often avoided as she walked the school hallways or sat at the cafeteria at lunch, which suited her just fine. The more she avoided, the easier it was to check out the present high school reality. There was a few more whispers from the school before something small hit the back of her head and dropped to the floor. More laughs erupted, even some laughs from the surrounding students. Jessica smoothed her hair down in her hand, unbothered. "Girls," Mrs. Wilbury scolded. "Is there a problem?" Mrs. Wilbury was on the younger side of the teacher. She wore dark-trimmed glasses and often sported a black ponytail. She was one of the teachers who spoke with her hands as eager for class participation. She seemed to leave Jessica alone, though. One of the girls cleared her throat. "No problem, Mrs. Wilbury. I would hope not. I think you girls would rather be out with your friends at lunch and keep helping me clean up the science lab today." "No, we're good, Mrs. Wilbury. Thank you for being so kind. Now I may continue without rudely interrupted?" "Yes, Mrs. Wilby." The girls answered together at the lab table to her. A boy picked up the user race and bounced it off Jessica's head. She tossed it back to the girls. "Real mature," he muttered. "What's the problem?" the girl whispered, annoyed. "He's new. He doesn't know the reality of zombie girl." Jessica glanced up at the boy and then looked away. He was indeed new to the school. "Okay, class, choose your partners," Wilbury announced. With a clap of her hands, make sure to choose someone who you know you can get a work accomplished, but instead of someone you can goof around with until the last minute. This will be 50% of your quarter grade, so make it good. Jessica blinked. Choose your partners. What had she missed? The new boy stood and came to her table. "Hi," she said. "You want to be partners from the project?" Jessica swallowed hard. She supposed she had to. It wasn't like she was getting another offer. She nodded. She sat next to the empty chair. "I'm Robert." "Jessica." This project is going to be kind of cool, huh? Jessica slowly nodded, unsure of what it was about. She'd been paying attention. Robert was an athletic build with a honey hair, hazel eyes, and golden skin. He wore a pale blue-colored T-shirt and faded jeans. His braided leather jacket with his right wrist. He was the kind of boy for whom she would have wanted attention in her old life. Now she wished she was invisible. I transferred from out of town, he continued. My dad is an engineer and got a new job here. He was excited about this class for me. Robert brushed his hair back with his hand. Are you excited? Jessica flinched. What was she doing? Was she supposed to keep to herself? Yeah, it's fun, building stuff, but it will be the first time in class like this. Jessica nodded. She used to think building stuff was fun, too. Those girls were acting dumb, he said quietly with a shrug of shoulders. There were girls like that in my other school. Never hung out with them. Just mean to everyone for no reason. They think they're cool, I guess. When it's not. It doesn't bother me. He lifted his eyebrows. Really? That's cool. Most people wouldn't say that. Then he smiled. I can't believe we get to build our own mini robot. Jessica stared off in the distance. Oh, perfect. After school, Jessica was seated at the table of the school courtyard, waiting for Robert. They had had a couple of class sessions and planned a bot project and decided to make a mini rolling bot that carried items on its back. It was controlled with a remote. The catch was that they didn't have to have the tray lifted up and down. Robert had taken apart an old remote control car and discovered the components to make their robot active. Robert dropped the cardboard box into the table, causing Jessica to recoil. He pulled out an old remote control car. I asked Miss Roddenberry how much he can use from this bot. She gave me a list of what we can and can't use, Robert said, handing out Jessica's paper. Today, she wore a pale yellow shirt that buttoned down in front and gray sweatpants. Jessica wore a typical all-black outfit. Jessica looked at the list and handed her. We need to find other components for the ones who have to replace. Yeah, I know. What are you doing later? Mrs. Willenberry wants us to salvage as many components and we can, instead of purchasing them, maybe we can go to the junkyard and see what we can find. Jessica quickly blinked a few times. I know we had a couple of springs, something used as a tray. Maybe old wiring? I can't, she stumbled out. Huh? Robert looked at her with a distant, slight frown. I can't go there. I have to go to the hospital to work. I forgot. Robert shrugged. Oh, well, we can go another day. We have time. No, Jessica said a little too sternly. She could feel her insides begin to shake. She started to pack her notebook in her back. I have to go. Robert stared at her with a surprise. Now I thought we were going to work on the project. Maybe we made a schedule. We should keep it if we want to finish on time. Can't today. Tomorrow. You go to the junkyard. Okay? It's not my thing. Alright, it's for the project, but it's not like I had to hang out at the junkyards either. Are you okay? He grabbed Jessica's wrist, and Jessica pulled away as stung. Are you sick or something? You look a little pale. I don't feel well. You don't want me to walk you home? It's not a problem. I can come with you. Maybe you shouldn't be by yourself. No, I don't need help, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. She grabbed her bag and quickly rushed from the table. She felt faint, as if she could kneel over at any second. She managed to make it to the school grounds and leaned against a tree for support. She grabbed her pen with a shaky hand and closed her eyes. Her breath filtered out of the mouth quickly. Everything is going to be okay. Everything is going to be okay. After a few moments, Jessica managed to calm her breathing. She licked her dry lips as she settled down. She didn't know what had come over her. She learned to steady her emotions, or at least mask them from others. She couldn't let her emotions erupt like that again. It made her too vulnerable. And when she was vulnerable, she couldn't think straight. She set off toward the cemetery. The wind had picked up and it was blowing her hair wildly. The cemetery had become her sanctuary in the recent months, a quiet, peaceful place. When she stepped into the cemetery, she often stopped to read the headstones to get familiar with the souls who had been laid to rest. She wondered about her own grave and what her stone would read. It was more than likely she would never get a burial. As she strolled through the graves, her mind drifted back to Robert. She hadn't really met the boy, so kind and confident before. If she left herself, she could start to like him, which was not possible now. Maybe in her old life, she should have opened up and having a true friendship, maybe something more. But that all changed the day she made a choice, and each day was going to be the best to make up for that choice. She had a purpose now, and she was sticking to it. She made her way to the farthest and oldest of family crypts. They were admitted among the graves of a small mausoleum made of stone, with dark stained glass windows. Old dried vines covered in the top hung down the sides of the structure, patched with white cobwebs. She gripped and wrestled the handle and leaned her foot on the bottom of the door, pushing with everything she had in her. The heavy door creaked open and scraped along the floor. Dust particles twirled in the sunlight. She pulled out her small flashlight and stepped inside. and pushed the door closed until she was surrounded by the dark. She switched on the flashlight and walked back to the small enclosure, passing what she assumed were the family of the dead people named Holloway. When turned around the corner in a small sitting area made of stone, she cleared all the cobwebs and as many spiders as she could manage in the little hideaway. The groundskeeper neglected the section of the cemetery since the graves were never a century old. She kneeled down in a sleeping bag and grabbed a pack of matches. A light 3 yellow candles placed off to the side. She dropped her book bag and sat to the sleeping bag and pillow. Here she could let down her guard. No one could see her. No one could judge her. No one could wonder about her at all. She was safe for now. Next to her, she had a duffel bag of her signature black clothes, a small overnight kit, and some makeup, a hairbrush, toothbrush, and toiletries. She kept herself life simple, minimal. She had one small item in her old life. She reached for the bag and took out the white rabbit's foot, and let it dangle from her finger in an old short chain. She used to carry it with her everywhere, thinking it brought her good luck. Now she didn't believe in good luck, but it was a small reminder of who she used to be and who she would never be again. She lay down in a sleeping bag and let herself rest before work. Jessica noticed Nurse May was humming under her breath in the nurse's station while she was performing her mopping duties. It was mindless, really, mindless in a weird kind of way. Weird that it was the theme of her life these days. But what really concerned her was the fatigue that weighed down upon every inch of her body. Her grip on the mop was shaky. Even though she moved like a slow pace, she was tired. It was bone-deep exhaustion that had been becoming more and more frequent each day. She used to have so much strength, and now she often wished the time when pendant had been a whole heart and she'd been full of energy. The truth was, she'd been busy the last few nights with the patients. She lifted a shaky hand to the pendant that lay under her skirt. It was definitely smaller now, thinner. A tremor of fear vibrated down her spine. She lifted her chin. She could do this, she told herself. With as much strength she could muster, she continued to push them up. To and fro, to and fro. Hi, Jessica. It's a lovely day, isn't it? Nurse Macy mused, a wisp of blonde curl shifting from her forehead as she walked over to her. Nurse Macy always wore scrubs in shades of orange, blue, green, or purple. Sometimes the pattern had funny characters or animal prints. Today there were cats making silly faces on her top. Her smile was welcoming, and even though Jessica did her best to keep her distance, Nurse Macy had his energy that pulled others toward her. Jessica nodded. You want to know why it's a lovely day? Nurse Macy asked. Jessica paused and looked at her expectantly. Most of our patients in this wing have improved in some way, she said with a bright smile. They are eating, even smiling. Most of the times they're heavy sadness that you feel around the floor, but now today is a good day. When these are smiles and meals been eaten, the pain has decreased. It's like magic. In my line of work, you can make the wins when you get them, Jessica. You remember that. Take the wins when you get them. Jessica liked that. She remembered that advice. Nurse Macy gazed into Jessica's eyes. How are you feeling today, Jessica? Jessica looked away. Good. That's nice. Anything new going on in your life? How's school? Jessica's grip tightened on the map. Nothing new. Everything's good. Glad to hear it. Well, duty calls. See you later, Gator. Jessica watched her wave off as another patient. Even though she enjoyed being around Nurse Macy, it was getting harder to avoid her direct questions about her personal life. She suddenly saw the nurse come to a halt right at the middle of the floor. Sheesh, what is going on with all this junk, Jessica? There's an old fork on the floor. Would you mind cleaning it up? Between this and the weird flakes? Dang it, she missed another one. Okay, Jessica answered. Jessica slowly walked in the old fork and picked it up. Fork? Really? She said quietly, and then rolled her eyes and tossed it in the trash. That was when she noticed something new. There was a teenage girl about her age. She was lying in bed, wearing headphones. She had red hair and tiny freckles speckled across her cheek. She suddenly played with the phone in her hand. There was 3 empty Jell-O cups on her side table. Jessica pushed her mop pail closer to the room, and the girl noticed her. Pulled off her headphones. Hey, she said to Jessica. Hi, Jessica said. You work here? Jessica nodded. The girl frowned. Why would you want to spend your free time around sick kids? Because I want to help them. It's a job, she said instead. What's your name? The girl asked. Jessica. I'm April. I was admitted early this morning. I'm not handling my treatment well this time around. You probably see a lot of kids like me around here. Sometimes, she said. Doesn't it bother you being around this? She waved her arm around her. Jessica shook her head. Am I supposed to treat you differently? No, but a lot of people do. You don't know how many times I see the looks of pity or sadness of someone's fear. Like if they're near me long enough, they might get sick too. I don't want to see that in their eyes. They stared at each other for a few moments. Then Jessica said, Gotta get back to work. Okay, you should stop by sometime. I'll be here, unfortunately, eating lime Jell-O. Jessica nodded and pushed her pail away. I got some springs, wiring, some bolt metal slats. What do you think about this tray? It's an old one, but it's cool, right? Robert said to Jessica as they sat at the lab table in class. Just the right size for the mini robot. Jessica sat quietly looking at the items Robert had apparently salvaged from the junkyard. She wanted to knock all the dirty junk off the table, but instead she sat still like a statue, unmovable, emotionless, as if the sight of old garbage didn't bother her at all. "You're not saying much," Robert said to her. Jessica met his eyes. He saw curiosity and looked away. "Yes, these all will work fine." "Gee, great. After another day, I thought maybe I'd done something wrong. Maybe you didn't want to be partners anymore," he shrugged. "It's kind of late to find new partners." "No, I told you it wasn't feeling well." She unclenched her fist and pointed at the tray. "This is just the right size. You did a good job." "I know, right?" Robert pushed his hair back with his hand. "I got excited when I found it. This bot is going to be so cool, Jess. Wait and see." Jessica froze as she heard the old nickname that her closest friends had once called her. She felt a lump form in her throat, and she swallowed hard. She hadn't known how difficult it would be to interact more at school with Robert on this project. It was taking so much willpower to keep her seat and not run from it all. Reminding her from the past that bringing her more into the present was not what she wanted. Miss Willenby strolled by the table with her notebook and marked off the progress. "Nice, Robert and Jessica. You both are pulling together with your components this time. I like your initiative." She looked over the blueprints it had put together. "Looks like your bot is coming together. Good job, you two. Let's see you start to build over the next few days and make some progress." "Okay," Robert said with a smile. Jessica nodded. "How do you feel about this project, Jessica?" Miss Willenby asked her directly. Jessica balked. Mrs. Willenby usually avoided speaking with her. "I feel good. It's not going to be good," he repeated awkwardly. "How do you like working with Robert?" Jessica glanced at Robert and then back at the pieces of the table. "Good," he mumbled. "He's a good partner." "So is Jessica," Robert piped in. "So she's worked really hard in helping move the design and keeping us on track." "I'm glad we're all good then," Miss Willenby thought, with a small smile. "I'll check back on you in a couple of days about your progress. Keep up the hard work." Miss Willenby walked back to the next table, and Jessica could feel her shoulders relax. Robert rubbed his hands together, excitement lit in his eyes. Let's get started, Jess." Jessica watched Robert set out a few components for the structure of the mini robot. She was very aware that she hadn't yet moved to help. She set out 4 metal slats that they could connect to the framing of the mini bot. 3 of the metal pieces were obviously old and from the junkyard. 1 piece looked fresh and newly purchased. "Go on, pick one up," she told herself, and then she couldn't bring herself to move past her hesitation. Used parts were dirty and old, and stunk of rust and grease. They reminded her of things she'd rather forget, and she knew that she couldn't avoid this forever. She couldn't just have Robert do all the work on the mini robot. That wouldn't be fair. Detachment was her greatest defense. Sometimes she envisioned her feelings as if it was a possum. When a possum felt like it was in danger or threatened, it froze into a catatonic state. Jessica imagined her feelings being just like that. When she was strong, she could manage to shut down her inner feelings until the threat was over. Right now, she was a possum. Her aversion of junk did not affect her. In fact, she was very frozen inside until the threat to her feelings had passed. She slowly reached to the dirty metal slats. She felt the cold steel in her grip. She thought about toward her. She stared at it, turned over to examine the rusted edges. She could touch anything from the junkyard and be okay. It would not harm her to affect her feelings. She set it back down, rubbed her fingers against her plant leg, and exhaled a deep breath. Success. Nurse Macy was checking on Billy's vitals. Color had come back to his cheeks, with the appetite that increased, which in turn gave him more energy. "You're doing so well, Billy," she told him. "You're eating all your meals like a big boy and taking your medicine." "I am a big boy," he declared as he zoomed a toy airplane over her arm. "Yes, you are. Hey, Nurse Macy, when will I get to see the angel again?" "Angel?" Nurse Macy asked, with curiosity. "Yeah, the angel who helped me feel better." "Oh, yeah? How did the angel make you feel better?" "She came with me at night, and I felt better. I'm not sure how she did it, but it must have been magic. I like her. I want to see her again." "Wow, that's pretty cool. I must have a guardian angel looking over you, Billy." Billy lifted his little fist up in triumph. "Yeah, I have a guardian angel." As he shifted, tiny specks fluttered on his blanket. Nurse Macy swatted the flakes of silver with dismay. What was this stuff?" She quickly brushed him off Billy's blanket. "Yes, you are a lucky boy. I'll check on you later and bring you some pudding. How does that sound?" "Yum! Chocolate piece." "You got it," she said. "I'll be back in a bit." And just then there was a loud clang from outside Billy's room. Nurse Macy started. "What in the world?" She walked out of the room. In the center of the hallway she found a piece of car muffler. Frustration coursed through her. "This is getting ridiculous. Who's placing these pranks?" She spotted Jessica nearby, mopping. "Jessica, do you need someone to drop this?" Jessica's eyes widened. No. I didn't see anyone else in the hallway." "Well, somebody thinks they're funny and they're not," she said with a low laugh the culprit could hear. "So they better stop." Please, Jessica, grab some gloves and throw this garbage out. I'm trying to keep the clean floor here. If I get a surprise visit from the higher-ups and they find this garbage around, we'll be in big trouble." Jessica nodded and hurried to the janitor's closet. Nurse Macy frowned. She called and checked with the nurses of the other floors. No one else is seeing junk left around in the areas. It's just in the children's wing for some reason. She decided to take a walk around the floor and see if she could spot any more tricks happening from their patient's room. She turned around the corridor, and sure enough, she found a couple greasy bolts. Disgusting. Nurse Macy gritted her teeth. When she found out who was doing this, she was going to give him a good scolding on how dangerous it is to leave the industrial objects on the floor for someone to trip over. Not to mention how unsanitary it was for the sick patient to the hospital. She might even turn them into hospital security to give them a good scare. She slipped on her rubber gloves and stuffed it in her pocket and picked up the bolts, and continued until she found a small rusted can. She swiped that up until she didn't see anyone around. Then she found herself right in front of the hospital chapel. Was the culprit inside, she wondered? She dumped the junk in a nearby trash can along with the dirty gloves and stepped into the peaceful music. There was an old woman sitting in the few pews, but Nurse Mason couldn't find anything that she was a prankster. She stepped further in and walked to the front of the pews, looking around for anyone who might be suspicious. "Hello, Father Jeremiah," said from behind her. Nurse Macy jumped and put her hand on her chest as she turned. "Hello, Father," she said quietly. "Sorry, didn't see you." He lifted his thick eyebrows. "How are you today, Nurse Macy?" "I'm doing well, Father. How are you?" "I am well. Coming in for a visit?" She began to nod, and then her face heated from fib. "Well, I'm looking for someone who's been playing some pranks around the children's floor, leaving pieces of garbage around. Nothing serious, I hope. It could be, so I need to put a stop to it, and that's what I can't seem to figure out who it is yet. I'm sure you will discover your truth soon enough," she nodded. "I hope so, Father. By the way, there's a young girl named April on our floor. It would be nice if you could visit her and put her in your prayers. She could use some cheering up." "Thank you for telling me. I will do that. How's your friend Jessica doing?" Nurse Macy smiled. "Oh, you know Jessica. She's doing okay, I think. She does the job for us." She frowned. "I worry about her. So frail, so quiet. Have you been praying for her lately? She visits here often." "That's nice, Father. I worry about her too. She could use a friend, I think." Nurse Macy nodded. "I think so." Father Jeremiah smiled. "Well, peace be with you, Nurse Macy. Have a good rest of your day." "Thanks, Father." "Same to you. I hope you discover your prankster. Just remember to go easy on whoever it is. Everyone has a story that we don't know yet." "Yes, Father, I'll remember that." Nurse Macy sighed and started to return to work when her foot knocked against something. She bent down to pick it up. She narrowed her eyes at discovery. It was a rusty lock. Jessica sat on a chair at Robert's dad's workshop as Robert soldered some wires into the mini robot. The workshop was pretty neat, she thought. Shelves and labeled boxes lined in one wall. There was a work table that sat against the opposite wall, and another work table in the center that Robert was working on. She stood on the other side of the table wearing goggles. She had felt hesitant to having these next to the meeting at the house. It was so close, too personal, but Jessica knew they had to work together to get the mini-bot completed. And next step had to be soldering the mini-bot's guts together in the arm, just as they made the tray go up and down. Robert turned off the soldering tool and lifted his goggles. "I think I've got it, you know, Jess. We really need to agree on a name for the mini-bot." She lifted her goggles to her forehead. "I like calling it mini-bot." Even though Jessica had intended it to be funny, Robert chuckled. "Mini-bot? The MB, huh? Yes, we should give it a number, like mini-bot 5000. Robert made a face. "Not very original. Robots aren't always original. Sometimes they're just made from boring old junkyard scraps." Heavy sadness suddenly came over Jessica. She clenched her fist. She really thought she'd got over the sadness and pain of her predicament and settled on overall acceptance. But lately, emotions and feeling had been coming back to the weirdest moments. Why now? What had changed? "It's not always about where things started from, Jess. It's about where you make all the pieces once you have them." Jessica frowned. "My dad told me once. It always stuck with me. Remember, he's an engineer. He always liked creating something out of pieces." "Knock, knock," said Robert's mom as she entered the workshop holding a plate of brownies and 2 glasses of milk. "I thought you hard-working engineers could use some body fuel." He had honey blonde hair like Robert, and he was shorter and her face softer. Jessica noticed that they had the same welcoming smile. His mom set a tray on the side work table. "Thanks, Mom," Robert said. Jessica thought she would say something too. "Yes, thank you. I hope you like brownies and milk, Jessica. Do you have any allergies?" "No, I don't." "Good. Enjoy them," he said. "I look forward to seeing your finished mini robot." Robert's mom left, and Robert grabbed the tray and brought it to the table. He set it down, grabbed a brownie, and took a bite. "These are the best," he said with a mouthful. "My mom is an awesome baker. Try one." Jessica was hesitant to take one. He watched Robert chew his brownie and then gulp down some milk. Truth was, she used to love brownies. They were her favorite dessert. But she never treated herself anymore. never allowed herself to enjoy sweets or anything that connected her to her old life. She believed she didn't deserve them anymore. Come on, you know you want one, Robert said to her. Jessica tilted her head to the side. I guess I can have one. Are you not supposed to eat sugar or something? Not really. Jessica reached for a brownie. She could already smell the cocoa and the butter. She took us one small bite and closed her eyes. The brownie tasted heavenly. Oh my gosh, that is really good, she murmured, enjoying the sweet treat. I told you, the best. Baking was one of my mom's favorite hobbies. You know, Jess, Robert said, you had have told me much about yourself, about your family. What do your parents do? Jessica blinked. You never asked. Well, I'm not much into sharing, she interrupted her sidestep conversation about family and took another wonderful bite. He smiled. Like I couldn't tell. You're not like other girls. I know. I'm not trying to be conceited. I just know that I'm different. Weird. I wouldn't call you weird. I mean, other girls I've met like to talk about themselves, sometimes too much. Worry that about a lot of drama, you handle things differently, quietly. It's nice. Jessica didn't know what to say. Anyway, he continued on to clear his throat. You know, I'm new here and I don't have many friends. Yes. And you heard about the prom coming up. Yes. She nodded. I'm not a junior. I am. Jessica met his eyes and Robert seemed to blush. He brushed a nervous hand across his hair. I wondered if you would like to go with me. What? To the prom. I thought it would be fun to go together. Jessica stared at him in shock, her brownie half eaten in her hand. She was actually speechless. She worked so hard to separate herself from school and others, to be as invisible as she could make herself, and now she'd met a new boy who strangely didn't think she was weird and wanted to take her to the prom like a normal teenager. It's in a week, he said, quickly to fill the silence. Do you think you'll have to work? Maybe you can request it off? His cheeks reddened. I mean, if you want to go with me, unless you already asked. Who asked Zombie Girl? No one asked me. Robert smiled. Then what do you say, Jess? Would you like to go with me? That night, Jessica rushed to the hospital chapel. Her heart was beating fast. For the first time in a while, her goal was skewered, as if she couldn't see the finish line anymore, and it didn't feel good at all. She sat down in the first pew and stared off into space. She didn't know what to do. She had left Roberts awkwardly and telling him he had to go find out if she could get the night off. She let him know, and she'd come straight to the chapel for guidance. She pulled off the pendant over her head and clenched it in her hands, closing her eyes. Please help me now. What do I do? Please guide me. I never thought this would happen. I made a plan, and now things have changed. I did my best to keep myself to do the right thing, and now everything seems falling apart. Should I pray with you, Jessica? Father Jeremiah asked beside her. Jessica swallowed. I don't know. I mean, if you want. Father Jeremiah sat next to her. For a few moments, they sat in silence. I don't know what to do, Jessica finally spoke to Father Jeremiah. She stared down at the pendant. I always believed that the pendant gave me strength, so that when I worked around the sick children, I could give them piece of it to help them too. I thought that I had found this job for a reason, to help others, to redeem myself of the bad choice I made in the past. But now things are changing, and I find myself wondering if it's okay to give to myself again by having some of my own life back. Something normal. I'm not sure if it's okay, though. And the worst part is that I had been certain that it was the right path. Why do you think you can't give to yourself, Jessica? Because of the past. A tremor hesitated through her body. The past, the horrible past. I just didn't make the right choice. I mean, that's how I got here, how I am. I gave up everything, so there had to be a good reason for that, right? And now I'm just asking for a little piece back. Not something so big, really. It's just a little thing for myself. Is it too wrong to ask? Jessica looked down at her pendant. It was so slim now, barely anything left. She too late to ask for something in return? Did she even deserve to ask? Why didn't she have an answer? Of course not. When you work for others, we have an open receiving as well. If we offer give, we come out with a balance and we make ourselves ill and sad. Giving to others is a great gift, but yes, Jessica, giving back to ourselves is a gift as well. God loves all his children and he wants everyone to feel happiness and love. Jessica looked at him directly in the eyes for the first time. Is that really true? How do you know? Father Jeremiah lifted his eyebrows. Because I know it in my heart to be true. Father Jeremiah watched Jessica slowly stand and leave, her head bent down in sadness. Poor child, he thought. He wished he could do more to help her, but he knew from experience that he couldn't save everyone. He could only do the best to guide them. He began to rise when he looked at the floor and found a metal circle with spikes and edges. She picked it up, studying the object. Some kind of gear, it seemed. That's odd, he thought. He frowned and glanced at the door Jessica had exited. Jessica walked back to the children's floor. The lights were lowered in the evening. She could hear the beeps of machines and oxygen blowing air. Come in here, Jessica. I see you, April called to her. Jessica had tried not to be noticed. She wasn't doing a good job of that lately. She stepped into April's room. Hi. Where's your mop? April wanted to know. Still in the cleaning closet. There was a beat of silence between them. It's cancer in the blood, if you're wondering why I'm here, April told her.
There was a dark circles under her eyes, just like when Jessica had covered up with makeup. I'll be losing my hair again soon. Bald will be the new me. Jessica didn't respond. You're pretty, April said, studying her. Tell me about your school, your life. I've been in and out of school for the past couple of years. Missed out on a lot of stuff. My friends barely speak to me now. They don't know what to say. They think I don't want to hear how much fun they're having, but I do. I used to play basketball. I'm athletic, or used to be. What I wouldn't give to run down the court and shoot baskets again. But now, I can do that in my imagination. So tell me, please, just for a few minutes, help me be part of your world. Jessica grabbed her pendant hanging from her neck and rolled it back and forth in her chain. She knew she didn't really have a life, not the one she really wanted, but embezzling a little bit about your life was about to help April, then she would try to talk about herself. Leaning against the wall, Jessica told her about Robert and Minnie Bot. She told her about the kind and nice things was to her and the others had been, that the project was halfway complete and he had just taught her to go to prom. April listened with a smile and a few questions thrown in and swoons over Robert and the possibility of going to prom. Maybe one day I'll get to go to prom, April said. I can dream, right? You will go to prom, Jessica said, if you believe it. I can picture it. I would be completely healed. My hair would be full and healthy. I think I would have bright pink dress or green one with matching shoes. I would go with a nice boy like your friend Robert. I would dance all night and laugh with friends, maybe even a part of the royal prom court. Then we would all go out together somewhere like the beach. We'd run around a small campfire and talk about our dreams. The stars and moon would shine down on us, and maybe the boy would give me a coat because I was cold. Then, when I was quiet and we were alone, he would give me a kiss under the stars. It would be the best night of my life. Jessica pictured the scene along with April, but instead of April, it was Jessica, having the best night of her life at prom. Jessica felt herself yearn for a wonderful and normal experience just like April had described. I'm tired now. April lowered herself in a pillow and closed her eyes. We'll talk again sometime, Jessica. Okay, Jessica clenched the pendant and looked at April. She could help April, she thought. But she was supposed to help everyone? Father Jeremiah's words drifted into her head. Giving the others a great gift. But yes, Jessica, giving back to ourselves is a gift as well. With guilt heavy on her shoulders, Jessica quietly drifted back into the dark hallway. After school, Jessica and Robert were ready for the first test run of the mini robot. Robert wanted a quiet place so the students wouldn't bother them. Jessica suggested the cemetery. The day was sunny and the cemetery was fairly empty for visitors. You were right, it is pretty quiet here, Robert said as he looked around. Yes, almost peaceful, Jessica said as he led him to a far empty section of the parking lot. How'd you end up finding this place, he asked. Jessica blinked. Well, his eyes widened. Oh, do you know someone buried here? Geez, I'm sorry. Oh, no, never mind, she said, not having an explanation for he would understand. Let's just get set up. A small bot was melded together in various metal parts in the junkyard, remaining components bought in the hardware store, with a flat tray on its back. The arms had been fused together with aluminum tubbing, with the wires tucked inside. It's not yet painted or officially named, but it was ready for the trial run. Robert set a mini bot down and then placed a soda can on the back of its tray. Okay, Jess, this is our first test run for the mini bot 5000, Robert announced. Jessica's eyes widened. You named it after my choice? I thought you said it was an original enough. Yeah, but it was the best name we had, and MB deserves one. So mini bot 5000 it is. You ready to take some notes? Lately, being with Robert and experiencing this kind of Jessica felt an unfamiliar warmth inside her which she spent with him. And when he made the nice gestures to her, like choosing her name for the mini-bot, he would really remember feeling this way before. Or maybe it had been such a long time she'd forgotten. She wasn't sure what was wrong or right, but she knew she enjoyed feeling good. She nodded. Notebook. Check. Okay, switching on mini-bot 5000, turning on the remote. Here goes nothing. Robert pushed the knob on the controller forward. There was a pause. Then a mini-bot shifted an inch forward and started rolling. Yes, it's working, Robert shouted. Jessica smiled and excitement for creating something new rushed over her. We actually did it. Okay, here goes the ultimate test. Robert pushed a button on the remote. The tray rose slowly. Then he switched the button again and the tray shifted back down. All right, he said in excitement. The lift works. Robert directed the Minibot 5000 to turn right and then left, then back around to stop in front of Robert's feet before a wheel surprisingly fell off. The Minibot 5000 fell to one side, the soda can tipped over and fell to the ground. They stared at the wheel as it rolled off to the side. Then they laughed. We can fix that, he said. He smiled at Jessica. We succeeded in our first round of the Minibot 5000. We made a good team, partner. Jessica nodded. Yes. She took a deep breath. And Robert? Yeah. Something fluttered in her stomach. I would like to go to prom with you. Robert's smile got bigger. You would? Awesome, he said. I'll get tickets tomorrow at lunch. I can meet you at their house before the dance. No, I can't meet you there. It'll be easier for me. Are you sure? Yes. Oh, okay, we can go eat afterward if you want. I don't know all the good places to eat yet, but maybe you could tell me your favorite. Maybe. Just let me know what color your dress will be as soon as you know, so then I can try to match the tux if possible. Depends on what is available at the rental. Color of the dress? Oh, okay. All right, great, Jess. It'll be fun. Do you want to do the honors and get the wheel back in the Minibot 5000? He offered her the socket wrench. Jessica gave a small smile and took the wrench. Sure. Nurse Macy watched Jessica mopping the floor. Something was definitely off. Jessica peered into space, barely moving. Usually her head was down, as the girl was doing her best not to be noticed. And today it was like she was in a trance. Nurse Macy recalled that Father Jeremiah had said he could use a friend, I think. Jessica, are you okay? Nurse Macy asked her. Do you need a break? How about some water? You could be dehydrated. Jessica blinked. No, I'm okay. Are you sure? Jessica nodded. If you need help with something, please don't hesitate to ask. Jessica stared at her for a moment. Nurse Macy began to feel like Jessica would forget to speak when he finally blinked. I'm going to prom, she said. Nurse Macy smiled, happily surprised. That's wonderful. Who's the lucky boy? His name is Robert. He's a science partner. Bet you're excited. Jessica didn't answer. This is someone else bothering you? Nurse Macy asked her. She wished she knew what was going on in her mind. I've never been to prom before. I don't know what to expect. I don't know about what to do about a dress. Nurse Macy looked at Jessica with compassion. She wanted to ask her what about her mom or dad or sibling or relative, but she felt those personal questions might shut down Jessica completely with this vulnerable moment. She didn't know Jessica's personal story, but she understood Jessica was fragile and secretive about her life. There appeared to be a sadness about her that never seemed to go away. In Nurse Macy's experience, deep trauma usually was the cause of the kids she cared for. Nurse Macy always had this drive within her to help others, especially caring for the young. Even though Jessica wasn't a patient, she could tell the girl needed her help. Do you need some assistance in that area? She asked her softly. Jessica stared down at the floor for a moment, and then Nurse Macy watched her nod her head up and down. It was very hard for Jessica to ask for help, and Nurse Macy felt a glow in her chest as she trusted her enough to talk. I'm happy to help you, Jessica. I have an hour-long lunch break soon. We can go right to the department store, and I'll give you some advice on a dress. How does that sound? Yeah, that would be good. I'll grab you when it's time. Jessica stood in a slim, ankle-length lilac dress in front of the mirror in the fitting area of the department store. There were pale flowers etched in the design. The material was soft on the skin, and beneath her fingers she brushed her hand down to her hip. She couldn't recall the feeling of a dress so soft before. She tried on a few before this one, where there had been so many colors of dresses, pink, white, blue, yellow, red, and black, short dresses and long ones, of the shoulder or within thin or thick straps, puffy skirts or straight ones, dresses that glittered or shined. She wanted to wear black, but Nurse Macy convinced her to try something with color. Jessica hadn't looked at the price tag, but she hardly used the money she got from the job at the hospital. She had plenty of savings to buy a dress and some shoes. Jessica, you look stunning, Nurse Macy said in her gleeful way. Jessica really looked at herself. She lost more weight recently, and she was still pretty. And her high cheekbones and full lips. Her hair was still thick and shiny. Her shoulders and arms looked delicate in the dress, and in the mirror she saw her lips curve. And just for a moment she could believe she was a regular girl buying a dress to go to prom with a boy she liked who liked her back. That her life was normal and perfect. I think I like it, she said with a small smile. I do too. Let's get you some shoes to match. Deep down, Jessica knew it was a fairy tale, and everything would burst to go back to the way things were soon enough. She asked Father Jeremiah if this was okay to allow herself to have something for herself. He seemed to think it was okay to her. Father Jeremiah represented life and death and forgiveness. He wanted to know that was right and what was wrong, right? Because now Jessica felt uncertain and fragile feelings she didn't feel comfortable with at all. Nurse Macy brought over a matching pair of simple purple shoes. What do you think? Jessica slipped them on, and her bright height went up 2 inches. They fit. Not only do they fit, but they're perfect. You're looking good to look beautiful in prom tonight, Jessica, and you're going to have a wonderful time. Can you walk okay? Jessica tried to walk and felt a little clumsy. Oof, it's not easy as it looks. It's been a lot of women wear heels, but they walk so naturally. Nurse Macy giggled. They were once like you. With some practice, you'll get the hang of it in no time. Just know that normal for your feet to feel a little sore, and especially after dancing. Don't ask me why we wear these things to torture ourselves, but they make our feet look pretty, don't you think? They do. Jessica glanced at Nurse Macy in the mirror as she gave her tips on how to walk confidently. Nurse Macy had always been kind to her, and so kind to all her patients. When other people were at the hospital avoided Jessica, Nurse Macy always tried to talk to her, and now she was there helping her when Jessica most needed it. Once upon a time in her old life, Jessica may have considered her a true friend, and had been a normal girl. She was very much would have wanted a nurse that's like Nurse Macy, someone who admired her positive attitude and she cared for patients. Bringing joy to others or ill truly was a gift of the kind Father Jeremiah talked about. I bet your family still loves the dress you picked out, Nurse Macy said, searching Jessica's gaze in the mirror. Jessica said when she tried to think of a response. She supposed a typical parent would love seeing her daughter in a pretty prom dress, but that wasn't the case for Jessica. She tried to think for something to say, but her mind went blank. The sales lady walked up to them in the fitting room and stopped. Wow, your daughter looks gorgeous. Is this for prom? Jessica and Nurse Macy locked eyes in the mirror. Jessica had no idea how to respond. She simply looked down at her shoes and her hair shielding her face. She does, doesn't she? Nurse Macy suddenly said. Yes, it's the prom. This is the perfect dress. We would definitely take the dress and the shoes. Jessica raised her head and blinked in astonishment. She didn't question why Nurse Macy didn't correct the sales lady about being her mom. She guessed it really didn't matter. Explanations took too much energy sometimes, and it was better just to let others see what they wanted to see. As Jessica continued to look at herself, she let hope spread inside her for the first time in a long time. Prom night was going to be perfect. After her shift, Nurse Macy wanted a nice hot meal while watching one of her favorite TV shows. She vowed she would get that soon enough. It would have been about a week since she had taken Jessica to buy her prom dress, and she had wearing with herself that she should too. Should she leave well enough alone and let Jessica's business be, or should she take action and help her? She finally decided to take action. Nurse Macy rechecked the copy of Jessica's work application that she submitted to the hospital and tried not to let the guilt over her for invading the young girl's privacy or violating HIPAA. She read Jessica's address and put it into her phone's GPS app to guide her to Jessica's home. She felt like she was doing this in Jessica's best interest by getting down to the truth of the teen's family life. Nurse Macy felt as if she knew what was going on at home. Then she would be able to help her, maybe speak to her parents or her guardians, explain her worries about Jessica's health and demeanor, perhaps even let them know that Jessica needed some help emotionally. Jessica was a wonderful girl and she deserves family support for things like prom. She deserved someone to care about her. She deserved to be happy. Nurse Macy knew Jessica was hiding something about her home life, but she wasn't sure what it would be. Yes, they'd been in the habit of sticking her nose where it didn't belong, but that was what made her a darn good nurse. She investigated the facts to better help her patients, and with Jessica it was no different. When Nurse Macy saw someone in need, she reached out to help, especially when the poor girl had to ask an older co-worker to help her get a dress for prom. Where was her mother and father, or her guardian? Why wouldn't a 14-year-old have someone to turn to? This was so sad, and she couldn't stand it. A few minutes later, she drove down an older section of town. Some of the street lights were burnt out, and she could see many of their homes were run down. Where the couple of boarded-up windows with graffiti sprayed in the garage doors, turn right on Cemetery Lane, her app relayed to her. Nurse Macy turned right. The night was clear, and the stars shined above the town. She drove past the cemetery and looked down the dark gravestones. Felt a shiver crawl down her back. Poor girl lives near the cemetery, she realized. Down the other road, the last dilapidated house on the block. Your destination's on your left. Nurse Macy pulled along the sidewalk and parked her car. She got out and clicked her car fob on the locker doors. She took a deep breath and pulled her coat closer around her neck against the cold of the evening. She would simply explain to Jessica that her family that was worried about her and wanted to make sure she was okay. Then she would speak to her guardian alone and explain her worries. She didn't want to embarrass Jessica at all. She walked up to the cracked walkway to the door. The light was dim and she could see the light on the inside through the curtains. Paint was chipping off the house and door. Nurse Macy knocked. She heard a low dog bark and footsteps before the dog's door opened. An old woman with glasses stood in the doorway. She had curlers in her hair and no teeth. Nurse Macy could tell by the way her lips were pursed. Her skin was wrinkled and pale. She wore an old, ripped robe of the color of gray storm clouds. Yes, the old woman said as she squinted at Nurse Macy looked through her glass. Hello, my name is Nurse Macy. Nurse? I don't need no checkup. Had one the other day. Shush up, Pipsy, the old woman said to the little barking dog. Oh no, I work with Jessica. Are you her grandmother? Nurse Macy could understand clearly why Jessica didn't support she needed. She was living with her grandmother. She likely didn't take care of this woman rather than the other way around. Who'd you say? Don't have my hearing aid in. Can't hear as good as I used to. Nurse Macy leaned in closer. Jessica, is she here? May I speak to you about Jessica? Jessica? I don't know no Jessica. Nurse Macy blinked in confusion. She stepped back to the house number. It's 333 Cemetery Lane? Yes, but you must have the wrong house. No Jessica here. Now that I need to go back to my shows. I don't want to buy nothing either. Oh, sorry. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't know what happened. The door was shut in her face and the porch light turned off. Nurse Macy sighed in frustration. Where in the world are you, Jessica? Jessica was in total darkness. Her surroundings were completely quiet except for her breath. There was coldness in the penetrated her skin, straight through her bones, and she shivered. She touched her bare arms and then her clothes. She felt the material of her prom dress. Why am I wearing my prom dress, she wondered. Where was she? She put her hand in front of her, trying to feel her way forward. She saw nothing in front of her and nothing behind her. Fear crashed over her. She was nowhere. Had she died in her sleep? Was this what the afterlife was like? Was she in some kind of in-between world? But she couldn't have died, she realized. It wasn't yet her time. She still had to go to prom. She still had to help April. She felt dependent in gripping the metal, and it always felt warm at the touch was now around her neck. She started to walk forward with slow, hesitant steps. She could know how long she walked. It seemed like forever. Out of nowhere, she finally heard a creak, a footstep, a movement. "Hello?" she whispered. "Is someone there? Please, if you're there, say something. I'm afraid. I can't see anything. Please, I don't know what to do." No answer. She licked her dry lips as she continued to move forward, trying to get somewhere. Anywhere. Was there a wall? A door, maybe? Another sound came from around her, metal creaking against metal. Jessica froze and awareness dawned. No. The sound happened again, but this time right behind her. A shudder of terror radiated on her spine. Jessica ran. She rushed forward as fast as she could, with her arms waving around her, wondering if she could collide with something. Metal footsteps stomped behind her, quickly. So close, so close. She blinked, trying to adjust to the dark, but she still could not see anything. In the cold, a sweat broke out her body as she ran, trying to escape the terrifying thing that chased her. A tense grip curled around her arm. Jessica screamed, "No, please, get away from me. Someone help me." Quickly, the grip tore off to the arm from her shoulder. She felt a warm gush of blood run down the side of her body. Her body vibrated in shock, her mouth open and gasping for air. When she felt a grip on her arm, Jessica tried to yank away as she felt her arm pulled from her bone. Jessica fell down in pain and agony. She seemed like it took forever to collide with the hard, cold ground. She heard more creaks and movement of metal above her. Then she felt something cold grab the pendant on her neck before it was torn away from her. "No, don't take my pendant away." Jessica jerked awake with a frightening scream. She was in her sleeping bag in a stone floor of the Mausoleum. She pushed against a stone bench in her back and grabbed her mini flashlight, flicking it on. Her heart felt like it would pound through her skin. She swiveled the light around, looking for anything in the night. She listened for sounds of metal creaking against metal, but she could only hear the breath filtering out of her mouth and crickets chirping in the night. She saw nothing around her but stone walls. She was truly unknown. She touched the pendant against her chest and she calmed down. She was safe. "Everything's okay," she said aloud and waited for dawn. When the soft rays of light peered through the colored glass window, Jessica looked around her dark, stale surroundings. Since staying in the Mausoleum for the first time, she saw it really was a cold, dark place for the dead, not for someone alive, not for someone who wanted to live. The next day during science engineering class, it was time to present the Minibot 5000 to Mrs. Willenby. In the class, Jessica sat next to Robert in her land table. The Willingbot 5000 was sitting on the table between them. They painted some sort of parts Robert's favorite color, blue. Jessica had the final written report in her hands and turned it into a presentation. She felt nervous, which was odd for her. She noticed Robert bouncing his leg up and down. He seemed nervous too. She tested out the Minibot 5000 a few more times and everything went generally worked, but was learned throughout the project. Something could go wrong at any time. During their other test runs, the Minibot 5000 had burned out a wire which had been replaced, springs had broken which needed to be fixed, and now a final presentation was here, for better or for worse. Jessica wanted Robert to feel better. She took something out of her book bag and held it in her hand. While they listened to the other students' presentation, when the class clapped, she poked Robert in the shoulder. She glanced at her. "Here," she said, and opened her palm. It was her lucky rabbit's foot. He lifted his eyebrows. "A rabbit's foot? It's for luck. I know we'll do well, but it might make you feel better with a little extra luck on your side." He smiled and took the rabbit's foot. "That's cool. Thanks, Jess." He dangled the short chain that it was attached on his finger, and she had done many times before. Jessica smiled back. "You're welcome. I have something for you, too." He loosened the braided leather band on his wrist and handed it to her. "I'd like for you to have this." She looked her head. "But it's yours. You always wear it. Now I'd like you to have it." Jessica took the bracelet and slipped it on her own wrist and tightened the band until it fit. She felt funny warmth in her chest. "Thank you," she said quietly. "I can't wait for tonight. Prom's going to be fun." Jessica felt a nervous flutter in her stomach at the thought of prom. "Robert and Jessica, you're next." Robert stood, sliding Robert's foot in his pocket. "Look, it's Ken and Zombie Barbie," the girl behind them said, and a few laughs followed. Robert ignored them, and Jessica smiled at he didn't let them under his skin. He lifted the Minibot 5000 and they made their way to the front of the class. It took 15 minutes to discuss their entire plan for the Minibot 5000, the design, the components, the building of the bot, and the trials and tribulations that followed with the test runs. "Now let's see Minibot 5000 in action," Robert announced. Surprisingly, Robert handed the controller to Jessica to perform the Minibot 5000 presentation to the class. All the eyes would be on her alone. She nearly didn't take it. She was used to being invisible, and now it looked over and forgotten. Robert gave her a reassuring smile. "You can do it," he whispered. With a trembling hand, she took the controller. He flicked on the switch and the mini bot 5000 and then the remote. Robert grabbed the soda can and went to the other end of the presentation floor. She pushed the knob and moved forward toward Robert. Mini bot 5000 sputtered as first as usual and then moved toward him. She stopped it right at his feet. They flicked the button to tray elevated. Robert placed the can on the tray and Jessica flicked the button. The tray went back down. Then it wobbled but stayed upright. Then backed it up and turned the Minibot 5000 around. She got it to Miss Willoughby and raised the tray for her to grab the soda. "Well, thank you, Minibot 5000. I don't mind if I do," Miss Willoughby said. She lifted the soda, cracked open the tab, and took a sip. "Yummy." The students laughed. "A successful mini-robot, you two. Great job." She praised their work, and the class clapped her along. Robert smiled. Even though all eyes were on Jessica, she didn't care. She smiled back at him. And as they sat back in their seats, a girl came up to Jessica and Robert's table. Jessica automatically ducked her head, her hair sliding against her face. "Hi," the girl said to Jessica. "I'm Tina." Jessica lifted her head and blinked in surprise. "Oh, hi." The girl had brown hair and pulled back into a ponytail. She wore a black sweatshirt and faded jeans. Jessica had noticed her in a few times. She kept to herself and was often studying alone. "Your bot's really cool," Tina said. "Thank you, I liked yours too. The moving arm, right?" "Yeah, thanks. I paired it with Blake." "He's okay. Maybe next time we can work together." Jessica glanced towards Robert, but he was talking to another student. "Yeah, maybe we can," he said. "Okay, see you around, Jessica." "Okay, bye, Tina." Jessica couldn't believe it. Another student actually wanted to speak to her and possibly work with her in a project in the future. She was used to the kids avoiding her, and now another student wanted to be around her. She swallowed, trying to wrap her mind around how quickly things were changing. She was afraid she was starting to like the changes. After school, Jessica walked by April's hospital room. The girl was asleep. Prom was soon, but she wanted to come in and see how April was doing. Maybe talk to Father Jeremiah again. She passed by the nurse's station, where she overheard Nurse Macy talking to Colin, the nervous nursing assistant. "April has a high fever. We tried different antibiotics to bring it down. For some reason, nothing's working," Nurse Macy said, clearly frustrated. "That sucks," Colin said. "She's a sweet girl, talks with me and asks me so many questions just about my life. Darn it, I feel helpless with the medicines that I'm supposed to work don't help at all. It's frustrating. I want to help these children, not just comfort them." Jessica gripped the pendant and wondered if she was doing the right thing by going to prom instead of helping April. Seeing April lying in bed, pale and fragile, while she had the chance to make her better, seemed to be wrong. She had to be perfectly sure she was making the right choice. "Oh, Jessica," Nurse Macy said when she noticed her. Jessica stepped forward. "Yes? I want to talk to you about something important." Jessica blinked. Okay. "It's prom night, right?" Jessica nodded. "I want you to have lots of fun." Nurse Macy's face blushed. Well, I tried to go by your home last night and check in on you, but there's an error in your home address that you have listed in the hospital. It's an old address?" Jessica blinked rapidly. "Oh, no." Suddenly an alert went off in April's room. Nurse Macy jerked her attention away. "Call the doctor," she shouted to Colin as she rushed to April's room with two other nurses. Jessica watched in dismay as Nurse Macy checked the machines connected to April. She demanded something of the other nurses, and Jessica watched them put a vial of medicine into April's fourth. Soon April's alert turned off. Jessica felt a pressure in her chest. Taking a breath, she hurried to the chapel to see Father Jeremiah. April was not doing well. The prom was tonight. Her dream was still heavy in her mind. What did it all mean? Was she making the wrong choice? Was she being too selfish? Was she avoiding her destiny? Everything was too much. The pressure to help others, the uncertainty of what to do. She just couldn't handle it. When she got to the chapel, Father Jeremiah was speaking to a man who was crying. Father Jeremiah was whispering to him, and a hand on his shoulder. Jessica talked to the first pew and sat down. She took off her pendant and held it in her hands. Please help me understand if I am doing the right thing. I've made the wrong choices before. Could you send me a sign, please, to show me what I need to do? I feel like I just can't do this anymore. Please, I need guidance." But no sign came to her. No answer popped into her head. Jessica felt so alone. It was the same feeling she had felt when she knew she had changed forever. She had vowed to herself she would never feel this way again. But this was like when she was back when she had started. Jessica needed to get ready for prom. But she had another important question to ask Father Jeremiah. She glanced at him, saw that he was still talking to the grieving man. She wanted to know if there really was an afterlife. It didn't look like she would get an answer now. She left the chapel and hoped she was doing the right thing by giving herself some of her life back. Prom night had just arrived. Jessica's stomach was in knots as she walked into prom with Robert by her side. Music seemed to bounce off the walls. Kids were chatting and laughing, dressed in pretty dresses and dark tuxedos. The dance floor looked full. There are still more kids seated at tables. There was a corner set up to take pictures, and a long table was lined with snacks and drinks. Chaperones were off to the side, watching the kids dance. Robert had given her corsage, a pretty white rose with a baby breath, tied with a purple ribbon. Luckily, Nurse Macy had told her about the boutonniere thing, or she wouldn't have one for him. Some of the kids who made fun of her stared at her. Music was still beautiful, really, even when being packed with so many kids. She could feel herself start to sweat from all the heat surrounding her. It didn't matter, though. This was the night she could totally remember, so she could replay this night over and over and over in her mind as many times as she wanted. Jessica? Jessica looked up into Robert's eyes. It was like time stood still. She leaned down her ear and spoke over the loud music. Jessica, I want you to know I really like you. Getting to know you these past few weeks has been special. When I moved here, I thought I'd be the same boring experience at my other school. But when I met you, you were different. You make me feel different. He leaned back and smiled at her. He leaned toward his ear. I like you too, Robert. You've helped me come out of my shell a little more. I was being used to keeping to myself. I didn't want a lot of friends, but you've been a good friend to me. He smiled and leaned back. I'm glad I could help, and I'm happy you came to the prom with me. Me too. The moment passed as they looked at each other. Then Robert leaned down at her. He was going to kiss her. Oh my, she never kissed a boy before. Her stomach fluttered. She felt sweat drip down the side of her face. Robert's cheek glided against the dampness of her face. She felt his lips push against hers. Robert staggered back. What is that? He brushed his hand across his face, and Jessica froze. There was a dark grease on Robert's face, on his lips. She stood frozen in horror. Grease was old, slick, and dirty, and it was from her. Oh, no, no, no. Something inside her crackled, as if she had been carrying within her delicate cup of hopes and dreams and happiness. And now the cup broke, spilling out all that she had ever wanted. I'm sorry, she guessed out in front of him. Let me help. He reached up to Robert, trying to help, jerked away. Ugh, filthy, he spat out. He wiped out his mouth, spit on the floor. Filthy. Jessica stepped back and knocked into someone. Watch it, a girl snapped and looked at her, and her eyes widened. Oh my gosh. What was it, she thought. Was this a sign she'd been waiting for? Kids stopped dancing to stare at her. Some pointed at her. Others made faces of disgust. The girl from science class were laughing at her. She made the wrong choice again. She shouldn't have come. A wave of heavy darkness engulfed her. Sounds faded in and out of her ears. Robert, the dance, the students, the decorations, everything drifted away as it ever existed. And that how it's supposed to be? This world wasn't for her. It was for something else who deserved it. She could feel herself running as fear streamed down her face. The blaring music disappeared. The cold night surrounded her, and all she could do was run far, far away. Nurse Macy was going over the patient charts at the nurse's station. She was worried about April's health. She was afraid that there was no hope for the young girl. Mixed with her worry with her patient was a worry about Jessica. She hadn't gotten a chance to talk to her without the girl's address. Now she wasn't going to let it go. When Jessica returned to work tomorrow, she sat her down and really asked her about her family. No more excuses. She just hoped Jessica was having the time of her life at prom. Colin walked up to her. April was not improving. Her pulse is steady. Her vitals are weak. Fever is still high. Nurse Macy sighed. I know. She was the only one who hasn't made any improvement. It's not good. I just called Father Jeremiah to come and say some prayers on her behalf. It couldn't hurt. I'm open to any miracle for that young girl. I updated the doctor right away. Suddenly, the hospital door swung open with a loud commotion. Nurse Macy and Colin turned their heads toward the door. Colin sucked in air. What the heck? Jessica, Nurse Macy called in confusion. Jessica looked terrible. Her face was pale. Brownish liquid streaked down her face and forehead and eyes and nose. The liquid dripped down her neck and onto her beautiful dress, which they thought about not too long ago. Jessica looked wild, crazed. Nurse Macy stepped forward and asked her what happened, but stopped in shock as Jessica ran past her. A few nuts and bolts littered behind her, scattering, like they were followed by an old wrench and a rusty bike pedal that fell into the floor. Nurse Macy's eyes widened as Jessica ran into April's room. We need security, Colin said behind Nurse Macy when Jessica slammed the door shut. Nurse Macy and Colin scrambled toward the door. It jammed, Colin spat out, struggling to turn the handle. Nurse Macy hit the door with a palm. Jessica, open the door. Talk to me, please. Though the glass of the hospital room, she watched Jessica pull the necklace from over her head. It was a pendant she always seemed to wear. Jessica, she somehow had a knife. Jessica began to whittle away the charm above April's bed. Sir, get this door open. Nurse Macy called out to Colin and the security guard that ran over to help. I am, but she blocked the door with something, the security guard said. Nurse Macy pounded on the glass. Jessica, please, open the door. I need to see April. Whatever happens is going to be okay. I can help you. What's going on? Nurse Macy turned to see Father Jeremiah. It's Jessica. She locked herself in April's room. We can't get in. Maybe I can help. Just then the security guard and Colin were able to push the door open, sliding whatever was blocking the door. Thank goodness, Nurse Macy rushed in. She spotted April still sleeping in the bed. But where was Jessica? Oh, gross, Colin said, pointing at the floor. How did all of that get in here? Now there on the floor beside April's bed was a pile of metal pieces, steel bars, gears, bolts, and junkyard garbage. Smelly grease dripped from the pile, as if it were blood. What is going on here? Nurse Macy whispered. Could she have gone out the window? Colin asked. She looked out the window and found it locked. The security guard checked the restroom. Nurse Macy shook her head, bewildered, as she turned toward the door. Father Jeremiah, Jessica's gone. Just vanished. I don't understand. She was just here. Father Jeremiah stepped into the room. She looked down at the pile of metal in quiet sadness as he understood something no one else could. Then he made a sign of the cross and began to pray. In that moment, Nurse Macy heard April's heart monitor level out, go into strong, healthy rhythm. It's too good to be true, Selena thought. Grinning that she reached out and took Cade's hand, turning his SUV onto the long, winding road leading to her new house. Cade glanced at Selena and smiled back at her when he returned his gaze to the road. A warm breeze slipped through the open passenger window and blew 3 strands of Selena's long, burned hair across her eyes. She laughed and brushed them away. She turned on to look at her fiancé's handsome profile. Cade didn't notice her gaze. His eyes were on the road ahead. How did I get this lucky? Selena asked herself. All Selena's friends agreed that Cade was an amazing catch. He had it all. To start, Cade had an epitome of the cliché, tall, dark, and handsome, with wavy black hair and deep-set green eyes under thick black brows. Cade had the kind of face a romance novelist would describe as chiseled, Selena thought. Cade looked like a rugged movie star. He had the most prominent nose, full mouth of straight white teeth, and a square chin of an action hero. He even had an enchanting dimple on that chin, and his mouth quirked with an endearing, lopsided way when he grinned. When he had the kind of whiskers that grew on the speed of light. Even though Cade shaved every morning, his 5 o'clock shadow showed up by 10 a.m. It added to the I could beat you up if I wanted to appearance. Fortunately, however, Cade didn't go around beating people up. He didn't have the brain or personality of an action hero. He wasn't a man's man. Selena didn't like men like that. The men who wanted to feel their muscles and regale you with stories and their athletic prowess. Cade was a lot more subtle than that. Yes, he was fit and played several sports, and yes, he had a very fine muscle, thank you very much. But there was more to the Cade than just his looks. Cade was smart and driven. He graduated at the top of his college class, and he had a great, high-paying computer science job lined up with a top company. He was also romantic, attentive, and funny. As if all that weren't enough, Cade was clean and tidy and could cook. Oh yeah, and he loved his mom. Cade's mom had been the reason he and Selena were moving into his hometown. Yes, his new company was located there, but he had only applied to it after he suggested to Selena that they move because of his mom was getting up there in age. Cade's mom had given birth to Cade in their late 40s, and so she was turning 70 this year. Cade wanted to be close to mom to help her out when she needed it. Selena thought it was so sweet. On top of everything else, Selena mused as she squeezed Cade's hand. Cade now had Selena, and she was an amazing catch too. Selena grinned at her self-praise. But hey, it was true. Selena was smart and nice, and she knew men found her to be beautiful. In fact, it was her looks that had paid for her college degree. She was tall and naturally slender, and she modeled since she was 16. She'd done really well in the modeling world. Her earnings had more than covered college tuition and room and board. Her combination of pale, lightly freckled skin, large hazel eyes, high cheekbones, and sensitive lips, according to her agent, was, for reasons she never fully understood, highly sought after. Yes, Selena and Cade were the perfect couple, and they were going to be married in a few weeks. It was like a fairy tale, without any trolls or ogres, at least so far. Sometimes in the middle of the night, Selena would wake up suddenly. Her chest would feel tight, her skin chilly and clammy. She figured it was a mini anxiety attack, but they made her feel stupid. She freaked out not because something was wrong, but because everything was right. All Selena's friends had some kind of drama in their lives. Selena's life was sailing along perfectly. What was it that they said with the other shoe? On those freak-out moments in the middle of the night, Selena knew she was waiting for that shoe to drop. But it wasn't dropping today. Selena pulled her gaze from Cade and looked out to the open window next to her. She was delighted by what she saw. Selena and Cade had attended college in the large metropolitan area, and was there Selena had been born and raised too. Selena didn't hate the city she lived in her whole life, but she didn't love it either. She's always gravitated toward the countryside, to nature and small towns. Cade's hometown wasn't exactly a small town, but it was smallish. It actually had been a small town until the tech company that Cade had been working for had set up its headquarters in the area. Its huge complex had created hundreds of new jobs and drawn thousands of new people into the region. Cade had sold Serena. New subdivisions were built, As malls showed up outside of the town's original core. Kate and Selena, however, wouldn't be living in the new areas. They bought a quaint old farmhouse that sat on around 5 acres of meadows and apple orchards on the outskirts of the town. The pale gray two-story house, plus attic, had with the massive detached garage and large front porch with a fixer-upper. But Kate and Selena thought the work would be fun. When they were done, they'd have a house perfectly suited for them. Selena was excited to move into the house and start the renovations, but she said had to wait 2 weeks for that. Cade was old-fashioned. They wouldn't live together until after they were married. Cade lifted a hand from the steering wheel and pointed through the windshield. The movers beat us here. Barely. A trace of humor hummed through the smooth, deep voice. Cade had a great speaking voice. He could have been a disc jockey. Selena looked ahead. A bright blue moving van was turning into the driveway that curved past the apple trees that surrounded the farmhouse she and Cade had bought together. I thought they had another stop to make. They must have taken the bypass, Selena said. And they didn't have to visit 3 country stores because they were so cute and might have vintage clothes, Cade teased. Selena laughed. Cade smiled at the sound. He thought her laugh sounded like a cartoon's princess's. Although Selena's speaking voice was low and smooth, her laugh was high-pitched and musical. I always expect the little animated birds and forest creatures to come running when you laugh, Cade had told her on their second date. That might have been when she'd fallen in love with him. Selena playfully slapped Cade's arm. I found 2 vintage hats and stunning homespun scarf in those stores, and I had to have that vintage dress. I'll write about the stores on my blog. It'll be the business expense. That's my girl, Cade said, always thinking like an entrepreneur. Selena smiled. And that's another one of Cade's great qualities. He's appreciated Selena's success. In college, Selena had majored in business. In the previous year, as part of the class project, she started an online business, a blog and a website devoted to helping women with their true selves. She created info products, e-book, and audio packages that improve women's self-esteem and help them look to feel their best. Her packages and her blog became so popular so quickly that Selena had earned enough from the whole enterprise to match Cade's contribution to the down payment for the new house. His share of the ebook and audio packages that improve women's self-esteem and help them look and feel their best. Her packages and her blog became so popular so quickly that Selena had earned enough from the whole enterprise to match Cade's contribution to the down payment for their new house. His share was an inheritance from his recently deceased great aunt. Selena planned to continue running this business until after they married. She was thrilled to be able to work at home. She wanted to be a consummate country bride, a happy homemaker, who was also happening to be building an online empire. Cade turned into the driveway. He leaned forward eagerly, his eyes bright. Selena loved seeing him so happy. Cade was never actually unhappy, but he leaned toward it, the quiet and serious side. He'd been very intense about his studies. She assumed that he'd be the same about his work. He was really excited about his new job. He'd been talking about it almost all the way here. Cade pulled the SUV up beside the moving van. He turned off the engine and swiveled to look at Selena. Ready for this? He asked her. What, moving into our house or getting married? Both. I can't wait. Selena grabbed his hand and kissed his fingers. Cade had the best hands, large and square with the faintest black traces of black hair on the backs. She entwined her long, thin fingers with the thick, large, knuckled ones. He held up her hands. Let's do this. Letting go of Cade, Selena grinned and threw open the passenger door. He got out of the SUV and inhaled the sweet smell of the apple tree's tiny white blossoms. Wow, Selena threw her arms and spun a circle. I'm going to see these blossoms every spring. Cade got out of the SUV and chuckled at Selena's enthusiasm. He waved at 2 muscular guys who were now opening up the back of the black van. The movers, Ed and Bailey, had picked up Cade's things first. Then they'd come to the apartment Selena had shared with her roommate, Val, and they added her belongings to the van. I thought we'd spend the afternoon here overseeing the move, and then I'll take you to my mom's house, Cade said. Sounds good, Selena would be saying with Cade's mom until the wedding. Cade came around to the front of the SUV and gave Selena a quick kiss. You want to unlock the house? I'll go talk to the movers. Cade pulled the SUV beside the moving van. He turned off the engine and swiveled to look at Selena. Ready for this? He asked her. What, moving into our house or getting married? Both. I can't wait. Selena grabbed his hand and kissed his fingers. Cade had the best hands, large, square, with the faintest traces of black hair on the backs. She entwined her long, thin fingers with his thick, large, knuckled ones. She held up her hands. Let's do this. Letting go of Cade, Selena grinned and threw open the passenger door. She got out of the SUV and inhaled the sweet smell of apple trees, tiny white blossoms.
Wow, Selena threw out her arms and spun in circle. I'm going to get to see these blossoms every spring? Kate got out of the SUV and chuckled at Selena's enthusiasm. He waved at the two muscular guys who were opening up the back of the van. The movers, Ed and Bailey, had picked up Kate's things first. Then they come to the apartment. Selena had shared her roommate, Val, and they added her belongings to the van. I thought we'd spend the afternoon here overseeing the move, and then I'll take you to my mom's house, Kate said. Sounds good. Selena would be staying with Cade's mom until the wedding. Cade came around the front of the SUV and he gave Selena a quick kiss. You want to unlock the house? I'll go talk to the movers. Cade headed toward the two big men. Selena grinned and started toward the porch that ran along the front of the house. She loved that porch. She couldn't wait to buy a porch swing. Selena stood in front of the stone fireplace of the large living room, just beyond the farmhouse's small slate-floored entryway. She held a clipboard, and she checked off the burro that Ed, the larger of the two muscle-bound movers, was carrying. That goes on the second bedroom to the right on the top of the stairs, she told him. Got it, he said. He headed toward the stairs. A couple seconds later, Bailey stepped into the house with a big brown steamer trunk propped on the shoulder. Selena scouted the dirty and scarred old trunk, with the aged leather straps and tarnished and dented brass clasps locked the engine. She wrinkled her nose at the trunk's musky odor, which she could smell even several feet away. What's that doing here, she asked. Don't ask me, Bailey said. I just work here. He shifted the trunk. Selena sighed and pointed at the floor. Bailey set down the trunk a few feet from Selena and trudged back out of the house. Selena walked up to the trunk and glared at it. Frowning, she tucked her clipboard under her arm and bent over to lift the trunk. Bailey had carried it as if it wasn't that heavy. Cade popped through the door moments after Bailey was out of sight. They're almost finished with... Cade stopped and he saw Selena in front of the trunk. His face flushed and jaw tightened. What are you doing? He snapped. Selena cringed at the edge of his voice. His tone was sharp, and it was wrapped in what almost sounded like a snarl. Cade had never lashed out at her like that before. He never looked this upset before either. He wasn't sure how to respond. Selena decided she'd start with her best dirty look. She'd perfected the expression since childhood. She used it regularly on her big brother. She'd only had to pull out a couple of times before on Cade, though. Once when he'd failed to praise the chocolate chip cookies that she baked him on the anniversary of their first date, and again when he'd make a snarky comment about how many shoes she had. Since then, he hadn't given her cause to glower at him, until now. What do you mean, what am I doing? Selena flung back at him. What are you doing? I thought we agreed to bring only our best stuff. We can afford to buy new things. We don't need old second-hand junk lying around. Cade hurried over. He took Selena's elbow and started steering her away from the trunk, although she didn't want to walk away from the trunk, because she wanted to open it and see what was so important that Cade would get all uptight about it. She had let him lead her to the other side of the room. Cade's face smoothed back to its normal placid lines. He took a breath. Sorry, I didn't mean to be short with you. He gave her the trademark lopsided grin. What we agreed to bring our best stuff and our memorabilia. I'm pretty sure a lot of our boxes are filled with photos and keepsakes from your childhood. Selena shrugged. Yeah, but this, she gestured at the trunk. When I asked you about it the first night I went to your place, you said it was just an old trunk. You didn't say it was full of memorabilia, so I figured since it was so ratty, you'd leave it behind. What even in it? Cade put his arm around Selena's shoulders. He shrugged. Oh, just some old stuff from my childhood. Keepsakes. Like we agreed to. Selena made a face. Can't you store your keepsakes in something more, I don't know, modern? I thought you liked antiques, miss. I have to have a vintage dress. Selena smiled. He had a point. Okay, so not modern. But what about just prettier? Less creepy? That thing looks like it belongs in a haunted house or something. Kate's arms tightened around Selena for an instant. It relaxed as fast as it squeezed, so she might have imagined a brief sensation of tension in Cade's muscles. I promise I won't insist we use the trunk as a coffee table, Cade said. He looked down at Selena and gave her another of his irresistible grins. Selena had gotten to know Cade's mom pretty well over the couple of years she and Cade had dated. The lady was very sweet, with graying black hair, and she wore in a bob. She was much shorter than Cade's 6'2". She wasn't nearly as fit as her son either. Cade's mom, called me Janice dear, reminded Selena of her own grandmother, round-shouldered and soft-bellied. Janice looked as sweet as she acted. She had a heart-shaped face, with a deep-set green eyes like Cade's, and her wrinkles, smile lines around her eyes and mouth, somehow added to the rather than subtracted to her pleasant face. Partial to pastel polyester pants and floral blouses, Janice looked like a quintessential country mama. It was clear she was comfortable with who she was. Selena liked that about Janice, and Selena was looking forward to spending more time with her soon-to-be mother-in-law. She knew Janice was a great cook, and she even better baker. They spent every holiday at Janice's house, and Selena was excited about learning all Janice's culinary tricks. Selena decided she asked Janice to start with the roast chicken Janice served the first night Selena was going to stay with her. How did Janice make the chicken so perfectly moist and inside and crispy on the outside? Selena just had to know. Oh, it's the sleight of hand, dear, Janice said. Deadpan, unlike her son's deep voice. Janice's voice was girlish. She sounded more like a preteen than a senior citizen. Selena blinked at her. Janice and Kate laughed. She always says that when someone compliments her. Kate said, reaching out when she patted his mom's liver-spotted hand. Janice winked at Selena. I'm just kidding, dear. I'll teach you. It's about getting the cooking temperature right, and a couple other secrets I'll pass along. Selena smiled and leaned back, totally stuffed. It was a good thing she didn't plan to model anymore. Eating like this wasn't going to do her figure any good. She wasn't too worried about it, though. She planned to take long walks along the great country roads near the new house. Selena looked around Janice's cozy dining room. Janice lived in a sprawling white ranch-style house. According to Cade, the home used to be linked to an actual ranch that belonged to the great-grandparents, who had owned several hundred head of cattle. By the time Cade was born, though, the family had given up cattle ranching. His grandparents had sold off the bulk of the land, keeping just a few acres of privacy around the home. Cade's dad had been an attorney. He died of a heart attack when Cade was young. Because Janice loves ceramic figurines, dollies, and overstuffed furniture, the interior of Janice's house was a lot fuzzier than Selena preferred. But it was homey, too. You felt like you could just relax and be yourself in this house. Janice stood and started gathering up dirty dishes from her oak table. Selena started to help, but Janice waved her away. Cheesecake for dessert, anyone? Cade's arm shot up. Janice laughed. I'll have a piece, and I'm going to head back to the house, Cade said. I'll be up early tomorrow. I want to get a jog before work. Janice patted Kane's arm. That's my boy. Fit is the fiddle. She grinned. And starting your new job, she turned to look at Selena. And the wedding coming up, it's also exciting. It sure is. Selena wanted to laugh out loud with glee. She smiled widely at Janice. Thank you so much for letting me stay here and helping with the wedding. Oh, pish-posh, dear, Janice said. It's my pleasure. Selena had expected the 2 weeks she spent with Janice as a whirlwind of wedding preparations, but it turned out Janice had everything well in hand. Selena only had a few details to handle. She had more time to work than she thought she would, because Janice was a social butterfly, with a seamlessly endless number of clubs and committees. She was rarely home during the day, and she was so busy, in fact, that Selena wondered why Janice needed Kate's help at all. But it didn't matter. Selena was happy to be here. She was, however, looking forward to moving into her new house. While she was with Janice, Selena was staying in Cade's old room, which Janice hadn't changed since Cade had moved out. Selena thought it was sweet that Cade's space-themed bedspread was still in the twin bed and his constellation pattern curtains still hung over the windows. She was touched by the bookcases stuffed with sci-fi novels and old school science, math, and computer programming textbooks. She was also amused by the collection of plush toys and action figures that coexisted on top of the chest of drawers and desk tucked into the corner of the room. She was curious as well. She noticed a few photo albums and scrapbooks stacked on the floor of the small closet where she hung her clothes. Cade had never shown her photos from his childhood. She hoped the albums would show her what she'd been missing. 4 days before the wedding, Selena realized that she looked too fidgety in her upcoming noodles to get any work done. Janice was out. Cade was at work. Selena closed up her laptop, and she squeezed between several toy astronauts and plush frog. She stepped over to the closet door. Pulling the door open, she sat cross-legged on the floor in front of the stack of albums. Selena reached for the first album, brushing the dust off its cover. Selena opened the leather-bound book and smiled at the photo of the gape-toothed little boy that looked up from her on the first page. Cade had been so cute as a kid, as he was handsome as a man. Selena started flipping through the photos. The first 2 pages of photos were pretty normal shots of Cade and his mom in front of the birthday cake. The third page, however, was a little weird. At first, Selena didn't know what she was looking at. The photo showed little Cade in near darkness.
Around him, bright-colored luminescence nearly jumped out of the picture's inky backdrop. Selena realized Cade must have been in a blacklight arena. Flipping the page, Selena saw a photo of Freddy Fazbear and the namesake of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. Selena had heard the pizza place, but Cade had never mentioned it. Strange. A few more photos revealed that the blacklight arena was in Freddy's Pizzaplex. In one photo, Cade was pointing up at the Pizzaplex's glowing red sign. Selena had heard of Freddy's Pizzaplex too. It was just one of the first family fun centers built in the state. A combination of arcade and indoor carnival with games, rides, and food. The album of the photo of Cade in front of nearby every game and ride in the complex, but in the bulk of the photos were taken by the blacklight arena. According to the huge sign in the back of the arena, the place was called Lallys Game. That was something Selena had never heard of. The place looked pretty eerie for some reason. Even just studying the photo made Selena shiver. A thud from behind Selena startled her. She dropped the album and whipped around. "Sorry, dear," Janice said. "I didn't mean to scare you. Just these aging legs of mine. Sometimes I get dizzy and walk right into walls," she laughed. Janice, wearing a powder blue polyester pantsuit, came into the room. "What have you got there, dear?" Selena picked up the flammable album. She rose to her feet. "Oh, one of Cade's old photo albums," Janice said. "Have fun." She crossed her to the twin bed and sat. She patted the mattress. "Show me what you found." Selena joined Janice on the bed, sitting and opening the album. Selena inhaled the flowery scent of Janice's perfume as she flipped forward in the last 3 pages she'd been looking at. The next picture of the album was yet another shot of Cade pointing happily at the Lallys Game sign. Janice tapped on the sign and smiled. "Oh my, I have such fond memories of that place." "Freddy's Pizzaplex?" "Well, yes, but especially Lallys." Janice ran her index finger over the picture. "That was Cade's favorite game. We couldn't get him out of the place. I think he could have lived there. He would have." She chuckled. Selena raised an eyebrow. The dark arena was a glowing neon green and purple and yellow. Geometric designs and prehistoric-looking caves and caverns didn't look all that appealing to her. There was something off about it. Something that made her feel edgy for reasons she couldn't discern. Janice scooted over to Selena and turned the page. She looked at the next picture and laughed. Selena didn't laugh. Her unsettled feeling deepened as she looked at the photo of Cade with that. At first glance appeared to be an unfriendly version of the famous unfriendly ghost. At the second glance was clearly a robot. "That was Lally," Janice said, poking at the robot's right, round, white face and above its soulless black eyes. Selena rubbed the back of her neck. It felt like ants were crawling out of her hair. "Lally was there to be playtime for the kids who didn't have a friend to play with," Janice said. "Cade's best friends didn't like the game as much as he did, so he was usually in the arena by himself." Janice was sitting right next to Selena, but for some reason her voice sounded like it was coming from far away. Selena was so mesmerized by Lally that she felt like she'd been pulled out of Cade's old bedroom and sucked into the photo with a small, disturbing robot. It was difficult to tell from the photo because Selena didn't know how tall Cade had to been at the time, but Lally looked like somewhere between 3 and 4 feet tall, mostly white and smooth, with a plastic or rubber outer shell. The bald robot was articulated arms and legs, and each bend of the limbs. The joints were black, the same blackness joined its neck and torso. The robot's outer shell had been given some vaguely human-like definition. It had small ears and a small nose, the faintest raised trace of eyebrows over the lidless black eyes, and some subtle muscular definition of the torso and limbs. Its mouth was a barely upturned curve, thick-lipped. Janice flinched when Janice turned to the right page of the album. Selena had forgotten Janice was even there. Janice didn't notice Selena's slight movement. She pointed at the next picture, in which Lally and Cade stood together. The robot was positioned so it appeared to be looking up at Cade, with an expression Selena thought was vaguely hostile. No, not hostile. Possessive. The picture of the last one of the album, Janice rubbed her fingers over inside. "One day, someone stole Lally," she said, "and that was the end of that." Janice looked at her watch. "Oh dear, that is the time. I was going to bake a batch of wheat rolls. Would you like to learn how to make them? Cade loves them." Selena was still staring at the photo of Cade and Lally. She looked up at Janice. "Was Cade sad?" she asked. Janice turned. "What do you mean, dear? When Lally was taken, was Cade sad?" Janice looked over the album and Selena and closed it. "No, dear. He was scared." Janice crossed the closet and replaced the album on the stack, and she brushed her hands together briskly. "I'm going to change. I'll meet you in the kitchen, dear." Selena wanted to ask Janice what she meant. Why was Cade scared? But Janice was clearly done with the conversation. She bustled out of the room. Selena reached for a sweater. She was suddenly cold. By the time Cade showed up a couple hours later, at the end of his workday, Selena's chills had passed. She was sweating when Cade strode into the kitchen and said, "Those rolls smell great." Learning to perfectly knead the dough was distracted Selena from her earlier fright. Seeing Cade, though, brought it back. Selena kept her thoughts to herself during the dinner of the bean soup, fresh greens, and homemade rolls. By the end of the meal, however, she was ready to confront Cade about it. She was so distracted by the memory of pictures in Cade's old album that she didn't look at his face without seeing the robot's face, too. As if it's seeing that Selena wanted to talk to Cade privately, Janice shooed Cade and Selena into the deck. I'll take care of the dishes. You two lovebirds need your private time. Selena didn't argue with Janice. Instead, she took Cade's hand and led him to the back door. Cade laughed when she tugged him over to the big screen cushioned glider at the edge of the large cedar planked expanse that hugged most of the back of Janice's home. Are we going to make out? Cade asked, squeezing Selena close as they sat. Selena didn't resist his snuggle, but after a few seconds she pulled away. She turned so that she could sit sideways in the glider and look at Cade directly. Uh-oh, Cade said. You're wearing your let's talk about our feelings expression. In spite of the tension that she felt since she looked at Cade's album, Selena smiled. You know me so well, she said. And I plan to spend the rest of our lives getting to know you better, he said. See? Such a romantic. Selena was a very lucky woman. And an image of a little Cade and Lallys flashed through Selena's mind. She took a deep breath and let it out. Why didn't you ever tell me about Freddy's Pizza Plex? Selena asked. Cade was gazing at her affectionately, then Selena started to speak. At the end of her question, he looked away from her. An easy smile on his face disappeared for an instant. When the smile returned, it wasn't as easy. Whatever I thought you were going to say, Cade chuckled. It wasn't that. His chuckle was a bit strained. Well, why didn't you ever mention Freddy's? I looked at one of the photo albums this afternoon and it was full of shots taken there. Your mom said that you loved the place, especially this freaky attraction called Lallys Game. Muscles twitched at the corner of Cade's eye. He compressed his lips. You never said anything about Lally, Selena pushed. And clearly you liked the thing because it was in a bunch of photos. Cade shrugged, narrowed his eyes. Have you told me about everything you liked when you were a kid? Selena blinked at the defensive throw it back question. She crossed her arms. I might have forgotten a few little things, but yeah, I mostly have told you about my favorite things. And you've talked about your childhood a lot, but never mentioned Freddy's or Lally's. Your mom had said Lally was your favorite game and that they had a hard time getting you out of the place. That's a pretty big deal for a kid. It's strange for you to never mention it. Cade looked over Selena's shoulder. The sun had tucked itself behind the rolling hills west of the ranch house. The sky was pink. A chilly breeze began to stir the leaves in the rhododendrons that flanked the deck. A few of the blush's bright purple blossoms blew free of their branches and danced through the air. Cade, Selena prompted. What's going on? You're acting bizarre. Cade stared. I just have some bad memories from that time, okay? Someone got hurt. I don't like to talk about it. Without waiting for Selena's response, Kane turned and headed back inside the house. As he went, though, the door he called to Janice warmly, without a trace of the coldness that had hardened the words he'd just thrown at Selena. Want some help with those, Mom? Selena's wedding day was everything she hoped it would be, almost. Although Selena's mom had wanted to throw a wedding so far over the top that it wouldn't have been able to be held on planet Earth, Selena, Cade, and Selena's dad, who was funding everything and was happy to agree and that less was more, convinced Selena's mom that a casual wedding was more tasteful. Selena's brother, David, who would look good-looking as Selena but as pretty, but who thought jeans and black t-shirt was fashion, offered the winning argument. If you don't go along with that she wants, he told her mom, she and Cade could always elope. Instead of the ridiculous fluffy dress Selena's mom had chosen, a dress in which Selena looked like a meringue, Selena picked a slick vintage silk dress with a high neck, long sleeves, and semi-full skirt. Rather than a veil with a 20-foot train, she had only a small spray of flowers in her hair, which she arranged into an equally sleek and simple French twist. Cade wore a navy blue suit with a white shirt and white tie. In addition to the downscaled wardrobe, they chose to use local apple blossoms and white daisies for their flowers. Selena's mom had argued for a large bridal party, but Selena and Cade had each chosen to have their best friend stand with them. Happily smiling, redhead Val, wearing an A-line navy blue cocktail dress, was Selena's attendant. One of Cade's college buddies, lanky and good-natured Greg, wearing a navy blue pants and white shirt, was Cade's best man. Although Selena's mom had argued for an upscale wedding venue and a fancy catered reception, she yet again given to Selena's present, which had to be married outside. Janice had offered her backyard for the wedding and reception venue. She and her army of neighborhood lady friends who also organized an unorthodox but fun and easy potluck reception. As Selena stood under the apple blossom covered arbor in the lush green garden behind Janice's home, she faced her new husband after the minister, a perpetually smiling, curly-haired man, intoned, "Now I pronounce you husband and wife." This was the moment, the one Selena had been envisioning for so long. Selena looked at Cade's hooded eyes and expected to feel nothing but a rush of love and joy she held in her mind. Unfortunately, the reality didn't live up to expectation. Although Selena didn't feel her love for Cade as he smiled down at her, she didn't feel happy to be his new wife. But she also felt something she never thought she'd feel in a wedding day. She felt suspicious. For the first time in 2 years she'd been with Cade, Selena didn't fully trust him. Something about his weirdness over the trunk and his fondness over the unpleasant little robot was bothering Selena. "You may kiss your bride," the minister told Cade. Cade leaned down and took Selena in his arms. His embrace made her think all of the history together, a reminder of how much she loved him. So as she kissed him, she tucked away her nervous distrust. Over 100 people attended Selena and Cade's wedding, and because they had been instructed to dress to have fun and don't dress to impress, everyone was rolling good time. The good food was incredible. The local acoustic band was unexpectedly talented and played everything from bluegrass to rock to classical, which managed to make everyone happy at one point or another. Dancing was one of Cade's talents, a man who had some shortcomings. He managed to shuffle through their slow song, and he got silly and jerked around the dance floor like a man being electrocuted during the fast songs. Selena danced her heart out. She had a blast. At the end of the reception, before Selena and Cade got their SUV, now beckons and streamers and tin cans featuring the Just Hit sign on the back, Selena's family came up to her and wished her well. Selena's handsome gray-haired dad, happily casual in slacks and an open-collared pale blue shirt, hugged her first. As he held her close, he whispered, "I'm so proud of you. Remember, be your own person. Trust your instincts. Always choose joy." Selena pulled back and smiled into her dad's wet eyes. She wiped her own tears away. "I love you, Dad." Her brother hugged her next. He, too, whispered some advice in their ear. "Don't screw it up." And Selena's mom, who stuck to her guns and wore an expensive designer crepe gown for the wedding, Selena had to admit it suited her lovely, tall and regal mother. Put her arms around Selena last and asked, "Are you happy?" Selena honestly able to answer, "Yes." By then, Selena had nearly forgotten about the odd feeling she had about Cade. She decided she had just pre-wedding jitters. This decision was solidified during the 2 blissful weeks that followed. Cade and Selena, who described to postpone their honeymoon. For one thing, Cade had started his new job, and for another thing, they wanted to funnel their free time and their money into fixing up the farmhouse. Accordingly, they spent their wedding night in their new home. The next day was a Sunday, and they spent the day cuddled up in a new 4-poster king-size bed, the wedding present to each other, poring over design magazines and paint chips. It might not have been everyone's idea of a perfect day, but Selena felt like she was floating on a cloud. The floating cloud, however, plummeted to earth the next day. Cade went off to work before 7 a.m. and Monday, Selena started her day more leisurely. Although Cade loved to go for runs in the morning, Selena didn't like an early rise, and she didn't like running either. For that matter, after Cade left, she went to a long brisk walk, and she came back. She made herself some peach spice herbal tea. Still wearing the leggings and t-shirt she had worn on her walk, Selena loved working at home. She took the tea into her office at about 9:30. Selena's office was a small spare room just off the living room. All it was contained in the moment was a white metal folding table that held her laptop and desk lamp. Her soft gray, tall, black backed desk chair, the only piece of office furniture she splurged on, then stacks of file boxes. Selena had big plans for this room, which she intended to implement over the coming week. But first, she needed to do a little actual work. Still floating in the post-wedding euphoria, Selena smiled as she opened her laptop. She clicked on the icon for her website dashboard, and she began reading most of her recent reader comments and responding to them. In the third comment, a reader thanked Selena for helping to keep old baggage in the past. The words completely derailed Selena's plans to work. because they immediately made Selena think of the Cade's hidden past and a natural reaction to her curiosity about the hideous trunk. Selena responded to Ryu's comments, but she wasn't able to concentrate next to one. She was going to find out what was in the trunk. Selena didn't know whether Cade's trunk had anything to do with whatever happened at Freddy's Pizza Plex, but she had the same strange reaction in both things, and Selena had felt the same disquieting feeling about both subjects. Something about Selena couldn't put a finger on subjects. Something that Selena couldn't put a finger on told her the two things were linked. After confrontation over the trunk in the living room on a Tuesday, the movers had delivered her stuff. Kate had packed up the trunk and said, "I'll stick this in the darkest corner of the attic. You never see it again." He grinned and winked at Selena, and she smiled back. However, her light exchange had been faked. Recalling the moment now, Selena remembered how forced the grin, wink, and smile had been. "What if I want to see it again?" Selena said out loud now. He closed her laptop and stood. Selena's tennis shoes made low squeaks against the old, uneven hardwood flooring as she strode out of the office and trotted up the second floor. She reached that floor. She hurried down the long hall toward the doorway to the attic. Reaching the door, she took a deep breath and yanked it open. The puff of dust wafted into the hall, making Selena sneeze. A faintly musty smell followed the dust. Unlike the attic in the house Selena had grown up in, which had one of those pull-down staircases, a farmhouse attic was reached by a normal flight of stairs. Albeit slightly narrower than the stairs leading from the first floor to the second, the wood risers of the stairs were warped and torn, but they were sturdy. Selena grabbed the white painted railing. The paint was dirty from years of use, and it was chipping. She headed up the stairs. Although Selena had explored the attic with delight when she and Kate had toured the house before they bought it, she hadn't been back up the slope route of space since they moved their stuff into the house. They agreed to have their long-term storage items put up here. Everything else was downstairs. Selena hadn't had a reason to come up here until now. If she was honest with herself, Selena had to admit that she had been waiting for this opportunity to come up here and look at Kate's trunk. Even distracted as she'd been by the wedding, she mentally put finding out what was in the trunk on the top of her to-do list. The mystery of it was chafing at her. Selena got to the top of the stairs. She reached for a string pull and a single exposed bulb that lit the attic. She yanked on the string. Bright light joined the yellow glow in the sun streaming in through the dormer windows of the either bend of the big space. Because they hadn't been accumulated a lot of stuff that needed long-term storing, just a few boxes of keepsakes and photo albums, a stack of luggage, and several plastic storage bins filled the holiday decorations. Selena loved holidays. The static was pretty wide open. Just a couple of dozen boxes were stacked to the south end of the space. Selena looked down, taking in the low crossbeams of the insulated underside of the roof and age-gray wood floor. The murky glass was paned windows. She and Kate had plans to finish the attic and turn it into a big rec room. And maybe one day she could be a big playroom for their future kids. A lot of work would go into that project, but for now, at least the attic was functional as storage. Selena strolled over to the stack of boxes. Kate must have put the trunk behind them. She frowned and turned in a circle. Given that the attic had no closets or hidden rooms, it was obvious the trunk wasn't there where Cade had said he was going to put it. He lied. Selena ground her teeth. She felt her shoulders tighten. All her suspicions, which she tucked away successfully since the moment during their wedding, flooded back in. Her husband was keeping something from her, or had he gotten rid of the trunk after all? Selena would bet big money that he hadn't. Huffing in annoyance, Selena left the attic and trotted back down the stairs. She closed the door of the attic and stood with her back to it. She looked up and down the hall, where Cade stashed the trunk. Well, if it was in the house, Selena was going to get it. She closed the door in the attic, thought for a moment. Where would he put it? The garage, she decided. That's where she would have put it if she'd been Cade. The garage was more of Cade's domain than it was Selena's. It was a 3-car garage, and he planned to turn 1/3 of it into a workshop. The other 2 stalls would be for their vehicles. Although Cade had a lot of tools and athletic equipment and gardening stuff, there wasn't so much of it could bury a trunk. It only took about 15 minutes of poking around the garage to determine the trunk wasn't there. Now what? Selena returned to the house. The farmhouse wasn't huge, but it was only about 2,000 square feet and 3 bedrooms and 1.5 bathrooms. In all, the home had 5 closets plus a pantry. Selena started in the pantry. She was pretty sure the trunk wasn't there because she'd been in and out of the room several times. But it could have been buried under the boxes of pots and pans that she'd opened up. Opened yet? It wasn't. Selena moved on to the coat closet. No luck. She tried the linen closet, the closet in the room. Again, she didn't expect to find it there and didn't. The closet in the room that they were going to set up for guests. No trunk. The last closet was in what was now a completely empty room. They had decided on what this room would be, so they just closed it up for now. Selena hadn't been in it at all since the day they made it their offer on the house. The door was an empty room, creaked, and Selena pushed it open. The sound of the reminiscent of the soundtrack of a scary movie that Selena wouldn't have been surprised to find the trunk sitting right inside of the door, opening of the gaping maw of the demon writing to. Selena stepped into the room. It was empty. Setting her jaw, Selena marched across the room and jerked open the closet door. She frowned. Although the closet's hanging rod was empty and the shelf above it was bare, beneath the rod of the shelf was a stack of boxes. The closet would have been as empty as the room. Why was there boxes in it? Selena reached for a box. She lifted it and practically tossed it over her head. It was so light to lift her was overkill. She shook the box. It was empty. Selena picked up the next box for what was next. Every box was empty. Why would Kate have filled the closet with empty boxes? They agreed to break down the boxes for recycling. There was only one reason to stack up empty boxes, and it had been a makeshift screen, to hide something. Heat beginning to pulse Selena's ears. She started tossing empty boxes out of the closet. 8 empty boxes. She threw them onto the vacant room's wood floor. When she looked at the pile of blankets behind the boxes, what were the blankets doing in there? They would have been in the linen closet. There was not only one reason for a stack of blankets. They created a nice thick cloak. They, too, were meant to hide something. Emitting a growl of anger, Selena threw aside the blankets, and there it was. The trunk squatted in front of her, its 2 clasps in its center lock, not like a grumpy face looking up at her. A grizzled, grumpy face. Selena didn't waste any time. She dropped to her knees. She undid the clasp of the 2 loud metal clicks. When she tried to open the lock, it wouldn't open. It was, well, locked. Where would Cade keep the key? Selena sat back on her heels. The key could be anywhere. Selena peered at the lock. Could she pick it? Selena gave the trunk a dirty look, then stood and strode out of the room. She trotted along the hall and jogged down the stairs. She ducked into her office. Sitting, she opened her laptop and got on the internet. Her fingers were poised over the keyboard, preparing to type in how to pick a steamer trunk lock. But then she dropped her hand. She closed the laptop. To heck with it. She didn't want to mess around with learning how to pick a lock. She better off breaking the lock. Selena got up and left her office. It took just a few minutes to return to the garage and get some tools. Not sure what she'd need. Selena grabbed a hammer, a crowbar, and a couple screwdrivers. Once she had them, she returned them to the house, ran back up the stairs, and strode them into the 3rd bedroom. She dropped to the floor in front of the trunk. Selena had never needed to open a steamer trunk before, so she didn't know what she was doing. Maybe she should have found a video about prying open a trunk before she was just assuming it would be a breeze. She discovered quickly that the crowbar and hammer weren't helpful. Pounding and prying of the large tool did little more than make a lot of noise and put a few more jagged tears in a 50-pound duck cloth that covered the trunk's wood slats. When Selena abandoned the larger tools, though, and picked up the screwdriver, she had more luck. She finally popped the lock free from the trunk by using a 2-pronged prying attack with both screwdrivers. When the lock pringed loose in the trunk and clattered to the floor, she dropped the screwdrivers and did a little fist bump. Yes, she crowed. Eagerly, she put her hands on both sides of the lid. She started to lift it. From downstairs, a thud told Selena the front door had just closed. She heard footsteps. Cade's footsteps. Cade, her convincing, sneaky husband, was home. And boy, was he in trouble. Her anger tempted her curiosity. Selena let go of the trunk's lid. She leaped to her feet and ran out of the room. She raced downstairs to confront her lying husband. Cade looked up and shaking water out of his hair. When Selena reached the bottom of the stairs, "Boy, it's really going down out there," Kate said. "I thought I'd come home and have lunch with my beautiful wife, and halfway there the sky decided to try to drown me." Selena glanced out the window. It must have started raining while she was getting the trunk unlocked. She wouldn't have noticed. Selena looked back at Kate. She saw a dark green polo shirt and his khakis were drenched. Normally Selena would have made a joke about getting him out of his clothes, but she didn't feel like joking. She didn't care how soaked he was. Selena clenched her fist against her lips. Why didn't you put the trunk where you were going to put it? Cade wiped his face and looked at Selena. What? The trunk. Why didn't you put it in the attic? You hid it behind empty boxes and blankets. Why would you do that? Cade's face went from so stony that it really would have been chiseled. That's me. Did you open it? Selena frowned at him. She didn't answer his question. Cade rushed over to Selena. His sopping loafers made squishy slapping sounds of the wood floor. He grabbed her arms. Did you open it? He repeated. This time he threw out the words so fast that they ran together. You didn't answer my question, Selena said. Cade gave Selena a little shake. Did you open it? Selena grimaced at Cade's fingers tightened in her arms. She jerked out of the grass and stepped away from him. Did you open it? He repeated. This time the words were spaced out. Did you open it? His tone was low, almost threatening. No, Selena barked. I was about to, but I heard you coming in and... Cade didn't want her to finish. She brushed past her and pounded up the stairs. Selena gaped at him for an instant. When she shook her off her surprise and ran after him, Cade got to the third bedroom seconds before Selena caught up to him. By the time she did, he was on his knees in front of the trunk. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the trunk's lid. Selena stepped behind Cade and looked down into the trunk. She exhaled her pent-up breath. The trunk was empty, completely empty. No, Cade breathed. He lifted his head and looked around. He was ashen. His gaze started around the room. His eyes moistened. For a second, Selena thought he was going to cry. Then he wiped his hand over his face and looked back at the empty trunk. Selena didn't know what she expected to find in the trunk, but seeing it empty had flooded her with relief. She still didn't know what the deal was with Cade and the trunk, but at least she didn't contain something horrible. I'm so sorry, Selena said. Selena put her hand on Cade's shoulder. Though it was a wet shirt, she could feel his shoulder trembling. In spite of being drenched, he didn't feel cold. So he assumed he was shaking because he was so angry with her. She said, after all, not only made her clear not to trust him, she'd violate his trust too. She poked into his private stuff. She had been furious if he'd done that to her. Not that she had anything to hide. I'm really, really sorry, she said. I don't know. It just bugged me. Why were you so secretive about a stupid trunk? I'm so sorry. I should have trusted you. I should have. Cade stood. He turned and wrapped his arms around Selena. It's okay, he said. It's okay. Selena wasn't sure if it was okay. Pressed against his wet shirt-covered chest, she could feel his racing heart, and she felt the tightness in his muscles and arms and shoulders. She returned to his embrace. She also smelled something she never smelled on Cade before. It was the odor of rancid sweat. She stepped back and looked at his face. His forehead was moist. He wiped away the rain, so it wasn't that. It was precipitation. He was so scared that she was smelling. It was a stench of fear. Selena knew it wasn't okay, no matter what Cade said. She didn't discover how not okay it was, though, until that night. Cade had settled himself pretty quickly after he closed the trunk and stuck it back in the closet. He ignored the scattered empty boxes and the blankets as if he didn't see them. More likely, he didn't want to explain why he'd gone to such lengths to hide an empty trunk. Selena was so reassured by an empty trunk that she didn't press Cade about why he was hidden in a way he had. Instead, she said brightly, I'll make us tuna sandwiches. Cade had changed clothes, coming downstairs in another pair of khakis and dark blue polo shirt. Cade's wardrobe was a little limited, but he had made small talk about his workday while he ate. Selena had told him about her morning walk. The conversation she had sounded okay with all the right bits of humor, but it didn't seem quite right. There was a bit more undertone to their words, one that they both ignored. Cade had returned to work after lunch. Selena forced herself to put the whole trunk business out of her mind. She had to get some work done too. Dinner was a little more normal than lunch had been. She tried a new pasta recipe, and Cade had said he loved it. He had a second helping. Only the barest trace of tension had remained between them. By the time they'd gotten ready for bed, the tension returned, though, when Cade gave Selena a peck on the cheek and told her that he was exhausted and needed to go right to sleep. Usually they cuddled before settling in, snuggling together and talking drowsily about their plans for the next day. Not that night. Cade got under the covers and closed her eyes. Selena was wide awake, but she got into bed right next to him, and she turned on the light. They lay next to each other, not touching, not talking. Selena listened to Cade's even breathing. He was pretending to sleep, but he wasn't. There was an outgoing hiss in his breath when he was really asleep. Selena didn't hear this hiss. Selena, who practiced meditation and yoga, was more adept to feigning sleep. She slowed her breathing and relaxed all her muscles. She knew she appeared to be asleep, but she wasn't. Selena wasn't sure how long he focused her breathing before he heard Cade stir. She felt the covers lift. A cool air current fluttered her bare arms. The mattress shifted. Cade was up. The floor creaked. He was moving away from the bed. Selena was barely opened her eyes. She shifted her head slowly and quietly. because they hadn't agreed on the color scheme of the bedroom. Two paned windows that looked out of the other backyard were covered only with flimsy shears that previous owners had left behind. The shears did little to block out the light. Now they let in the radiance of three-quarter moon on a flimmy shimmers that sprayed across the room. Selena could clearly see Cade in that gleam. Selena watched as Cade went down to his knees. His head disappeared now at the level of the mattress. He seemed to be looking under the bed. Cade raised his head. Selena closed her eyes. She listened to his footsteps move away from the bed. She opened her eyes again. Cade was moving around the room slowly. It looked like she was searching for something. His head swiveled left and right and back again and moved to his side of the room to hers. On her side, he opened the closet door. He looked in the closet, pushing back clothes for a few seconds, then shut the door. Selena closed her eyes again, and then Cade turned around. She concentrated on her easy breathing as Cade rounded the bed and got back to the covers. This time, Cade's breathing settled into his familiar hissing rhythm a few minutes after he lay down. It took Selena a while before she joined him in sleep. And that sleep didn't last long. Cade's footsteps woke Selena, lying on her side now. She glanced at the clock. It was only an hour since they'd first turned out the lights. Cade was on a prowl again. Listening intently, she could tell that he was going through the same searching routine. Selena debated whether to turn on the light and ask Cade what he was doing. Before they moved into his house, before she found out his particular attachment to the trunk of the mysterious past of Freddy's, Selena would have met this issue head on. She wouldn't have hesitated to ask Cade what he was doing. Now she knew even if she did that, she wouldn't get an answer. And she wasn't up to dealing with any more of Cade's evenness just yet. Cade got back in bed and she returned to sleep. So did Selena. They repeated the process 3 more times that night. Come morning, Cade looked wiped out and he got back up to go for his run. Selena was so exhausted that she went back to sleep until Cade returned from his run. She pretended she was asleep while he showered and got ready for work. She didn't get out of bed until she heard his SUV head down the driveway. Selena put up with Cade's nocturnal paranoia for nearly a week before she finally turned to ask him what was going on. By then, she was dragging from lack of sleep. She was fed up. On the 7th night that Selena woke up to see Cade looking on the bed, she sighed heavily and leaned over to turn to the ginger jar lamp on the nightstand. Cade's head shot up. His hair disheveled. He blinked into a sudden illumination. He looked like a little kid, caught in the act of some mischief. Selena scooted into the sitting position. What exactly are you doing? She asked. Cade blinked again. What do you mean? He asked inanely. Selena pulled the covers and crossed his arm over him. Don't play dumb. You know what I mean. You've been jumping in and out of bed like a jack-in-the-box for the last week. What's going on? You act like you're checking for the boogeyman. Cade rubbed his eyes and made a face. Sighing, he pushed himself up and sat on the edge of the bed. Selena stared at his broad shoulders and this way his hair curled behind his ears. She loved those curls. Cade turned, then slipped under the covers with her. She lay back and shifted so she could look at him. He lay down, too, facing her. Selena reached out to touch Cade's cheek. It was rigid and cold. She looked at the dark circles under his eyes. They had been there since the night she'd been acting paranoid. Cade reached up and caught her hand. He kissed her knuckles. I never wanted to tell you about any of this. I just want to forget it. But now, Cade, what is it? What's going on? Cade took a deep breath. He opened his mouth, then closed it. He pulled away from her. Sorry, I need to stand for this. Selena's stomach lurched. What was he going to tell her? She sat up again, but she wrapped herself in the comforter. Even though the room's temperature was mild, she felt icy. Cade began to pace around the room. Mom told you someone stole Lally, but that isn't true, he said. She glanced at Selena. He didn't say anything. She concentrated on composing her face into an expression calm non-judgment. What happened, Cade went on, was that we were doing renovations in the pizza plex, and the construction scaffolding collapsed during a round of Lallys Game. The collapse punched a hole in the game's exterior wall. Cade stepped over the window and looked out into the night. The moon was close to full now. Its silvery radiance put Cade in the spotlight. The auditorium was evacuated and Lally's was closed down because Lally went missing, Cade went on. It was assumed he'd been stolen. But you said that's not what happened, Selena said. Cade glanced over at her. He shook his head, then turned back toward the window. For weeks after the Lallys Game arena was closed, I kept seeing Lally. I saw him everywhere. He and him, Selena thought, not it. I saw him on top of my shelves one day, Cade said. One afternoon he was on my desk behind my toy astronauts. Once I parted the coats from my closet, saw Lally standing there at the back of the closet, looking out at me. I saw him once in the bathroom, behind the shower curtain. Several times I spotted him in the backyard. He was always hiding. He was always playing a perpetual game of hide and seek. Goosebumps crept up Selena's arms. She rubbed them. Whenever I spotted him, he always frozen on the spot, always smiling that half smile he had. Cade stopped talking. He rubbed his own arms, as if he had goosebumps too. Selena cleared her throat. Was someone playing a joke on you? Cade turned. His expression was resigned. I wish. No. Lally followed me home. Selena's breath caught. Her heart started thumping so hard that in her chest that she was sure Cade could hear it. Lally messed with me for weeks before I finally stopped him. Cade gave Selena a slightly triumphant grin. You know Mom's sewing room? Selena nodded. One day, when she was out in one of her meetings, I took everything out of that room. It wasn't much then. She had just a sewing machine on the table, that dummy she pins on her patterns on, and a few plastic storage bins. I emptied the room, and I dragged the trunk into the room. I figured Lally wouldn't be able to resist hiding in the trunk. Selena bit her lip and remained silent. I waited an hour, Kate said. Then I ran into the room, and I locked the trunk. I trapped him. Selena frowned. Did you look in the trunk to be sure he was there? Cade shook his head. I didn't want to risk him getting back out. I just locked it. I knew he was inside. Selena gazed at the man who, up until this moment, she thought was one of the smartest people she'd ever met. Cade was programming genius. He could talk about almost any subject. His mind was sharp, and his logic was impeccable, usually. The only thing Selena could conclude about what Cade had just said was some part of the psyche stuck in his childhood. He had been so traumatized by the destruction of his favorite game that he created an elaborate fantasy about it. That had to be it. Obviously, Cade hadn't trapped anything. He locked an empty trunk. But in his childhood fantasy, he convinced himself that the tormentor had been contained. In his confidence, he'd locked up Lally. That made his fear of the robot go away. That's why he stopped having hallucinations about Lally. He obviously had been hallucinating. There had been no other explanation. Cade returned to bed. He sat down and rotated towards Selena. Say something. Selena took a breath. When she laid out her theory, she finished with a story from her own childhood. My best friend Zoe. You remember me talking about her? Went through a phase when we were in first grade. She was sure this big purple monster was living under her bed. I mean, she was sure of it. She talked about it all the time. Eventually, your parents did something similar to what you did. They thought they were playing a trap for the monster, and they caught. Selena put her hands in air quotes around the word. The monster in the big box. After that, Zoe was fine. The same thing happened to you. When a child convinced that something was trapped and can't hurt him anymore, the fear of it disappears. Cade started shaking his head in the middle of Selena's story. Why, the end of it, he was shaking his head so hard that his hair was whipping into his eyes. Lally's an imaginary purple monster. He's real. And he was in that trunk before you unlocked it. Selena didn't miss Cade's use of the present tense. Lally isn't, not Lally wasn't. Selena decided to get his troubling detail aside for the moment. It was more than she could deal with. She scooted across the bed and took Cade's hand. Cade, honey, nothing was in that trunk. You were a little boy, a traumatized little boy, and you reassured yourself by telling yourself Lally was locked into the trunk. That's why you stopped seeing it. It was basic psychology. Cade didn't respond for several seconds. He was frozen, staring at the floor. Finally, Cade reluctantly squeezed Selena's hand. We need to get some sleep. He got on the covers, turned off the light, he said. Selena opened her mouth to object. She knew Cade was rejecting her explanation, but she was tired, and she didn't want to think about it anymore. She turned off the light and lay down. Cade scooted over and wrapped her in his arms, spooning her. Selena forced herself to concentrate on Cade's familiar warmth, and she made herself ignore the frantic pace of his beating heart, which she could feel against her back. Even after Cade's heart rate slowed and he settled into sleep, Selena once again remained awake for a long time. The next couple of weeks passed relatively uneventfully, and on several nights Selena and Cade spent the evening with Janice. They helped her with chores and had dinner with her. If they weren't with Janice, Cade worked late. He worked so late that he missed dinner. He'd come home just before 10 or so. They'd have a cup of tea or hot chocolate, talk about their day, and then go to bed. Both Selena and Cade were sleeping fitfully, but they were sleeping. If Cade was setting up during the night, Selena didn't hear him. The dark circles under his eyes, though, didn't go away. Selena kept herself busy during the day with both work and renovations. The first week after Cade told her about Lally, Selena threw herself into setting up her home office. She refinished the hardened wood floor and painted the walls a mossy green, hanging curtains and stripes of the gray in the same green of the walls. She then went out to find the perfect rug, desk set, credenza, and a new set of filing cabinets. She hung her favorite prints on the walls, and she declared the office done. Once she was finished with the office, Selena demolished the half bath. It was a great to swing a sledgehammer over and over. Slamming heavy steel against porcelain tiles was deliciously cathartic. Over the weekend after she destroyed the bathroom, Selena and Cade tiled the floor and installed a new toilet, vanity, and sink. They had worked on sun up to sundown both days. Was there something a little more forensic about their pace? Probably, but neither of them mentioned it. After they finished the half bath, Selena turned into an eccentric painting lady. After they agreed on a pale top color for the walls with white trim, she painted the entire main floor. When she was done, she and Kay went to the Marathon Furniture shopping spree, purchasing an antique cherry dining room set and a navy blue sofa and a love seat, a navy blue rug with a cream atop geometric pattern, an oak coffee table with two matching end tables, and a pair of antique brass lamps for the end of tables. Selena found the perfect top and dark blue tweed drapes for the living room, and when she feverishly brought throw pillows and art, she spent several hours arranging and rearranging the furniture, finally settling on the configuration that put the sofa and love seat in the middle of the room. She positioned them so flat the fireplace, the dining room, and the living room were done by the end of the month. The kitchen was going to require a professional, so they hadn't tackled that yet. However, with most of the main living areas complete, Selena decided it was time to have some people over. Kay had made many new friends on the job. On a few nights he didn't work late, he and Selena were invited to several dinners so he and Selena could get to know Kate's new coworkers and their spouses. Between those people and their friends Selena was making on her walks and during the shopping trips, they were developing an enjoyable social network. Let's have the Petersons, the Taylors, and the Lees over this dinner this weekend, Selena suggested one night, and they cuddled on the sofa, sipping hot chocolate. We owe them all dinners. We owe them? Kate said. He grinned at Selena. Did I miss something? Did we sign a tit-for-tat contract when we had dinner at their houses? Selena slightly smacked his thigh. You know what I mean. Yes, I do, Miss Adequate. Selena rolled her eyes. I'm thinking something casual. It's warm enough. We could barbecue. Sure, Kate said. He set down his mug and put his arm around Selena. That sounds fun. On nights like these, Selena could have most convenienced herself. That night, everything was fine. She could almost forget about the trunk about Lallys. Almost. The night of the barbecue, they had perfect weather. It was warm, and the sky was full of sparkling stars that looked like they had been hung over their heads like party decorations. After the feast of burgers, macaroni salad, green salad chips, and corn on the cob, followed by homemade brownies, Jenna's recipe, Cade said that they tasted just like his mom's. The forward couple set food on the gas fire pit Selena had installed just days before the get-together. They all reclined on the plush navy and cream-striped patio chairs she'd bought the day before. How about charades? Selena asked. Grace Peterson, a petite woman with short cropped blonde hair, popped out of her chair. I want to be in huge team. She poked her husband Ron and made him change places with her. Ron, an unusually pale guy with long brown hair, rolled his eyes and good naturally gave his wife a game of musical chairs. She noticed Selena's questioning look. Hugh is a film and literature buff, he explained. More like a trivia nut, Hugh Taylor's wife, Teresa said. A tall and broad-shouldered redhead. Teresa dwarfed her short, bald husband, but in appearances aside, they appeared to be a perfect match. It was impossible to miss that they were crazy about each other. Selena grinned. Well, when I want to be on Hugh's team, too. Everyone laughed. Grace stood. I've got one. Hugh and Selena on their other teammate, Iva Lee, an athletic brunette, look up at her, and Grace made a universal sign for movie. Hugh winked at Selena and Ava. They grinned. Grace held up 6 fingers. 6 words, Selena said unnecessarily. Grace held up 1 finger. First word, Ava said. Grace nodded. Then she shook her head. He held up 1 finger. Selena frowned, confused. Point, Hugh asked. He leaned towards Selena. The clue is the 1 finger. Point break, Selena shouted. Cade snorted a laugh. That's just 2 words, sweetie. Selena blushed. Grace shook her head. She started lifting and lowering her arms as she was flying. The birds, Selena blurted. The blush deeper in seconds and words were out of her mouth. And then she laughed. Ignore me, I'm math challenge. Everyone else laughed too. Grace chewed on her lower lip, and her eyes lit up. She bared her teeth and shifted her gaze to the far left. She looked deranged. Again, Selena shouted without thinking. The Shining. She was pretty pleased with herself for realizing Grace was mimicking the star actor's crazed expression in the movie. Everyone laughed.
Selena clapped her hand over her mouth. She took her head and dropped her hand and laughed too. I really can't count, can I? She looked over at Hugh. He smiled at her, and then calmly said, "One flew over the cuckoo's nest." Grace clapped and rushed over to give Hugh a high five. Selena shook her head. Sorry for being so dense. Ava laughed. It's the adrenaline. Who has time to count words? I almost said The Shining too. You just beat me to it.
Selena was relieved that no one was making her feel stupid for blurting out 2-word answers to a 6-word clue. Ron stood and began acting out a clue for his team. They played 3 rounds of charades. Hugh was a walking trivia encyclopedia, so he easily guessed whatever his teammates acted out. After the first round, Selena kept her mouth shut to avoid further embarrassment, but her team soundly beat Ron's team, which included Teresa, Cade, and Ava's husband, Marshall. Finally, Ron threw up his hands. I give up. We need to play something else. He picked up his plastic mug and looked into it. Selena stood. Would you like another cream soda? Ron glanced at the big ice-filled bowl and led to the canned drinks. I think I drank them all. Selena laughed. We have more out in the fridge in the garage. I'll get you some. You sure? Ron asked. I could drink something else. I don't want to be a bother. No bother, Selena assured him. Ava tapped Marshall. Why don't you go get your guitar from the car, sweetie? We can play Name That Tune. Hugh groaned. Ava winked at Selena. Music is the dark hole of Hugh's trivia verse. Selena grinned. I'm pretty good at coming up with song titles. Hurry back then, Ava said. We'll keep the same teams. Maybe you can carry Hugh. I'm hurrying, Selena said, chuckling. What a fun night, she thought. It was headed around the house to the garage. She really got glad she suggested it. Selena hadn't had much one-on-one time with Cade during the evening, but she'd been watching him. He'd been at ease, laughing and talking easily. He seemed like his old self. What a relief. Pushing open the back door of the garage, Selena flipped on the light. They run out of bulbs with the right wattage, and they'd have to substitute wimpy 60-watt bulbs in the overhead lights. The bulbs didn't throw enough light to brighten the whole garage. Much of the space sat in pockets of dingy darkness. Selena went past the SUV and their new small red pickup. They'd driven it home in the previous week. She strode toward the extra fridge tucked against the wall. The fridge was flanked by several stacks of boxes Cade hadn't had time to unpack yet. His workshop space was still waiting to be set up. Next to the boxes, the lawnmower, weed whacker, blower, bush trimmer, hoses, and a few other yard maintenance odds and ends were in the tangle that Cade promised he'd sort out soon. Next to his jumble, a shop vac sat on top of the metal workbench that Cade hadn't yet put into place. As Selena reached for the fridge, her gaze skimmed over the shop vac. She started to open the fridge door. Her hand froze. She flicked her gaze back toward the shop vac. Selena's heart catapulted through her throat. She gasped. Next to the shop vac, a small white robot with black eyes stood upright. It was Lally. It had to be. It looked just like the robot in the photos. The robot didn't move, but it was facing Selena. She felt like it was watching her. For several seconds, Selena was frozen. While her heartbeat galloped and invisible mites crawled along her arms, she stared at Lally in shock. When Lally remained motionless, Selena whipped open the fridge, grabbed a 6-pack of cream soda, letting the fridge door slam. She looked toward the shop vac again, and seconds took her to open and close the fridge and look away again. She debated whether she wished the robot would be gone or still be there, which would be worse. The robot was still there. Selena turned and raced back through the garage, slamming the door behind her. She ran around the house, slowing her pace only when within a few of her guests. Back near the gas fire pit, she handed a can of soda to Hugh and put the rest of the sodas in a bowl of ice. She casually walked over to Cade. Marshall was tuning up his guitar. Everyone else was chatting. Cade was having a conversation with Ava about some coding issue that they were facing in the project they were working on together. Selena stepped up beside Cade and put a hand on his arm. He couldn't miss the fact that her hand was trembling. She looked at Ava. Sorry to interrupt, but I need to steal him for a moment. Cade raised an eyebrow in question. I need you in the garage for a minute, honey, Selena told him. Everything okay, Cade asked. Yeah, Jess. She gave Ava a tight smile. Sorry, I'll bring him right back. Ava smiled. No problem. She turned toward her husband. What is it, Cade asked as Selena grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the garage. She was trotting. She stumbled over a tree root. Then he, too, started jogging, picking up on her urgency. Selena hesitated at the garage door. Are you going to tell me what's going on? Cade asked. Selena didn't answer him. She took a deep breath and opened the door. The garage lights were still on. She left them on purposely. She didn't want to turn them off before she was out of the garage. Not that thing in there. And the fact that it wasn't moving when she left had done very little to lower her panic level. Selena stepped in the garage and pointed toward the shop vac. Look, she said. After she spoke, she got up in courage to do the same as she was asking Kate to do. What am I looking at? Kate asked. Selena blinked on the empty spot on the workbench next to the shop vac. The robot was gone. It was there, she said. What was there? Kate asked. Did a raccoon get in here? I shooed one away last week. Selena shook her head. She quickly scanned the garage. The robot wasn't in sight. But that didn't mean anything. The garage had way too many places to hide. Selena groaned. Now she was getting paranoid as Kate was. Kate stepped in front of Selena. I ask you again, what's going on? Selena looked at him and she swallowed. I saw Lally. I think it was Lally. It was a white robot that looked exactly like the one in the picture. And where did you see him? Kate interrupted. Selena pointed. Next to the shop vac. Kate strode across the garage. He looked all around the workbench and behind the boxes on either side of the fridge. When he turned and began searching the rest of the garage, Selena stood near the door, poised for reasons that had no foundation in logic, to run. In her mind was a tangle of incoherent thoughts, a funny, white noise-like sound buzzed in her ears. What was going on here? Kate returned to Selena, a furrow bunched her skin between his brows. I didn't imagine it, Selena said. I didn't say you did, Kate said. But Selena began. Kate took her hand. She didn't resist when he pulled her out of the garage and closed the door behind him. He, too, left the lights on. We have guests, Kate said. They're going to be wondering what we are doing. Selena nodded. He was right. Now wasn't the time to talk at what she'd seen. It wasn't time to think about it either. They rounded the corner of the house. Then Selena pasted on her happy host's smile. Sorry about that, he got out. A little rodent issue, Kate lied. Selena knows how natural the lie sounded, but she didn't take the time to think about that either. The day after the dinner party, Kate was gone when Selena woke up. She found a note on his pillow. The note she knew immediately contained another lie. Sorry, got called into work. Love you. Kate never got called into work on a Saturday. He was merely avoiding her. He didn't want to talk about what had happened. Well, neither did she. She wanted to forget about it. Selena got up and looked outside. The day was bright, but she didn't feel like taking a walk. What did she feel like doing? The truth was that however much she wanted to go forget what had happened, Selena was rattled by it. Really, really rattled. Selena got up and pulled on the dark blue terry cloth robe and then down the hall. What she needed was a long, hot bath. Selena shuffled toward the bathroom. She thought about the master suite they intended to have. They had planned to knock out the walls to use some space from the guest bedroom that they could create an entire suite bathroom for the master bedroom. They just discussed a couple days before to get together whether to tackle that or the kitchen next. She was thinking on the entire suite should come first. Selena went to the bathroom. She left the bathroom door open. She always left the bathroom door open when she took a bath, even when Kate was home. She didn't like steaming up the room. Turning on the tap at the end of the clawfoot tub under the window, Selena ran the water until it got hot. She adjusted the temperature, put it in the drain plug, and poured some muscle-relaxing bath salts into the water. The bath salts were a combination of Epsom salts and agrarium and juniper essential oils. Selena inhaled the scents of the oils and let them try to soothe her. They failed miserably, but she hoped the bath itself would do the trick. Because the farmhouse sat in the front of their 5 acres the acreage was thick with apple trees around the back of the house. Selena never worried about pulling to the shade over the window above the tub. Their property was secluded and private. No one was around. Selena waited until the tub was half full. Then she dropped her robe and started to pull off her nightshirt. When it was almost over her head, she froze. She yanked the nightshirt back down. Someone was watching her. She was sure of it. Selena leaned toward the window and scanned the backyard. She squinted, looked toward the trees. Her gaze shot from one tree to the next. She didn't see anyone. Selena frowned, even more rattled now than she had been before. She reached out and pulled a shade. Then she turned and closed the bathroom door. Selena's bath wasn't as relaxing as she hoped it would be. In fact, it was almost torturous. She tried several times to lean back and close her eyes, but she did too much on the alert. She kept thinking she would hear sounds coming from another part of the house. Once she was sure she heard a creak in the attic overhead. Twice she thought she heard footsteps on the stairs. Finally, after just 15 minutes, Selena gave up. She got out of the tub, drained it, and quickly got her robe on. Hurrying back to the bedroom, she dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. When she went through the entire house, making sure she was alone. Selena checked every room and every closet. She even looked inside the awful trunk, which was now back in the rear closet of the third bedroom, which was still empty. After she reassured herself that she was alone, Selena tried to work. It didn't do any good. She couldn't focus. She kept hearing sounds in the house. Once, when the refrigerator compressors kicked on, she practically leaped out of her chair. Work wasn't working. She was out of nerves. Selena abandoned her office. She grabbed her purse, went out on a pickup, drove out of town. She spent the afternoon antiquing, coming home with a vintage skirt, an antique hall table, and a pair of 100-year-old pewter candle holders. She tried to tell herself she imagined everything that happened the night before it and that morning. Over the next 2 weeks, though, it became abundantly clear that Selena hadn't imagined anything. She really has been watched. Either that or she was losing her mind. No matter what Selena did when she was home, she felt tingles between her shoulder blades. She could actually feel someone or something's gaze boring into her. It wasn't just that she was alone either. It happened when Cade was around, during the evenings and the weekends too. After just a week of unrelenting sensation of being observed constantly, Selena, lying awake during the night, decided a courtesy search as she'd done to the house. Looking into every room and closet, even through enough, Selena's dad wedding day advice burbled and up and nudged her. Trust your instincts. Her instincts told her that she needed to look in every nook and cranny of her house. When Cade left for work the next day, Selena made sure the house was locked up tight. No one could ever enter when she searched. When she went through every tiny space of the house, she opened every cabinet and the drawer. She looked under every piece of furniture. She looked behind anything and everything that had more than an inch of space behind it. In the middle of his search, though, in her bedroom, Selena stopped and sat down on the floor. She dropped her head to her hands. Who was she kidding? She wasn't going to be watched electronically. Not only was that totally unrealistic, but it was fit of facts. Selena got off the floor. She went down to her office and closed the door behind her. She pulled the shade. She sat at the desk and opened her laptop. She brought up a new document. At the top of it, she typed facts. When she typed the facts, she knew them. Lally was a robot that really existed. Lally went missing from Freddy's Pizza Plex. Cade saw Lally after it, not he. Selena refused to refer to Lally as he, went missing. Cade thought he trapped Lally in the trunk. Cade kept the trunk with him locked up from the point on. Selena unlocked the trunk. When Cade opened the trunk, it was empty. Selena saw Lally in the garage. Selena had taken a symbolic logic class in college. It had been an elective chosen as a lark, but what she learned from it came in handy now. She ran her facts through the logic equation and came up with two possible conclusions. Neither of them made her happy. One logical conclusion based on the facts was Lally was real, and although not easily proven, the corollary to this conclusion was that Lally was watching Selena. This conclusion, however, was so insane, logical or not, that it led to another possible conclusion. Selena was losing her mind. Figuring they would help her in the business world, Selena had also taken several psychology courses in college. In one of the courses, they studied paranoia. Paranoid people, suffering from delusions, were always convinced that the conclusions were logical. The problem, however, was that their conclusion was based on logical fallacies. Selena went back over to her list of facts. When she really were sure they were facts, or was she just drafting out logic to cover up the real fact that she was becoming paranoid and delusional? Selena deleted the document and closed her laptop. Her hands were shaking. She couldn't stay in this house another second. Selena left her office, ignoring the immediate awareness of being observed when she walked into the kitchen. She grabbed her purse and went out to the pickup. When she backed out of the garage, she realized where she needed to go. "Hello, dear," Janice said when she opened her door and saw Selena standing at the front porch. "I'm sorry I didn't call first, but..." Janice waved away Selena's words. "What did I tell you about calling and knocking on the door? My home is your home. You can come and go as you please." Janice was giving Selena a key to her house the day Selena and Cade married, and she indeed told Selena to treat Janice's house as her own. Selena, however, hadn't been able to bring herself to do that. Besides, she was afraid if she did so, Janice would assume the open-door policy was reciprocal. Selena loved Janice, but she didn't want her mother-in-law dropping unannounced. Janice, who was wearing a ruffled pastel pink apron over yellow polyester pants and yellow and green floral pattern blouse, led Selena through the living room into her large, old-fashioned kitchen. Janice's leather lats tapped on the yellow and blue linoleum floor. When the kitchen, Selena inhaled deeply. The room smelled like butter and cinnamon and sugar. The scent was enticing. It almost made her forget why she was there. Janice adjusted the baking ingredients, with pans scattered across her yellow formica countertops. "I was just whipping up a batch of raised cinnamon rolls for the ladies' club," Janice said. "Would you like to help?" "I'd love to," Selena said honestly. Maybe making cinnamon rolls was better than having the conversation she wanted to have. Baking usually relaxed Selena. She hoped it would do so today. Selena went into a pantry and plucked a simple blue apron, no ruffles, from the back of the pantry door. Janice had given the apron to Selena to use when they cooked together. "Frills just don't suit you, dear. You're far too beautiful to hide those elegant curves under flounces." For the next hour, Selena and Janice spread out dough, sprinkled with butter, cinnamon, and sugar. Then they rolled it into a dough and cut it into classic cinnamon roll pinwheels. After the rolls were in the oven, Janice put water on the tea. Your usual peach spice, dear? Do you have any cinnamon chamoli? Selena asked. Oh my, Janice said. Do you need a de-stressor? You could say that. Janice didn't ask why Selena needed a de-stressor. Selena liked it just as Janice. She never pried. Janice made the tea, and she and Selena sat at Janice's round kitchen table. Selena toyed with a pale blue and yellow plaid placemat and let Janice chatter about her bridge club for a few minutes. Then Selena decided the conversation they couldn't be put off any longer. Speaking of games, Selena said, and she knew with a pathetic swag, what was that Cade liked so much about Lallys Game? Janice didn't seem to mind the abrupt subject change. Why, I'm not sure. She took a sip of tea. It's funny you ask. It's something I did wonder about at the time. At first, I thought it was the colors in the arena. He has never liked my softer color palette. Selena thought about the rich burgundies, dark greens, and deep blues that Cade liked to wear in his obscuous khakis. She nodded. But I decided that wasn't right. I think what it was, Janice leaned back in her chair, the game made him feel special, because the game was just for two, and Lally was a robot. I think Cade felt like he was a chosen child or something. Now heaven only knows why he needed that feeling, as an only child. He got nothing but tons of attention from me and his dad until his dad passed, of course. Rest his soul. She shook her head. But maybe it was part of it. He was an only child. Maybe she wanted a brother. Maybe Lally was like a brother to him. I'm not really sure. I do know that Cade didn't want to share Lally with anyone. What do you mean? Selena asked. Oh, I'm just remembering how upset Cade got one day when another little boy, a boy he knew from school named Daniel, snuck into the game. Oh my, was Cade angry. He was furious. His little face was all screwed up and red when he got home that day. His game only for two, he said to me over and over. You would have thought that Daniel had done something unforgivably outrageous instead of just relatively binging action of sneaking into Lallys Game with Cade. Janice sighed. Daniel was a sweet little boy, adorable freckles across his nose. I knew his mother. It was so tragic that he died in a horrible accident. Selena set down a teacup fast. It rattled in his saucer. Janice didn't notice. What accident? Selena asked. Janice got up and walked over to the oven. She turned on the oven light and bent over to look at the glass window of the oven door. Oh, they're rising nicely. You're really getting the hang of kneading, dear. An accident? Selena tried to get Janice back on track. Janice acted like she didn't hear the question. Maybe she didn't. Selena had noticed that Janice tended to drift in and out of conversations at will, as if some things had better things to think about than whatever has been talked about. Selena tried a different question. Why did Kate like Lally so much? I think Lally is kind of scary looking, Janice replied. Selena raised her eyebrow. Yeah, I tend to agree, Janice said. But then little boys are odd creatures. Cade also liked snails, slugs when he was small. He was always poking at them with sticks. Not to hurt them, mind you. He just wanted to see what they'd do. He thought they were fascinating. Selena smiled at the image of Cade poking the slug, and her mind replaced the image of Cade and the slug with one of Lally. Selena shivered. How did Lally work exactly? Selena asked. Was it programmed to run and hide or sneak up on the kids or what? Selena wanted to understand how the robot could be doing in the house. She was nearly 100% sure now that Lally was her stalker. Oh no, nothing like that, dear, Janice said. Lally didn't move. The kids had to carry him around and hide him themselves. Seemed somewhat silly to me, of course. If you hid the thing, you know where it was. But it was all a grand game of pretend, I guess. Selena blinked at Janice. She opened her mouth to ask another question, but no words came out. What else was there to ask? Selena knew what she needed to know. Wiping her suddenly moist eyes in the trembling hands, Selena stood. I have to get home and get some work done, she lied. If Janice thought it odd that Selena practically ran out of the house and leaped into the pickup, Janice kept her reaction hidden. She smiled and waved as Selena drove away. Selena managed a twitchy wave in return. She couldn't summon up a smile. Her hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly that they started to ache. Selena burned rubber as they accelerated away from Janice's home. She ignored the posted speed limit. Although her eyes were on the road, she wasn't really seeing her gaze flicked over a coming SUV. A very familiar SUV. It was Cade. Selena looked straight ahead as she passed her husband. Had he seen her? Cade often got tunnel vision when he drove. Maybe he didn't notice the pickup. A bright red pickup. Selena glanced in a rear view as the SUV turned off, headed toward Janice's house. So what if Cade did see her? Maybe Selena was overreacting. Maybe she only thought she knew what was going on. And again, maybe she was keeping a logical conclusion that weren't logical at all. A ripple of something that felt like static electricity skittered down Selena's spine. It was groundless anxiety, or was it thoroughly justified fear? Selena didn't know. All she knew was she wanted to get away. Should she be fleeing from Lally, or from Cade, or should she be fleeing from herself? It didn't matter. She was fleeing. Back in the farmhouse, Selena ran down the hall to the attic door. Hesitating for only a couple of seconds, she flung open the door and trotted up the steps. At the top of the stairs, she quickly pulled the string and turned on the bare bulb. She looked around. The attic looked the same as it had the last several times she checked it. Rushing across the open space, Selena grabbed 2 suitcases, the 2 largest, pulled them across the attic. The rubber wheels made scuffling noises against the buckled floorboards. Selena shoved the suitcases out of the attic onto the landing of the top step of the stairs. And she dragged the cases down the stairs. Skr thump, skr thump, skr thump of their progress down the stairs made her cringe. At the bottom of the stairs, Selena shoved the suitcases into the hall. She turned and closed the door behind her. She pulled the suitcases down the hall into the bedroom. Selena hadn't allowed herself to sense anything since she left Janice's house. She didn't think she could function if she let herself feel. When Selena left the suitcase on the bed, though, her emotions began, she acknowledged them. She started crying. Stop it, Selena, she chastised herself. When she wiped her tears, she needed to focus. Selena rushed at her bureau and began pulling out her clothes. She tried to think clearly enough to grab only what she really needed. Other than packing and getting out of the house, there's no clear plan in mind. How could she? She wasn't reasoning. She was reacting. Selena finished her bureau and started toward the closet. She had reached the door handle when she heard a thud downstairs. She froze. Holding her breath, Selena listened. When she started breathing again, it was a thud followed by a rustling sound. It wasn't far away. Selena turned and stared at the open bedroom door. Why didn't she close it? Bending her packing job, Selena crossed into the open doorway. She looked down the hallway. It was empty. A single tap from the stairs leading down to the first floor. Selena glanced to the bedroom. Should she ignore the sounds and keep packing? No, no way. If she wasn't here alone, she wanted to know about it. Selena tiptoed toward the stairs. She craned her neck to examine the whole flight. It was empty. Selena looked around. Okay, she'd do this systematically. Starting with the empty bedroom, Selena began her search. She first opened the closet and checked the trunk. It was empty, of course. Selena moved on the bedroom. They intended to turn into a spare room. Now it had a bed, but the bed wasn't made up. They had added any furniture. Selena got down to her knees and looked under the bed. Nothing. She stood and went to the closet. Selena had put the lesser used part of her wardrobe in the closet. She had too many clothes. She knew that, but she loved clothes. She put most of her vintage finds in this closet. Throwing open the closet door, she pushed back on the long dress of the skirts. Nothing was behind them. The only thing down on the floor was a closet with a couple dozen pairs of Selena's shoes, the ones that didn't fit in the master bedroom closet. On the shelf above the clothes, the hat boxes containing the hats she rarely wore were tacked most to the ceiling. Selena left the guest room. She opened the linen closet. It, too, held only what she was supposed to hold. Stacks of towels and sheets and bales of toilet paper and paper towels filled the closet shelves. Selena closed the closet doors. Selena already knew nothing was in her bedroom. She had just been there. She also just checked the attic. She had to go downstairs. Selena walked slowly to the top of the staircase. She listened. 2 clicks and a rattle came from the direction of the kitchen. Selena steeled herself. She stepped lightly as she could go onto the first step. Doing her best to avoid the creaky spots on the stairs, Selena crept down the living room. There she paused. A faint scratching sound came from behind the dining room. She headed that way. They had yet to fill the hunch that had come with the cherry lining room set. Those upper displayed cabinets were empty. Selena hurried over the hutch, opened the bottom cabinets. They were empty too. The dining room was separated from the kitchen by pocket doors. They were tucked away and the doorway was open. Selena stepped through it and surveyed the kitchen. It was deserted. She crossed the pantry. She opened the door and looked at all the shelves of canned and boxed foods and baking supplies in the small kitchen appliances. She felt her tears trying to return. She had so much fun organizing the pantry, but that had been before. The rest came from the living room. It sounded like something had been dragged. Selena grabbed the rolling pin in the nearest pantry shelf. She ran into the living room, the rolling pin cocked over her shoulder. The living room was empty. Selena lowered the rolling pin. Now what? She searched the whole house. She looked up the stairs, thinking about her abandoned packing job. Was she overreacting? Selena walked over to the sofa and sat down. She laid a rolling pin to the next seat next to her. She leaned against the soft sofa and packed up the taupe cream striped throw pillow. She hugged the pillow. Was she being paranoid, or was she about to blow up her marriage? Her very new marriage, for no good reason.
She was just being paranoid. Was she about to blow up her marriage? Her very new marriage, for no good reason?
Selena remembered her brother's wedding day advice. Don't screw it up. Was she screwing it up? Something rustled behind the sofa. Selena grabbed for a rolling pin that she started to turn. So before Selena could get a grip on the rolling pin or see what was behind her, a hand clamped over her mouth. Selena started to kick into overdrive. She tried to scream, but her hand stifled the noise. Selena failed for the rolling pin. Back of her head knocked against it. It rolled off the sofa. It hit the rug in a thunk. Shh, Cade said. Selena twisted her neck so she could look up and behind her. Cade was leaning over the back of the sofa. Had he been hiding behind there? Why? Why was he doing it? Had it been him making all those sounds? Again, why? Selena goggled at her husband. Cade put his finger over his lips, his gaze intense, almost deranged, darted all around the room. Selena stared into a face of the man she loved for over 2 years. It was a face she thought she knew better than her own. And the man that was someone she knew that well, too. She planned to spend her life with him. He was like an extension of her. Now she rarely recognized him. Yes, Cade still had a thick black hair and brows. The green eyes, the sculpted cheeks shadowed his black whiskers as usual. She still had a wide mouth and even white teeth. But all those features now looked distorted somehow. They looked like they'd been infected, tinged by something dark and menacing. Selena tried to reach her head away from Cade's hand. She pulled her tighter against the back of the sofa. Turning her head, she couldn't see him anymore. She felt the pressure of his head against the top of hers. If you upset Lally, Cade whispered, you'll end up in the trunk next. Selena felt the bottom drop out of her stomach. She struggled to suck in air through her nose, which was partly covered by Cade's hard palm. Cade's breath was sour. He even had breath like that before. She smelled his morning breath and his garlic breath and his peanut butter breath, but this was as acrid, as if he was exhaling whatever poison he'd kept hidden inside for many, many years. Promise you won't scream if I take my hand away, Cade whispered. His whisper was so quiet that Selena could barely make out words. His warm, impulsive breath puffed into her ear. Selena nodded several times. Why bother screaming? No one but Cade could hear her anyway. Promise? Cade whispered. Selena nodded again. Cade took his hand away from Selena's mouth. She turned and opened her mouth. Cade made another shushing gesture. She leaned in close to her. Don't speak. You really don't want to upset Lally, Cade whispered. Selena used her very ounce of willpower. She had to keep her expression blank. She didn't move or make a sound. Cade hurried around the sofa and sat down next to Selena. She didn't look at him again. She couldn't. She stared right straight ahead, and she stayed silent. Set her mind, however, Selena was screaming her head off. She was tearing towards the door. She was coming in grips with the only logical conclusion presented by the fact. Her husband was insane. Selena looked toward the entryway. Could she make it in front of the front door before Cade caught her? She glanced at Cade. He cocked his head at her. Then he, too, looked toward the front door. He shook his head slowly, once. He returned to scanning the room. Cade was sitting close enough to Selena that she could feel his heat and muscled thigh against hers. She was so familiar with the solid feel of him, but now the pressure against her own leg felt foreign, invasive. You killed Daniel, didn't you? Selena whispered. She didn't know what she was going to ask the question until it was out of her mouth. She hadn't let herself consciously think about the conclusion she reached when Janice had told her about the boy who had died, but clearly Selena had known. Why else had she raced home to pack? Why else had she planned to leave the man she loved? Cade turned to her, stare, and he shook his head no. He whispered. He shook again. It was Lally. He turned and looked behind him. He craned his neck to look up the stairs. He shook his head a third time. The game was only for two. Prickles of terror cascaded through Selena's nervous system. Her throat closed. She fought to breathe. Somehow enough, she was able to keep her expression tranquil. Selena dropped her gaze, looking at the rolling pin. Her shoulders slumped. The rolling pin had spun over the rug and now hit. It was under the coffee table. Selena could never be able to reach it before Cade reacted. Turning toward Cade, Selena tried to look loving and concerned. Knowing what Lally did must have been terrible for you, she whispered. Cade looked at Selena as if he had no idea what she was talking about. She tamped down with a revolution and touched Cade's forearm. Cade, honey, if Lally's in here, we need to leave. Why don't we leave? Cade frowned. He turned and looked toward the front door. He shook his head. Selena didn't think. She just acted. Sleeping off the sofa, Selena lunged for the brass lamp on the nearest end table. She yanked the cord free of the plug in the floor. Cade started to stand and reach for Selena, but before he could, she gripped the lamp by its neck, crunching his drum straight. When she swung the lamp like a baseball bat, she bashed it base against the side of Cade's head. Cade scattered back and then fell into the coffee table. She hit his temple the table, and he was limp when he slumped to the floor. Selena didn't wait to see if Cade could move. She dropped the lamp and took off. Because Cade's body blocked Selena's path to the front door, she started toward the kitchen. She had taken 2 steps, though, when she saw a hint of white out of the corner of her eye. Selena whipped her gaze towards it, and she did. Cade moaned and shifted. Selena lost her ability to reason. She turned to gallop up the stairs. At the top of the stairs, Selena realized she had been an idiot. She
Should have tried to make it to the back door. Now, though, she was on the second floor. Up there, she had nowhere to get out of the house unless she wanted to leap from the second floor window. She glanced back down the stairs. She heard Cade groan again. No, she couldn't risk going down there again. She looked down the hall. Where could she hide? Scuffling sound came from the living room. Selena ran down the hall. When she reached the guest bedroom door, she dashed into the room. She charged toward the closet, flung it open, and dove into the vial of vintage clothes. She turned and pulled the closet door closed. That might have not been the best hiding place in the world, but familiarity of Selena's things gave her comfort. She could draw and let comfort and help her think about her next step. Right now, she didn't know what to do next. She knew she couldn't hide in here forever, of course. The house wasn't that big. If Cade searched for her, he'd eventually find her. Maybe before then, though, she'd come up with a plan. Selena crouched behind the old dresses. Her breathing was so loud that the cramped darkness sounded like she was sharing space with a pack of panting dogs. Selena gulped air for several seconds. She had so quiet down there she couldn't listen for Cade if all she could hear were his bellowing inhalations. Selena pulled herself into a tight little ball. She stared into the darkness pressing in around her. Although a tight trickle of light reached into the closet, and from under the door it was only enough to give the clothes that shielded Selena a ghostly presence. Selena started a dim floating shape and tried to steady her breathing. Selena was starting to get control of herself when the clothing draped around her swished, and then a whisper came out of the darkness. The whisper's message, short, was filled with meaning. Hi. Selena screamed louder than she ever screamed in her life. Cade's conscience swam in the blackness. His thoughts were blanketed by murk. Though his mental nothingness, however, sound reached him, she heard the echo of piercing screams. Then the curtain of oblivion muffled his hearing too. He was aware of nothing at all. Cade lifted his head. He groaned. He felt like a construction crew was pounding nails into the side of his skull. Putting a hand to his head, Cade winced. He felt not near his temple. Trying to sit up, Cade blinked to focus. The room spun. He was suddenly nauseous. He stopped moving and just sat back to his sofa. Cade tried a coherent thought. His mind felt sluggish, mushy. What was he doing on the floor? Cade tried to remember. Selena! Cade struggled to his feet. The room spun again, but he managed to stay upright. How long had he been out? He looked at his watch. Too long. The fog in the brain cleared abruptly. Selena! Cade called out. Cade's chest constricted. He tore out of the living room. Selena, racing through the dining room, Cade burst into the kitchen. He sprinted upward to the pantry and flung the door open. It was empty. Going out of the kitchen, Cade hurried down the hall towards Selena's office. He looked into the room, and he didn't see her. He ran to the half-bath. She wasn't there either. Cade returned to the living room. She checked the coat closet. He found nothing but coats and boots. Cade pelted towards the stairs. He took steps 2 at a time. It was up the stairs hallway in seconds. He rushed down the hall, throwing open the doors as he went. He looked into the bathroom in his bedroom. He checked the master closet. Cade dashed back into the hallway. He started toward the guest room. Then he stopped. No, he whispered. Cade turned and looked toward the closed door of the third bedroom. The door was just a door, but it suddenly seemed to pulse with a rhythm that matched Cade's rapid heart rate. Cade took a step toward the door. He wavered and steadied himself. He took another step. Finally, he forced himself to move normally again. He ran to the door. Cade's hand slipped the knob as he tried to grasp it. His arms were sweating. He wiped them from his khakis and grabbed the knob again. He turned it. Cade charged the empty room, not bothering to look around. Cade sped directly to the closet. Throwing the door open, he tossed aside the blankets and piled to the trunk. He dropped his knees in front of it. Cade gripped the trunk's lid. Taking a deep breath, Cade opened the trunk. No, Cade cried out. Cade felt his face contort in horror. Tears filled his eyes. He clamped his hand over his mouth and he couldn't be sick. He waited to look away at the grisly contents of the trunk, but he couldn't. As he continued to stare into the trunk, Cade's shoulders convulsed. His chest heaved. Finally, he couldn't look any longer. He fell back. He dropped his head into his hands. Cade's head whipped up, though, when a whisper came from above the trunk. It came from the empty shelf above the hanging rod of the closet. The whisper contained 5 familiar words. The game is only for 2. He hissed. The words drifted down Cade like a spray of toxic mist. They engulfed him and they left him in silence. Cade reached the top of the staircase leading to the attic of the house. He set down the stack of 3 boxes. He lugged up the stairs. He looked across the attic at his beautiful fiancée. How could he have gotten so lucky? He hit the jackpot again. Debbie was gorgeous, blonde, blue-eyed, petite, his sweet and stunning. Debbie was any man's dream. For Cade, she was a reality. Hey, babe, Debbie said. This is the coolest, isn't it? I've never had an attic before. Cade smiled. She loved Debbie's enthusiasm for life. Above him, rain pattered on the attic roof. The gentle tapping was soothing. So was the dark cloud sky that hung low over the house of gray shawl. Cade and Debbie were moving into their new home, a big old Victorian on the outskirts of the city. They got out of the house for a song because it needed a lot of work, but Cade didn't mind. He liked the fixer-upper. Cade walked over to Debbie and wrapped his arms around her slight shoulders. Yes, it's the coolest, like you. Debbie laughed. She tilted her head back and kissed the dimple on Cade's chin. Stepping out of the embrace, she looked around the room. I can't wait to finish the attic, Debbie said. It'll make an incredible art studio. She crossed this big octagonal window in the east end of the attic. She threw her arms out and then spun in a circle. When the sun's out, the window is going to let in some amazing light. It's an incredible art studio for the incredible artists, Kate said. Debbie laughed. She turned to Kate. You're the one who's incredible. Head programmer for the biggest tech company in the state. Hard to beat that. Kate gave Debbie an aw shucks look, and he didn't disagree. His new job was going to be great. He still couldn't believe he landed it. He couldn't wait to start it. He had to move away from his mom to take the job, but she didn't been upset about that. Janice had assured him she'd be fine. It was sweet of you to move back to be close to me, sweetie, she said. And I love hearing you nearby, but now I think you need to move on, and I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself. Debbie stepped away from Kate and stared into the boxes around. She set one box up on a stack of two. Then she cocked her head and looked behind the stack. Hey, I've never seen this trunk before, Debbie said. What's this old thing? Kate crossed and Debbie put his arm around her narrow waist. Oh, he said, it's just some childhood baggage. Kate steered Debbie toward the attic door. I'm ready for a break, babe, aren't you? Let's go down and have some lemonade the new neighbor left for us. What was her name? Something old-fashioned, Debbie smiled. Winfred. Oh, that's it, Kate said. Kate ushered Debbie out of the attic and turned back to flip the light, hesitating half listening to Debbie chatter about the aunt who had an old-fashioned name of Octavia. Kate looked at the trunk. The battered old chest seemed to appear back at the gate as he gazed at it. Kate turned off the light. He closed the attic door. Thunder rumbled as the sky darkened even more. The attic was swathed in somber shadows. Nothing but blackness could be seen in the vast space, until two small pinpoints of light peeked up over the top of the old trunk. It was unreal. Maya looked up and caught her reflection in a neon-bounded, mirror-tiled ceiling. Her eyes glowed red in the blazing light. For an instant, Maya shivered. The weird radiance in her eyes made her look like one of the undead from the zombie movie. Maya shook herself and then quickly shifted her gaze. Didn't I tell you? Jackson shouted and heard above the blaring 80s rock music that pulsed around him. He brushed back his locks, took a huge bite of pizza, and looked from Maya to the strawberry blonde friend, Noelle, who was gazing in awe at the bright yellow roller coaster track that wove in and out of the luminescent climbing tubes entwined with like snakes throughout the vast expanse beyond the dining area. Noelle, her freckles standing out of the bright lights, reached for her soda. I have to admit, I thought Mega Pizzaplex was more hype than reality, but this is pretty cool. She sucked through her straw and popped to the music's beat. Her ponytail swung back and forth. Pretty cool. Jackson dropped his half-eaten pizza slice. This is beyond cool. I can't wait to try a VR booth. AR booth first, Jax, Maya said. She looked past the string of zipping go-karts and focused on a glass enclosure near the pizza-themed Tilt-A-Whirl. Every pot in the ride was shaped like a pizza topping. The large bubble-like booth was the whole reason she wanted to come here tonight. Jackson rolled his eyes. Yeah, birthday girl. It's all about you. He flashed a signature mischievous grin and nudged Noelle, who gave Maya a goofy look. Maya struck an exaggerated glam pose and checked herself in the overhead mirror again, and the psychedelic lights flashing around them. Her long black hair looked like an oil slick reflecting the kaleidoscope. With her head tilted, her eyes no longer appeared red. They were their normal dark brown. She thought that between her dark skin and full features, her red dress, and the red rose tucked behind her ear, she looked a little like a flamenco dancer. May returned her attention to her friends. She threw a ball of napkin at him. Just because I got to 16 before you two losers is no reason to hate on me. They all laughed. Maya noticed that the bark of her laughter barely made a dent in the clamor around them. The music, loud as it was, competed with so many sounds that it was hard to distinguish them all. Maya could, however, make out the clatter of the roller coaster and the tracks, the hum of the go-karts, the tiny music and pings and bleeps of the arcade games, and buzzing sounds of laser tag. And overlaying it all, the sounds of happy screams and shout and chatter. Maya's sister, Alina, would hate this place. Maya thought affectionately. Alina liked things quiet and peaceful. Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex was the exact opposite of quiet and peaceful. Alina would have hated the bright-colored chaos in the Pizzaplex too, whereas Maya loved vibrant jewel tones. Her sister was all about white and gray and pastels. Maya looked down at her blood-red dress, then shifted her gaze to Jackson's bright orange shirt and Noelle's hot pink blouse. She glanced around. Even her bright clothes were lost in the rainbow-scape of the Pizzaplex. Maya and her friends were squeezed into a corner booth in the main dining area. The room was huge, but it was so stuffed with shiny red laminate-topped tables and chrome black chairs that it seemed smaller than it was, especially because every table was filled with various families, kids, and teens chowing down on pizza. Service clad in red
Freddy Fazbear uniform shirts with multicolored glow necklaces looped around their necks could barely squeeze through the aisles as they rushed for the room serving pizzas and drinks. The swinging doors to the kitchen on the far side of the room were in almost constant motion. Everywhere Maya looked, brilliant color and sparkling light beamed and blinked and shimmered. It seemed like everything in the Pizzaplex was spectacularly illuminated. LED lights were everywhere. They formed frames around all the tabletops and the flashy Freddy-themed posters on the walls, and outlined the squares of the black and white checkered floor. Anything not wrapped and highlighted in LEDs was brightened by neon. Glowing archways formed the entrance of the dining area and every other entertainment venue in the Pizzaplex. Alternating with the LED-wrapped Freddy-themed posters, neon art in the shape of Freddy characters and pizza wedges blazed bright in reds, blues, greens, yellows, pinks, purples, and oranges. The mirrored ceiling caught all his light and refracted it, sending prisms of color everywhere. Outside the main dining area, in the center of the Pizzaplex's domed roof, a black lit pizza motif stained glass cupola in the center of the round mall's ceiling beamed streams even more color down over the constant movement below. Maya thought the effect was like a ballet of every tint she'd ever seen. The whole place seemed to flare and flicker with a constant motion of dazzling bright hues. You know, 16 is just construct, right? Jackson shouted. Maya, noticing Noel's darkening expression, poked Jackson. Are you done eating yet? I want to head over to the AR unit. Jackson glanced at his empty plate. He looked surprised to find it pizzaless. Noel exhaled, blowing out her upset. She cocked her head and pointed at Jackson. Pizza is a construct, you know, Noel said. It only exists in your mind. Jackson grinned. Touche, girl. He offered Noel his fist, and she, having apparently forgiven him for insensitivity, bumped his fist with hers before she stood. Maya, Jackson, and Noel linked arms as they left a VR booth and stepped into the throngs rushing from one entertainment venue to the next. Noel squealed when she bumped into an employee wearing a Montgomery Gator costume. A phosphorescent green gator mascot patted Noel in the head and moved on. Roxanne Wolf is a great character, Jackson gushed. Did you see? Maya tugged on his arm. Yeah, we saw. Hey, I let you drag me into a VR booth, and now it's my turn. Come on, the AR booth is this way. Jackson resisted her. He pointed at a line twisting toward the entrance to the roller coaster. I want to go on the Fast Freddy, Jackson said. It's supposed to have all the latest roller coaster high tech. Jackson pulled a brochure from his pocket. It says here that each car has a touchpad, and you can pick your own music. 5 genres to choose from. There are 28 LED lights programmed to change color throughout the ride. Jackson pointed at the last long lines. And see? It has a moving loading platform. It never comes to a complete stop. He waved the brochure. And it has cameras, some on board and some on the track. Laser triggers, timing devices, and computers record the images and create a video that's synced to whatever music you pick. The video is downloaded and sent to that kiosk. Jackson pointed at the small hut-like structure that was covering the strobe lights. It's all done under a minute, so you can get the ultimate souvenir to go. Now that you would be a great birthday present, don't you think, Maya? Jackson inhaled deeply to refill his lungs. Roller coaster cars careened past overhead. Maya felt a rush of air brush against her face. The screams of the coaster rider hurt her ears. She shook her head. Later. AR booth first. Jackson hung his head. Then he bowed elaborately. Whatever thou sayest, milady. Maya laughed. Jackson's southern accent destroyed his attempt at Old English. Come on, he urged her friends. Noel and Jackson followed Maya's lead. She shoved them away in the roller coaster entrance and on the paths of the giant swinging bumper cars. At first, Maya hadn't been into the idea of celebrating her birthday at Freddy's Pizzaplex. When Jason had shown her the advertisement for the place, she thought they were so over the top that they were lame. She had to admit that Fazbear Entertainment knew how to make money. Before the Pizzaplex's big opening, the company sold thousands of mini hologram projectors at super discounted prices, and the first thing the projector display of the holographic Glamrock Freddy doing his spiel. Hey kids, you want pizza? Well, Fazbear Entertainment has spared no expense developing the world's most extreme family fun center, Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex. At 3 stories tall, it is the flashiest, raddest, rockingest, safest pizzeria in the universe has ever seen. Of course, Freddy and the band are excited to meet you. Utilizing the latest animatronic technology, you can actually party with the stars themselves. So come on, next birthday, let Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex make you a superstar. It's the perfect place to celebrate your sweet 16, Jason had said. Maya had resisted Jason's pitch. Even then, he listed all the entertainment possibilities. Of course they have the stage for animatronics performances, and they had the arcade and laser tag, he told her. But they also have a theater, giant swings and slides and climbing tubes and rides, including a dope roller coaster and bumper cars and state-of-the-art electronic-powered go-karts and a sweet carousel. Oh, and carnival games. Maybe I can win you a plush Freddy. Be still my beating heart, Maya had replied. When Maya had kept shaking her head, Jackson had talked even faster. They also have sick VR booths and role-play venues. Oh, and they have an AR unit especially for birthdays. It's a perimeter attraction because Freddy's always put the emphasis on celebrating birthdays. I know what VR is, but what's AR? Maya asked despite herself. Jackson's eye had lit up. He loved explaining things. AR stands for augmented reality. It's a way of crossing the real world and the virtual world. Basically, objects in the real world are enhanced by computer-generated perceptions. The one in the Pizza Plex is supposed to be a really awesome one. It used all sorts of sensory modalities. Visual, auditory, somosensory, olfactory, and even haptic. Haptic, Maya had a question? Haptic means to grab onto something. Basically, the AR unit at the Pizza Plex lets you reach out and grasp things that aren't really there. AR basically plays with reality. The tech can be both constructive and destructive, meaning that it adds things into a physical world or subtract things. Whereas VR completely replaces reality with simulated one. AR is a mix of real and virtual. The AR unit of the Pizza Plex is called The World Celebrates You. It gives you the illusion that everyone in the Pizza Plex is taking part in celebrating you. Basically, it's like having a massive birthday shindig without all the money and the trouble. It's the ultimate way to spend a birthday. This was what convinced Maya to go for Jackson's idea. Even though she knew her family and her older friends would celebrate her birthday, she knew it wasn't going to be a huge deal. Her family didn't have the money for a shindig like she wanted. It sounded pretty neat to have a whole Pizza Plex full of people partying with Maya on her birthday. So here they were, and she wanted to get her party started. Maya and her friends had been to the Pizza Plex before a few hours already. They had wandered at first, and then they eaten at Jackson's insistence. And then they got into the VR area, again at Jackson's insistence. During this time, Maya had gotten pretty good sense of the place. The Pizza Plex was set up in a circle. In the center of the circle, ramps led down the blacklight enclosure created for little kids. The cave-like area was filled with glowing climbing bars, slides, and foam building blocks. All this was set around a glitter ball pit. Padded benches for watchful parents surrounded the area. Above the subterranean area, Grandy's two-story theater rotunda erupted like a fairy tale castle under a stained glass cupola. The rest of the entertainment venues and shops, of course stores in the Pizza Plex, carry Freddy-themed clothing, costumes, souvenirs, and toys. Ring the Pizza Plex. Even between these venues and the theater, a go-kart track crisscrossed over and under the walkways that led from one part of the Pizza Plex to the other. Several VR booths were placed along the walkways, and above everything, the roller coaster tracks intertwined with the climbing tubes. The two systems looked like a serpentine modern art installation, or a hovering serpent waiting to devour all the people bustling about beneath it. Maya dragged her friends through the crowd, yanking on Jackson as he tried to veer toward the role-play area. Her gaze was set on the prize, the AR unit. It was only a few yards away, and it was closed, Maya exclaimed. Maya stopped abruptly as Jackson ran into her. Noel plowed into Jackson. The two grunted and glared at Maya. Then they looked in the direction of their gaze. The AR unit looked like a giant snow globe, only without the snow. Its base was bright red and the inside the clear. Thick glass, and a throne-like gold upholstered chair that sat in the center of the clear bubble. Flashing neon sign blinked above the spectral glass. The world celebrates you. Neon stars and streamers surround the words. Unfortunately, another sign was attached to the bright yellow tape, similar to the crime scene tape, stretching across the entrance of the AR unit. The sign read, "Closed under construction." Under construction, Maya snapped. How can they make a big deal about a premier attraction and not even finish it before they open? It's false advertising. Maya turned to scowl at Jackson. You said I'd get my big party. Jackson usually animated expression was slack as looked at the closed AR unit. His shoulders slumped. I'm sorry, Maya. I didn't know. Noel hugged Maya. Come on, it's not that big of a deal, is it? You got us, and she swept her arm out. Word to indicate all the commotion in the Pizza Plex. It's not like there's nothing to do. Maya blinked away tears that had come out of nowhere. She felt like a small brat for being upset, but she didn't want to cry in front of her friends. But she also disappointed. She really looked forward to using the AR. Maya lowered the close sign, then set her jaw and took a deep breath. She looked around. No one was paying her any attention to her and her friends. She made up her mind. She rushed forward and ducked under the yellow tape. Noel gasped, Maya, you can't go in there. Maya stepped over the threshold and looking back at Noel and Jackson. Looks like I can. Are you coming? Noel shook her head. She glanced over her shoulder and looked up. Maya followed Noel's gaze. A huge mirror curved enclosure loomed above the large area marked employees only. The space looked big enough to house all the behind-the-scenes offices and machinery that must have been gone into operating sometimes as elaborate as the Pizza Plex.
It was clear the mirrors were two-way, and the elevator enclosure was where security kept an eye on the pizzaplex. Obviously aided by the dozens of CCTV cameras Maya had noticed everywhere, she and her friends had been. Maya was sure a bunch of self-important, low-paid employees were playing Big Brother up here. Yeah, they could be watching, but she didn't care. They can come and drag me out if they want, Maya said. I'm going in. Come with me, or don't. Noelle and Jackson exchanged a look. Jackson shrugged. What's the worst they can do? Throw us out? He looked longingly at the roller coaster, then shrugged again. We can always go home and work on our science projects. Noelle blew a raspberry, as if. Maya turned her back on the friends and entered the air booth. She only had a few feet into it before she heard Jackson and Noelle rush behind her. This is cool, Jackson circled the chair and then bent over and examined it. There's a processor under here. He gestured at the glass surrounding them. The glass will be on display that adds what you can see through the dome now. He reached down and picked up the woven-looking headband that had been lying, almost hidden on the chair seat. This looks like a sensory device, see? He held up the headband and indicated a lattice of nodes inside of it. I think this is all augmented your senses to make your experience feel real in every way. I think the way it works is... Whatever, Maya said. She darted to the chair and grabbed the headband. The security had seen them enter the air booth. She didn't have much time. She took the seat. Maya slipped on the headband. She looked around and nothing had changed. Now, how do you turn it on? Maya asked. Jason bent down and fiddled with something. Suddenly, the glass walls of the air booth disappeared. Maya could see it directly out of the huge expanse of the pizzaplex, and it was filled with birthday balloons, streamers, and piles of birthday presents. It was also filled with hundreds of people blowing noisemakers and cheering. It was everything in the pizzaplex that stopped to focus on Maya. All the adults and kids in the walkway turned to look at her. All the people in the dining room were gazing her way, her glasses raised. The rides were still in motion, but all the people on them were craning their necks to see Maya zip past and spun around. Patrons and employees alike were smiling toward Maya, as if she was the most important person on the planet. Surprised, they all shouted in unison. Maya felt a thrill of importance as she gazed out at her crowd. Then she teared up again, and she spotted her family. They were all there, her parents and Alina, her Aunt Sophia and her Uncle Raphael, her Aunt Luciana, and her Uncle Peter. She saw all her cousins, even her favorite little Axel. She saw her neighbors, the Davis twins, were jumping up and down waving at Maya. And the Thompsons, 3 kids, held a big happy birthday banner. Even old Mr. and Mrs. Lambert, the grumpy couple who lived across the street from Maya's home, were in the crowd. Mr. Lambert held up a plate of her award-winning coffee cake, grand prize winner at the county fair for 25 years straight, dear. Maya's love of coffee cake was what endeared her to the otherwise curmudgeonly couple. Maya saw her favorite teacher, Mrs. Carpenter, and her minister, Master Ben. She saw members of her choir and her classmates from school. Everyone was wearing party hats. Everyone looked like Maya's birthday, and it was the happiest day of their lives. As Maya strained to try to pick out all the people she knew, the crowd parted, and Glymark Cheeker, her bright pink dress shining under the bright lights, skipped into view, heading towards Maya. She pushed a big cart. The cart held a massive 6-tiered birthday cake, frosted in creamy icing and decorated with red candy roses. Maya's favorite flower, 16 huge candles flickering atop the cake. Maya realized she was smiling so widely that her cheeks were starting to hurt, but she smiled even wider when Freddie Band started a boisterous rock version of Happy Birthday, and everyone started singing along. Maya reached out and grabbed Jackson and Noah's hand. See? It wasn't offline after all. Happy birthday, Maya. Noah shrugged Maya and stepped back into Jackson could follow suit. Maya smiled at the cherry scent of Noel's shampoo and smelled Jackson's pizza breath. She understood what the scene in front of her wasn't real. The pizzaplex could have suddenly transformed into a birthday party of her dreams. All the people she knew didn't just beam magically, and the ones she didn't know were, of course, weren't interrupting their fun to make a big deal of the total stranger, but it felt real. The familiar smells of friends anchored her to what was really real. The combination of real and not real was heady. It spun Maya out of herself into a fantasy of frolic and laughter. At first, it felt like Maya was watching a celebration around her, but as it continued, she was no longer an observer. She was drawn into the party, but just as she would if it was real. After Freddie's band finished the happy birthday, everyone started chanting, "Make a wish, make a wish." Maya grinned and imagined having this moment last forever. Then she blew out her candles. The smoke spiraled upwards as everyone cheered. Maya laughed in delight. Freddie's band started playing one of Maya's favorite rock songs. Jackson grabbed Maya's hand and he spun her into the crowd, then backed up and formed a circle around the makeshift dance floor in the center of the walkway. Jackson and Maya weren't a couple.
She thought of him more as a brother than a friend, but the two of them had always danced well together. Jackson had some serious moves, and Maya was naturally graceful. As they started popping to the staccato beat of the song, they slid into a series of intricate steps that they had never practiced but had to have looked choreographed into their audience. Maya felt like dancing queen as Jackson whirled her and dipped her and even flipped her over his shoulder. When the song ended, the crowd went wild, and the more couples filled the open space as the new song began. They danced and danced and danced. Maya didn't know how much time had passed when Jackson, sweaty and grinning like a maniac, led her through the crowd to the cake. There, Glamrock Chica handed Maya a gleaming knife, which might have looked scary in other setting, but Maya cut into the second tier of the gorgeous cake. She got the first piece, and she nearly fainted in bliss when her teeth sank into the moist pistachio and buttercream flavored confection, her favorite flavors. Several employees rushed out to help hand out cake. They all hugged or high-fived Maya as they passed her. She didn't know any of them, but they all acted like they'd been longtime friends. The music was still blasting, and crowd was still laughing and dancing and chattering. Maya felt like a little bouncing beach ball as she passed from one group of revelers to the next. She was hugged over and over. She received kisses and pats and love yous from all her relatives. Her favorite kiss was from sweet little Axel. The lip smack was wet and sticky from the smear and frosting on his mouth. Time continued to expand and compress in an odd and disorienting way, as Maya suddenly found herself seated near a massive pile of brightly wrapped presents. Her mom, after whispering that Maya's special present from her grandparents would come later as usual, began handing Maya the presents, and she opened them one by one. Most of the presents were wrapped in floral-themed paper. Everyone knew how much she loved flowers. All of the gifts inside the festive packages were things she loved. She received vibrantly colored clothes, stacks of romance novels and books on gardening, sheet music and CDs of her favorite music, makeup and jewelry, stuffed teddy bears, posters and print flowers and cute kittens, scented lotions and soaps and candles, a portable keyboard, a new guitar, and finally, a new laptop and a camera. These were to help her photograph and catalog the flowers she grew, her mom said. The gift opening seemed endless. Maya actually started feeling guilty. She was sure that watching her open present had been boring for everyone else. Whenever she looked up at the people surrounding her, though, they appeared to be enjoying themselves. They were totally attentive. Maya couldn't imagine a more perfect birthday celebration. She wanted it to last forever. Maya, Jackson, and Noel ducked under the tape and looked out at the boisterous group of kids' family enjoying the pizza plex. I can't believe this looked like my birthday party a few seconds ago, Maya said. I told you it'd be great, Jackson beamed as if he designed the AR unit himself. Maya leaned into him. Yes, you did, and you were right. I can't believe we didn't get thrown out of there, Noel said, looking up the security booth. Maya followed Noel's gaze. She frowned. Noel had a point. Surely they had cameras in the AR unit. Someone must have seen them. Maya shrugged. Whatever, I'm just glad I got my big party. Now can we go on the roller coaster, Jackson said. Maya laughed. Yes, let's go on the roller coaster. The friends linked arms again and they headed for the roller coaster line. As they made their way through the crush of happy people, Maya felt like this was more floating than walking. Her virtual or augmented or whatever birthday party was the best birthday celebration she ever had. It wasn't that she didn't appreciate the birthday picnics her family usually organized for her. The potluck affairs were always held in their yard, always, including the basic sheet cake and cheap piñata, but she wanted the kind of party she had in the AR unit. Now she had one. She was a happy girl. I admit that the coaster was flashy looking, Noel said when they queued up for the ride, but I don't see how a 3-story roller coaster can be much fun. It won't get high enough. She gazed up at the roller coaster's apex. It's not like the height makes it thrilling, Jackson said. It's the speed and the loop-de-loops and the other things. What other things, may I ask? You'll see, Jackson said in ominous tones. Mwahaha. Noel rolled her eyes. It can't be that scary, but it was. May and her friends didn't have to wait long before they were the next ones in line for one of the yellow and red striped cars. Coming forward the continuously moving area, the cars were big enough for 3 people and they didn't mind a tight fit. So May and Noel followed Jackson in one of the cars. They pulled the safety bars tightly over the chest and instructed that as soon as the bars clicked into place, the car disappeared into a dark tunnel. Rock and roll, right? Jackson shouted as he reached for the touchpad in front of them. The pad was the only thing lit up in the blackness. Always, Noel said. Throbbing bass notes ushered in screaming guitar riff, and the car picked up speed as it accelerated into a turn. A giant pirate fox suddenly loomed out in front of them, raising a gleaming hook. The fox swiped the sharp steel at their heads, and the car jerked to the left. Maya and Noel screamed. Jackson whooped. The car swung around the tight loop, then shot upward and flipped over, whipping them upside down into another U-turn before suddenly flipping them back over and climbing. From that point on, the ride was a blur for Maya. Every few seconds seemed like another Freddy's character lit up blatantly and larger than life, appeared out of nowhere and scared them silly. After the third jump scare of sharp animatronic teeth spreading toward her face, Maya closed her eyes. From that point, the ride was a mayhem of motion and sound of light flashing behind her eyelids. Thankfully, it was over seemingly fast as it started. When the car slowed, the safety bars released, and Jackson jumped out of the car, Noel clambering after him. Maya brought up the rear, staggering. She was sure had stolen some of her bones. Her legs felt like jellyfish tentacles. "Wasn't that the boss?" Jackson shouted as he grabbed Maya and Noah's hand. "Let's go get our videos." He pulled them toward their little kiosk near the coaster's exit area. A couple minutes later, they had their custom videos. Maya wasn't sure she'd ever look at hers. She didn't want to see a closed-eyed version of herself being terrified at 100 miles per hour, or however fast they'd been going. Jackson had kept smiling at the speeds during the ride, but Maya had ignored them. "Now what?" Jackson asked. Maya shook her head. "Your choice, Jax. She come here tonight for the AR birthday party." And she got in that she didn't really care what they did now. It was 10 when Maya pushed open the back door to her family's small, bright kitchen. She hung her keys on a peg in a tortoise retro fridge. Her parents as she expected them to be, were sitting at the multicolored tile-topped table, sipping hot cocoa, hot chocolate, and playing a game of cards. It was their sometimes free bedtime routine, and Maya suspected it was a good excuse for them to wait up with their teenage daughter to get home. Maya's mom drew a card and smiled at Maya. "Have fun, sweetie?" Maya grinned. "It was great, but even better than Jackson said it would be. You won't believe everything they have there." Maya stopped. She had been about to tell them about the AR unit, but to do that, she would have to tell them about the dream party with everyone she ever wanted a birthday party. She didn't want them to think she didn't appreciate the parties they had for her. "Did you go on the roller coaster?" Maya's dad asked. "I read about it. I bet it was pretty cool." Maya laughed. "You sound like Jackson." He couldn't stop talking about it. Maya held up a videotape she got at the kiosk. "Here's a video of our ride." You could see me screaming and closing my eyes as tight as I could get them closed. Maya's mother shook her head. "Oh, that sounds like fun." Her words were just dripping with sarcasm. Maya went to her mom and gave her a hug. Laying her cheeks against the top of her mom's head, she closed her eyes, soaked in the smooth softness of her mom's short black curls, peppered with gray. Her mom smelled like jasmine, as always. Maya straightened, then stepped around the table and bent over to give her dad a quick hug. The top of his head wasn't soft. She kept his thinning hair as a buzz cut, which felt like a big burr against Maya's chin. But she didn't care. She loved her dad, and the way he always smelled like ink and toner. Maya let go of her dad and turned to the gas stove, like a fridge. It, too, was turquoise and started to look like a holdover from the 50s. She knew there'd be enough hot chocolate for her left in the pan. She poured it into a mug and joined her parents at the table. She took a sip of the rich chocolate. "Deal me in next round." "Absolutely," said Dad. Maya smiled as she watched her parents finish out their hand for the 1000th time. She watched about how lucky she was to have such great parents. Her mom, dark and petite and pretty, was a great school teacher, but she always had plenty of time to take care of her family. Maya's dad was plain-faced, creased with smile lines around his eyes and mouth, ran an office supply in the print shop. He worked long hours, but he somehow always made Maya and Lena feel like they were center of the world. He spent time with them every day. As her parents finished her hand and her dad dealt out the cards of her new hand, Maya thought again about the AR unit party. She wasn't sure why it had been so important to have an experience of being a focus of everyone's attention. It wasn't like she was neglected. Maybe it was her parents that were so laid back and nothing ever felt like a huge deal. Sometimes Maya wanted things to be exciting instead of just happy. Maya picked up her cards. For now, though, breathing in an aroma of chocolate in the mug in front of her, gazing at the parents' content faces, she was okay with happy. After a half hour or so of cards, Maya kissed her parents, said goodnight, and headed down the narrow hallway to the bathroom. She took her time in the hall, pausing to gaze at the dozens of framed family photographs that covered the walls. Of course, the photos had been there for years, but the party had reminded Maya of all the people who loved her. She wanted to linger over the images for a few seconds before brushing her teeth. When Maya finally got to her room, she didn't even bother to change into pajamas. She was suddenly wiped out. She just fell back under a twin bed. She hit the mattress in such a big whomp that the belt frame scooted along the wood floor. Lena sat up the other twin bed stuffed into the small room. "What?"
in the muted yellow glow of the doomed nightlight. Maya could see Lena's face was crumpled and her curly black hair was in a tangle. "Sorry, Elle," Maya said. "It's just me. Time is it?" Lena rubbed her big brown eyes, ones that just looked like Maya's. Late, Maya hopped off her bed and moved to Lena's bed. "Scoot over." Lena grumbled, but she scooted. Maya cuddled next to her sister and wrapped her in a big hug. Maya savored the soft warmth of her sister's flannel-clad shoulders as she looked around her small bedroom, containing just 2 beds and 1 nightstand along with one dresser and a table that served as a desk for both of them. The room had been Maya and Lena's room domain for their whole lives. Maya remembered when the room had been painted pink and bedspreads had been white and frilly. Now half the room was painted Maya's favorite color, red, and half the room was painted gray. Maya's bedspread was a rose design, Lena's was pale blue. Maya had thought about all the presents she received at her big birthday party. She smiled. It was a good thing they hadn't been real. How would she have fit all that stuff into this tiny room? Too bad the AR couldn't have conjured up a big house for her and her family. That would just be silly. Maya loved this compact house.
It was filled with happy memories. How could a new, big house compete with that? "What's going on?" Lena asked. Maya laughed. "It's my birthday, that's what." Lena squinted at the glowing blue numbers on her clock radio, which sat on her shared nightstand. "Not for another 42 minutes and 15 seconds. Maya laughed again and squeezed her precise sister. "Close enough. Besides, I already had my big party." Lena frowned. "But I wasn't there." "Yes, you were. Everyone was. It was the best party ever." Elena wrinkled her broad nose and made her face at Maya. She wrinkled free of Maya's embrace. "You're weird. You're weird." Elena rolled her eyes and flopped back onto bed. "Get out of my bed. I need my brain sleep." Maya smiled. Maya's mother was always telling her girls they needed their beauty sleep, but cerebral, not concerned with beauty, but Lena took issue with that. She said she got brain sleep that helped her be smarter. Whereas Maya had gotten looks, Elena had gotten brains. Elena might have been shorter and plainer than Maya, but what she lacked in beauty, she made up in smarts and confidence. Elena was a year behind Maya in age. She was years ahead of Maya in education and accomplishments. Maya was content to be a teenager. Elena was in a hurry to be an adult. She was a math whiz, and the following year she was going to be enrolled in a local college. Maya wasn't envious at all about Elena's brilliance. In fact, Maya was super proud of Elena. Maya was content to be Maya, and she celebrated Elena's Elena-ness. It had been, however, incredibly nice of the center of attention at her Pizzaplex birthday party. Maya hadn't usually get to shine like that. It was an experience she never going to forget. The next day, Maya's family threw her the usual birthday party on the porch in the grass in front of their house. Because of the home's front yard was small, the party was spilled into the street and into the neighboring yards. Even though decorations were minimal, the giant oaks and weeping willows of the sheltered and the small houses in the neighborhood provided all the beauty Maya could have asked for. Maya's birthday was in May, apparently inspiration for her name, and it was always warm this time of year. As usual, iridescent hummingbirds and fluttering yellow monarch butterflies were floating around in the flower beds at the base of the porch rails in front of the Maya's house. They were net better than balloons. This year, besides the customary simple happy birthday banner strung across the front of the house, the decor also included a Sweet 16 sign Maya's youngest cousins had made. The big cardboard sign was lettered with crayons and decorated with glitter and childlike drawings of red roses. The piñata was a usual vaguely shaped horse from Maya didn't even like horses, and the cake was a big flat chocolate one with a slanted "Happy Birthday, Maya" written in store-bought tubed icing. The celebration couldn't have been more different from the one at the Pizzaplex. The only similarity was the presence of all Maya's family and friends, and Mrs. Lambert offering her award-winning coffee cake. The cake was actually welcome. Maya preferred the apple and crumb top cake than the chocolate one her family had for her. "Thanks for coming, Mr. and Mrs. Lambert," Maya said when she went to sit with them. They brought her their own folding chairs and had set themselves up under a gnarly oak near the street. They watched the party as if it was a war instead of a celebration. Deep frowns etched between their brows. "Humph," Mr. Lambert said predictably. "I hope you enjoyed my award-winning coffee cake," Miss Lambert said. "It's as delicious as always," Miss Maya told her. She wanted to hug the old lady, but Miss Lambert's erect posture and stiff shoulders were good as a keep-away sign. Maya left the Lamberts and headed back toward the porch. As she crossed the yard, she rubbed her temples. This morning when she'd gotten up, her forehead had hurt, right where a couple of the AR headband's nodes had touched her skin. She figured the headband had just irritated her skin, but the pain felt more like a mild headache now. "Hey, birthday girl," Noelle called out. Maya forgot about her headache and joined her friends. After the birthday cake had been cut, Maya and the other kids and teens took turns swatting the piñata. As always, the Davis twins, toe-headed Weasley and Wendy, swinging in unison, were the ones who cracked the papier-mâché open. When they fought each other for the first grab of the candy, everyone else hung back. The tall and namely 13-year-old competitions were infamous. It was best not to get in their way. Though this party did not have a small table of gifts, the present opening wasn't the focal point of the affair. Maya's mom always emphasized that gifts were optional. Presents is more important than presents. Her invitations always said she knew the people in Maya's neighborhood and her school weren't well off. The custom at Maya's family's parties was for the birthday celebrant to open a present here and there. If a person who's giving the gift wanted to see it open, as usual, the most eager Maya gift givers were the Thompson kids. Donnie, 10, Parker, 6, and Aurora, 5. Were Maya's 3 favorite kids, after her cousins, of course. She was a frequent babysitter because of her parents. Still pretty young because they married when they were 18 and had Donnie a few months later, yet hadn't yet grown out of their need to party. They went clubbing regularly. They were great parents, though, and Mr. Thompson was an awesome baker. Maya loved lingering in the Thompsons' pristine kitchen after a couple got back from their dates. Snickerdoodle time, Mr. Thompson would say, and Maya and the Thompsons would each eat one of the big soft cookies while Mr. Thompson told his jokes. His favorite jokes were typical dad humor. Knock, knock, Mr. Thompson said a few nights before. Maya had answered dutifully, "Who's there?" "Alpaca." "Alpaca who?" "Alpaca the luggage. You pack of the car." Maya and Mr. Thompson had grown in unison. Mr. Thompson always managed to make Maya laugh several times when he walked her home. The cookies and the jokes were great, but the couple paid Maya well, too. For the last 3 years, since they moved in a few houses down from Maya's home, the Thompson kids had made Maya birthday presents. The first year, they gave her bookmarks made from tongue depressors. Miss Thompson was a nurse, and crayon and glitter decorated brown lunch bags that looked like they'd already been used. Last year she got a necklace made out of pipe cleaners. This year the kids had gone all out. They made her a scrapbook constructed from more brown lunch bags and filled with glue and on buttons, string, and photos of the 3 kids. "This is wonderful," Maya gushed when they insisted she open her present. "I picked out the buttons," Pug-Nosed Aurora announced. She beamed with pride, and her brother snorted. "Well, you did a great job. I appreciate all the effort you put into it," Maya told them. The kids accepted her thank you hugs and scampered off to see if Wesley and Wendy had left any candy behind. Maya appreciated everything about her party, and she had a great time playing with her cousins, especially little Axel, Aunt Sophia, and Uncle Peter's youngest. Axel was a pudgy-faced 4-year-old with dark eyes and a grin that never disappeared. Maya loved babysitting him. He was obsessed with patty cake, and they played it so long that Maya's paws were sore, and Axel finally got drowsy enough to curl up in her lap and go to sleep. When Aunt Sophia, her long braids looped on top of her head in an intricate knot, picked up her youngest son, she kissed Maya on the forehead. "Feliz cumpleaños, mi sobrina." "Thanks, Aunt Sophia." Maya grinned when Sophia raised an eyebrow. "I mean, gracias, Tia Sophia." Maya's grandparents had come to the U.S. before they had their children. Sophia, Lucina, and Maya's mother, Violetta, they learned English right away and made sure their 3 girls were bilingual from the start. The same was true about their grandchildren. Between them, Maya's mother and aunts had given Maya's maternal grandparents 12 grandchildren. Sophia and Peter were responsible for 6 of those. Lucina and Raphael had 4 kids. Maya's mother had brought up the rear with her 2 girls. Recently, Sophia had become obsessed with celebrating the family's Puerto Rican heritage, and she had taken Spanish lessons. She was insistent that Maya learn too. Maya humored her in the occasional phrase. Thankfully, today, Maya's dad's parents weren't as interested in their ancestors' roots. Mostly we're Irish, but I think we have some Shetch and Gleek and some Welsh in us, Maya's father had told her when she had asked about it. She was so glad no one was obsessed with that heritage. She couldn't even imagine trying to learn Gaelic or even more different, Czechoslovakian. She was also glad that her father was an only child. Not that she didn't love her cousins, she did, but family get-togethers were chaotic enough without even more little kids running around. After Maya's aunts and uncles and cousins left, Maya and her parents settled in with Maya's grandparents around a small bonfire with the backyard. It was a family tradition that the grandparents gave their grandchild a special birthday present after the party was over. Maya always loved his part of the birthday, just as she loved grandparents. Maya's 2 sets of grandparents couldn't have been more different. Her mother's parents were dark-skinned, short, round, their faces lined from years of smiling, their hands calloused from years of working. They ran a construction business. In their early 60s, they could have both wielded a hammer as well as any of their younger employees. Even Maya's gran could drive a nail with just 2 strokes. Maya's father's parents, on the other hand, were tall, pale, and soft-looking, self-proposed aging hippies. Nana and Pappy were artists, and the only thing their hands revealed are the colors of paint that they're using in their latest creations. They looked younger than 60 some years, and they sound even younger than that. So, you're 16, Maya, Pappy said now. Right on, he patted her knee. Maya noticed the age spots were joining the freckles on the back of Pappy's hands. Pappy reflected the Irish part of her dad's family background, whereas the dad had black hair. Pappy's hair was deep auburn. Because this is a special year, sweetie, Nana said. We all chapped in together to get you something, well, special. She looked at the husband and the Gran and Gramps. Isn't that right? Gran nodded. She pulled a small red velvet pouch from her pocket in a gingham apron, which she hadn't removed even though she left the kitchen hours before. She held it out and Maya took it. Maya pulled on the pouch of string. She turned the pouch over. A thin gold chain with delicate gold rose pendant fell over the pouch. Oh, Maya gasped. It's beautiful. Maya elbowed Pappy. Told you she'd love it. Pappy shrugged. She winked at Maya. I voted for one of those video game contraptions. I thought someone your age would want something more techy. Maya shook her head. I've had techie already, Pappy. She smiled widely as there thought of the virtual birthday party from the night before. This is perfect. Alina helped Maya put on the necklace on, then hugged her sister. Happy birthday, big sis. Maya's parents and grandparents hugged Maya in turn. When they were done, Maya's dad, Fireflight, making the scalp throwing showing through his thinning buzz cut, appeared to shine. Out of his guitar, Maya and her parents and grandparents sang old folk songs for the next hour, until Lena had her brain needed sleep. When Maya settled under the covers that night, listening to Lena's snores, her sister always fell asleep in seconds. Maya pressed her fingers on her forehead. The slight headache had nagged her off and on all day, was throbbing more intensely now. Was the pain related to her time in the AR booth? No, Maya thought. It was probably just a coincidence. She was simply overtired. Maya closed her eyes. It was really a perfect birthday. She had her big party, her traditional party, as well as in her world. Maya closed her eyes and relaxed into sleep. When Maya looked back toward the end of everything, she could really easily pinpoint when it all started to go weirdly wrong. She remembered the first shock, of course, but at the time it didn't seem at all that strange. Sad, yes, but not strange. After all, it wasn't unusual for a 62-year-old woman to get breast cancer. And it wasn't unusual for them to lose their battle in the disease, even after weeks of chemotherapy and radiation. Besides Gran's cancer diagnosis, nothing about the ordinary happened in the year following Maya's 16th birthday. Things were pretty normal, except for Maya's reoccurring headaches. The headaches, though annoying, had never been serious enough for her to tell anyone about them. Secretly, she wondered if the AR booth headband had done some kind of nerve damage. However, since the booth had been closed and she used it, she didn't think about had any right to complain to anyone about it. Besides, the pay was low grade and intermediate. She told herself it was nothing. So, Maya's 17th birthday was nothing like her 16th. Although Gran tried to insist that the party go on as usual. No one was in the mood to celebrate anything. The night before Maya's birthday, Gran was like a transparent copy of her old self, as if someone had shaky hands had tried to transfer her likeness into a flimsy tracing paper. On the night of Maya's 17th birthday, Maya wasn't sitting around the bonfire with her parents, sister, and grandparents. Instead, she and Gramps, Maya's parents, her sister, her aunt, and uncles, and her cousins clustered around Gran's bed in Gran and Gramps' living room. Gran was insisting on passing away at home, so when they turned her previously cozy and comfy room into a sick room, it was a room barely large enough to contain all the people who had come to say goodbye and wasted woman in the narrow bed. And it wasn't a room not nearly big enough to contain all the love of the family had for this woman, who was close to taking her last breath. The room was also inadequate for holding the grief that was born and grew as full stature the second Gran was gone. Later, as Maya and Alina clung to each other in Alina's bed, Maya asked, Why, Gran? Why not me and old Mr. Vance from down the street? I saw him kick his dog once. He's a jerk. Why not him? Alina hugged Maya tighter. It doesn't work like that. There isn't some good or bad like Santa has. It's biologically and chemistry and DNA and BS. It's BS, Alina. It's just... Maya burst into tears. She touched the gold rose that hung from her neck. She hadn't taken off the special necklace since she put it on. She held it tight now, as if by holding onto it she could hold on to her Gran. When Maya finally crawled into her own bed and tried to settle asleep later that night, she wasn't relaxed at all. All was not well in her world. She just lost one of her favorite people on the planet. What would be next? The answer to Maya's question came within just a few days. Pappy was diagnosed with cancer next. It was in his brain, and it was fast growing. He was unable to care for himself within a month of getting his diagnosis. Maya and her extended family took turns doing everything for Pappy. And before Pappy reached the end, Gramps got his diagnosis.
He's not going to fight it, Maya's mother said to Maya's dad the day they got the news. Maya and her parents were at the dinner table picking the plates of spaghetti. No one had an appetite. Maya's mother, though, was stoic. Her eyes were dry. Maya, on the other hand, felt like she was drowning in tears. She had trouble breathing, too, as if it had a big hole settled in her chest and was squeezing the air out of her. Why was everything happening to her family? As Maya got ready for bed that night, Alina just sat in front of the computer they shared. If it was just Gran and Gramps, Alina said, tapping a few keys, I suspect something psionic on their building supplies. But it's Pappy, too. Maybe his plants? His paints? Maya took over his sister's shoulder. As Alina clicked the mouse, the display shifted an article to the words, page under construction. Alina sighed dramatically. I'm going to bed, Maya said. Alina said, and clicked the mouse to open a new search window. For the next several nights, Alina stayed up late researching the causes of cancer. Maya wasn't good at research, so she spent her spare time reading to her grandfathers. Pappy, of course, didn't understand her anymore, but she knew he was aware of the presence. Gramps was telling her that she should stop wasting her time catering to the dying old fart. You should be out on a date, he told her several times. Maya tried to remember the last time she cared about going on a date. Just a few months ago, she had a crush on a junior varsity quarterback. Now, when she looked at a carefree grin and tousled hair, she just felt annoyed. Wrapped up as she was in her sick grandparents, Maya didn't pay any attention to what was going on with anyone else. It was only after Nana got cancer and died, days after Gramps and Pappy were gone, that Maya emerged from her grief fog and noticed the people all around her were getting the dreaded disease. Mr. and Mrs. Lambert succumbed not long after Maya's grandparents passed. Maya hadn't even known they'd been sick until their grown children showed up to close up and sell the house. Maya had felt bad when she found out. She hadn't even been over to see them since Gran had gotten sick. Weirdly, she vaguely wondered what would happen to Miss Lambert's award-winning coffee cake recipe, but she didn't think about it for too long. Mr. and Mrs. Davis were diagnosed next. When Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, Maya hadn't even noticed that hadn't been asked to babysit for a while because she'd been so preoccupied with the grandparents. When she found out they were sick, she went to see the Thompsons, and she offered to take care of them with the kids. She did the same for the Davis family, running back and forth between the two homes, and her own took up all her free time after school. At school, she was barely conscious, however. She was aware enough to notice that she was hearing the word cancer far more than she had been. My brother was admitted to the oncology ward last night, Brand, the varsity head cheerleader, said to their crew as Maya shuffled past their table in the noisy cafeteria. We're taking care of my sister at home, Brand's best friend, Mackenzie said. The hospital said the oncology ward was full. Actually, there weren't any beds in the whole hospital. When people go to the ER, they park the beds in the hallway. Brand had no response to that. The other girls at the table were equally unconcerned. Maya stopped and stared at them. They didn't notice her. Did you try that new mascara I told you about? Brent asked one of the other girls. The girl in pretty blonde in front of her eyes. Can't you tell? Everyone at the table admired the girl's long eyelashes. They shook her head and took her tray over the table, where Jackson and Noel were already seated. Maya flopped onto the plastic chair and slammed her tray on the sacred laminate top table. She gestured toward the cheerleader and said, "Oh, can you believe them? They're acting like it's no big deal." Like, what's no big deal? Noel asked. Maya frowned at her friend. All the cancer. Jackson shrugged. My mom was diagnosed last week. Maya's mouth dropped open. I'm so sorry. You didn't say anything. What to say? Jackson said. As he dug into his chili on his tray. The pungent scents of tomato and onion filled the air. They all want to go to the Pizza Plex this weekend? Apparently the new animatronics show is pretty incredible. Maya stared at Jackson. He shifted her eyes to Noel, who was nibbling in salad. Noel was totally relaxed. Seriously? Maya said. The word came out of high pitched and too loud. Jackson and Noel frowned Maya. Several kids at the neighboring table turned to look at Maya with raised eyebrow. Maya lowered her voice and leaned toward her friends. Why are you acting like everything's normal? Jackson and Noel exchanged a baffled look. Jackson gazed across the table and said, because everything is normal? Maya slapped her hand on the table with a thwack cut of the chaotic conversation and tinkling cutterly sounds of the room. For a second, the sound stopped as several heads rotated Maya's way, and Maya ignored the scrutiny. She kept her voice low and steady as she spoke again. Haven't you noticed that it seems like everyone's getting cancer? My Aunt Sophia was just diagnosed. My Uncle Raphael was diagnosed a month ago. My grandparents have all died of it in the last 13 months. It's weird. Something's going on. Jackson shrugged. Cancer sucks for sure, but there's nothing weird about it. Maya opened her mouth to argue, but what was the point? She picked up her tray and stomped out of the cafeteria. She no longer wanted to hang out around her friends. They were clueless. She couldn't stand looking at the carefree faces. Over the next few weeks, Maya saw less and less of Jackson and Noel. Summer arrived, and their friends got jobs at a local burger joint. Maya hadn't had the time for a job. She split her time between the hospital, where she'd sit with her aunts and uncles. Aunt Lucy and Uncle Peter had cancer now, too.
while they received chemo in her aunts and uncles' houses, where she would help take care of their older cousins, 4 of whom were now dying of cancer. She also helped out with the Davises and the Thompsons. Maya spent her days making food, exchanging sheets, emptying bedpans, doling out medicine. She spent her nights tossing and turning and listening to Alina snore. When Maya's grandparents had gotten sick, Alina had been a compatriot, and Maya's need for answers, but Alina had stopped going to the library. When Maya would ask about why people were dying of cancer, Alina would just shrug and stick her nose back into her latest math textbook. Maya sometimes thought of trying to figure out what was going on herself. Although she didn't like going at research, she knew how. But when would she have the time? She was too busy taking care of sick people. One afternoon, in late August, just days from the start of Maya's senior year, Maya finally got a good bit of good news. Her favorite teacher, Mrs. Carpenter, had her first baby. Noah stopped by to tell Maya about it. The 2 girls stood in front of the washer and dryer in Maya's house. Maya's father had been sick for a month. Because her mom was focused on caring of him, Maya was now doing everything else in the house. The cooking, the cleaning, the shopping, the laundry, even paying the bills. She wasn't sure how much longer she'd be able to do that. Her dad's chemo treatment was making him really weak. How long would he be able to keep working? How'd you hear? Maya asked as she and Noelle folded a sheet. My mom was in the hospice ward at the hospital. When I get bored sitting with her, I go to the nursery to look at the babies. Maya wanted to call Noelle out for the offhand way she talked about her mother's condition. But she also wanted more focus on something hopeful for a change. A new baby was hopeful. Is she still in the hospital, Maya asked? Mr. Carpenter, what that is. Noelle shook her head. I think she and the baby went home. Noelle's eyes lit up. Do you want to go see them? Maya nodded. She doesn't live too far from here. Let's ride our bikes. It only took 15 minutes for Maya and Noelle to pedal to the few blocks of Mrs. Carpenter's house. They reached a small cottage-style home, and the summer storm cloud released in the downpour and thunder rumbled across the sky. They dropped their bikes in the narrow driveway and scurried to the covered front porch. When they knocked, lighting lit up in the sky of them. Thunder sounded again, and just seconds later, Mrs. Carpenter opened their door. Girls, what a nice surprise. Mr. Carpenter wasn't a whole lot older than Maya and Noelle. She started teaching in Maya's sophomore year. She was tall, slender woman with a wavy brown hair and bright green eyes. She could easily have passed for a teenager. Even now, standing in her entryway, holding a blanket bundle to her shoulder. Maya craned her neck and glimpsed the child. Congratulations, Maya said. We came to see your baby. Maya held out a bunch of roses she picked from the backyard right before she and Noelle hopped onto the bikes. With everything that was going on, Maya had had the time to tend to her flowers, but they seemed to be taking care of themselves. A peach-colored blooms in Maya's hand were healthy and fragrant. As she held out the flowers, she suddenly occurred to Maya that she would have brought something for the baby. Oh, I'm sorry, Maya burbled. We should have brought a toy or something for her. Her or him. Mrs. Carpenter backed up in motion for the girls to come in the house. They stepped into the grand but tidy living room. It was bright in white walls and yellow upholstered furniture. The room smelled like lemon furniture polish. The whole house smelled like fresh brewed coffee. This surprised Maya. She had been in her aunt's and uncle's homes after each of her younger cousins had been born. Her houses had always smelled like a mixture of dirty diapers and talc and spit up and sweet milk, and it was what Maya thought of a baby smell, a distinctive scent that seemed to come with infants. Her, Mr. Carpenter said, I named her Cecilia. She stopped in front of a small stone fireplace. Would you like to hold her? Sure, Maya accepted a bundle and Mrs. Carpenter offered her. Pulling a baby close to her chest, Maya inhaled and smiled. Nothing. She took another sniff. Nope, not a single thing. That was weird. Maya shifted the baby, carefully cradling the baby head with one hand. With the other hand, Maya pushed back the blanket that swathed the infant's face. Maya gasped. She almost dropped Mrs. Carpenter's baby. Why, Mrs. Carpenter's baby? Maya gazed in horror at the thing she was holding. All she could do is thrust it back, and Mrs. Carpenter run off and screamed to the house. Swallowing hard, aware of the sweat trickling down her spine, Maya looked up for Mrs. Carpenter. Mrs. Carpenter beamed at Maya, then looked at the pride of joy in her new daughter. Maya shifted her gaze to Noelle, and had Noelle see what Maya was holding? Yes, Noelle was looking right in the baby's face. But really, there was no face to look at. There was a head, yes, but the head was featureless. It looked like an unfinished, see-through doll's head. Struggling to keep her expression composed, Maya started rocking the baby back and forth as if she was holding a real baby. With a quavering voice, she began singing a lullaby. Noelle started talking to Miss Carpenter about feeding schedules, and Maya turned away from her friend, her teacher. She surreptitiously peeled back the blanket so she couldn't see the whole of the thing in her arms. No, this wasn't a baby. She didn't know what it was, but it wasn't a baby. Smooth and limp like a jelly-filled, lifeless rag doll, the floppy content of the small blanket was an inert mannequin baby contained with a revolving, slick, translucent skin. Beneath the skin were faintest outlines of pale blue filaments. Extended throughout the thing's body, they looked like veins of sort of. Other than these barely perceptible strands, the thing's filling was cleared as its outer covering. The summer before Maya and her friends had visited Pizza Plex on her AR birthday celebration, Jackson had dragged Noelle and Maya to a sci-fi movie about the cloning. The thing Maya held reminded her of the unfinished clones. It wasn't an infant, it was like a placeholder for an infant. "Shall I take her?" Miss Carpenter said. Maya whirled around. She tried to find her voice, but she couldn't. Suddenly nodded and returned to flaccid, "What? Being? Creature? Not baby. That was for sure." Maya handed Cecilia to her mother. Can I get you girls a snack?" Mrs. Carpenter asked. "No, thank you," Maya had just said. To Noelle said, "Sure." Miss Carpenter looked from Maya to Noelle. Maya frowned at her friend. "I need to get back home," Maya told Miss Carpenter. "I have a lot to do." "It was sweet of you to visit," Miss Carpenter said. "Cecilia likes being the center of attention." Mrs. Carpenter looked down at Cecilia as if the baby were the cutest thing in the world. "Don't you, little one?" Mrs. Carpenter nuzzled the baby's smooth, flat, squishy face. I felt nauseous. We need to go. Bye, Miss Carpenter." Maya grabbed Noelle's hand and pulled her friend out of the teacher's house. In the driveway outside, Maya sucked in air that she smelled the ozone and damp earth. The thunderstorm had left as quickly as it arrived. The ground was soaked, and the sun's warmth was turning the wetness into a steam that drifted up in the dirt and pavement like an ethereal ghost. Maya leaned over and held her stomach. She felt dizzy and weak. "Are you okay?" Noelle asked. Maya straightened. She shot at Noelle a baffled look. "Didn't you see that?" "See what, Cecilia?" "She's a cute baby," Noelle studied Maya. "What's wrong with you?" Maya didn't have the time to think more about Miss Carpenter's baby. The rest of the day, well, wasn't true. Though she was busy, Maya couldn't really think of anything but Mrs. Carpenter's baby and Noelle's weird reaction to her. But it creeped Maya out so much she forced herself to focus on something else every time the image of the droopy, jawless infant thing entered her mind. By the end of the day, she convinced herself she imagined the whole thing. Besides, the news she got over dinner shoved aside everything else. Her mom had now had cancer. They gave Maya this news calmly as Maya's mom dished up beef stew. Her dad handed around the bread basket, a basket that contained rolls that reminded Maya of Cecilia's figureless head. "Nope, stop it," she told herself. She was not going to think about that. Maya handed the basket to Alina without taking a roll. Maya wasn't hungry anyway. She picked up her spoon and swirled it in a stew, making circular patterns in the tarragon-scented broth. Her parents were going to die. How could they sit there eating if everything was okay? Why was Alina chattering about upcoming college classes? Maya stopped her spoon with a clatter. "Alina, stop it," she snapped. Alina froze with a baby head. No bread roll halfway in her mouth. She lifted her eyebrows. "What's your problem?" she asked Maya. "How are you going to be able to go to school if Mom and Dad are gone?" Maya asked. She looked from Alina to her parents. Maya's dad patted Maya's hand. "Well, don't worry, sweetie. You and Alina will be fine. I know it seems like we don't have much, but we've been saving. There's plenty of funds to get both of you through school, and this house is paid for." Maya's dad turned to peacefully eating a stew as if she had been discussing the day's thunderstorm. This was wonderful, hon, he said to his mom. As usual, Maya's mom smiled. She picked up the bread basket and offered it to Maya. "Are you sure you don't want a roll, sweetie?" Maya erupted from her chair, covered her mouth, and ran into the room. She barely made it to the bathroom before she threw up. Did she have cancer now, too? No, Maya didn't have cancer. Her mom took her to the hospital the next day. Doctors ran the usual tests. Maya, unlike most of the world's population now, was fine. Although fine wasn't the right word to describe Maya at all. There was nothing fine about her. Maya was a wreck. Although school had started again, it wasn't the way Maya had envisioned her senior year. For one thing, most of the regular teachers were dead or dying. Half her class was sick. Maya's favorite activity, choir, was canceled, as with there were at most extracurricular activities. There weren't enough participants. Even so, no one acted as if anything was wrong. Maya had never liked watching the news. No one in her family did. They preferred talking about happy events, doing fun things, and keeping up with what was going on in the world. But lately, Maya couldn't stop watching the news. She found herself glued to the TV screen whenever they were within range of one. It was like watching a car wreck. It was horrifying, but she couldn't stop herself. The news mesmerized her, not because of all the doom and gloom, though. In fact, the news was the exact opposite of the panic it would resemble the current situation. Instead of the sober reports of illness and death, the newscast brightly updates of the number of people diagnosed, being treated, and dying. It was like watching a thick ticker tape of cancer stats. Scrolling across the screen, a backdrop of upbeat instrumental music with a newscaster's trippy narration. Another 342,128 people died in China yesterday, Bob, a poofy-haired female news anchor announced with it, giving a football score. "How are things in Europe?" "Similar, Pam. The last count was 312,572, Bob responded. "Britain has passed a mass cremation law to handle the large numbers of deceased. As freaky as these emotionless reports were, though, they weren't that kept Maya awake at night. Her eyes were glued open to darkness because she can't of cancer. Not even her own sick family kept her awake. No, she kept thinking close her eyes were the babies, or really the not babies. She couldn't stop thinking about the unfinished, vaguely baby-shaped things that were now passing for newborns in the world. Mrs. Carpenter's Cecilia was the first one that Maya saw, but she knew that Cecilia was an aberration. All new infants looked like Cecilia. None of the babies were normal. And worse than that, not only were they not born normal, but these new children weren't growing normally either. A couple days after seeing Cecilia for the first time, Maya had gone to the pharmacy. Skirting around the sidewalk under construction sign, Maya had spotted Mrs. Carpenter getting into her car. "Hi, Miss Carpenter," Maya called. "Hi, Maya. How's Cecilia?" Maya had asked, just being polite. She didn't really know anything about the thing Miss Carpenter called her baby. "Oh, she's great," Miss Carpenter said, and she gestured toward the passenger seat of the SUV. Looking past Miss Carpenter, Maya glanced at the bundle she expected to see strapped into a baby carrier. But what she saw at the passenger seat wasn't a baby-sized bundle, it was a child-size. What? Mass? So unstructured that it was a little more than vaguely human-shaped outline. The thing that Mrs. Carpenter called Cecilia was a drooping pile of gooey material spilling over the edge of the passenger seat. Unmoving, the child thing drooped across the leather lifelessly. But it wasn't lifeless. How could it be? It had more than quadrupled in size in just 2 days, and Mrs. Carpenter clearly didn't think it was strange. She probably didn't think it was strange because she interpreted mannequin creatures were everywhere now. They couldn't go anywhere without seeing one of the nauseating things in some stage of development. By Christmas, May's parents were constant in the hospital beds in the family living room, with IV drips in their arms. They lay their hands linked, watching old movies while Maya ran around trying to keep up with the care. Their care and Alina's care. Alina was sick too. She was the last of Maya's loved ones who got diagnosed. Jackson and Noel were dying. All of Maya's cousins were dying. Mr. and Mrs. Davis were gone. The twins were on their own, and they were sick and dying. Mr. Thompson had already died, and Mrs. Thompson was hanging on, barely. She was dying, and now her children were sick and dying, too. Everyone is dying. And the jelly-filled doll babies were being born right and left, growing, it seemed, faster and faster with each passing day. Unsettled numbers of them had started showing up in public. They were massing in parking lots, accumulating in street corners. They didn't move around. They just lay in clumps, like mounds of humanoid-looking debris, stacking up because no one was removing them. Maya couldn't understand why the mounds kept getting bigger and bigger. Where were they coming from? A couple of days before Christmas, Pastor Ben visited the house. When Maya opened the front door hesitantly, dreading that she would find a new neighbor, children, aka doll things, lying on the porch, she was beyond relieved to see her minister smiling at her as if she didn't have a care in the world. Maya threw her arms around the broad-shouldered man with unruly blonde hair. "Pastor Ben, you're still alive." Maya hadn't been to church in months. When was there the time for church? Besides, she'd been in the news and churches had been turned into clinics for the dying. "Still kicking," Pastor Ben chuckled. "Apparently it's not my time. Yet." Maya looked closely at Pastor Ben, and she realized he was sick too. His skin became gray, partly as she was seeing as everyone else she knew and everyone she didn't know. He lost a lot of weight since he had last seen him. He looked like a human hanger from his black shirt and his slacks. His white glitter collar was now 2 sizes too big for him. Pretending that all was well, Maya opened the door and ushered Pastor Ben into the house. She motioned toward the living room where her parents were weakly but gamely singing Christmas carols. Pastor Ben smiled widely as greeted Maya's mom and dad. "What a joyful noise," he exclaimed. As if it were perfectly normal, Pastor Ben grabbed a dining room chair and pulled it up next to Maya's dad's bed. And then joined the singing, added his full baritone to Maya's mom's thready soprano and her dad's raspy tenor. Pastor Ben motioned to Maya, and she couldn't have a single fa la 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 in her. She gave him a wan smile and said, "I have to go." She ran from the room before she could finish. She was in the kitchen making a peanut butter sandwich for Alina, and Pastor Ben wandered a few minutes later. She looked at him and dropped the knife that she held. "What's going on, Pastor Ben? Why is everyone dying?" Pastor Ben lowered himself into the kitchen chair. "It's not for us to ask why. We're given each day to live, not to question." "But what about those things everywhere?" Maya asked. Pastor Ben frowned in confusion. "Things?" Maya gestured toward the street. The jelly people." Pastor Ben looked lost. Maya threw up her hands, exasperated. "Those things that look like dolls made out of silicone inside of plastic wrap." Pastor Ben shook his head. "The Lord doesn't distinguish life based on appearance. All life is sacred." "But those things are lifeless," Maya shouted. "They're just..." "Is that peanut butter?" Pastor Ben interrupted. "I could use a sandwich. It seems like I never have time to eat with all the funerals and baptisms." Maya goggled at the minister. "You baptize those things?" Maya Ben smiled. "It's part of my job, Maya." Maya shook her head. What more could she say? She felt like he was on a sinking ship, but no one but her knew it was going on.
No matter how much she ran around trying to sound the alarm, everyone continued to go on their business, as if the world was as it should have been. Sighing, Maya put a sandwich she'd been making to Alina on a saucer. She handed it to Pastor Ben. She patted her hand in thanks. Lifting the sandwich, Pastor Ben said, "The world is a paradox, Maya. A balance of good and bad. People are dying, yes, but life is proliferating. Not only are babies being born at an unprecedented rate, but they're also growing into adolescents and adults in a manner of just days instead of years. Tragedies and miracles tend to go hand in hand." Maya didn't even try to argue with Pastor Ben about his use of the word babies. He seeing what he wanted, but he was seeing what wasn't there. Or maybe she was the one not seeing what wasn't there. Were the jelly beings real? Yes, they had to be. Maya wasn't imaginative enough to conjure up those horrible things. Over the next several days, Maya tried to find the miraculous Pastor Ben had talked about. Miracles Pastor Ben had talked about. But it was hopeless. The minister was as delusional as everyone else. One night, late, after Maya was cleaned up Alina's vomit, emptied her parents' bedpans, and sung her mother, whose pain was no longer manageable, to sleep, Maya went outside her dormant flower garden, sitting on the little wooden bench her father had made for her a few years before. She stared at the brittle, bloomless stalks and tried to remember the lively colors that they used to fill the yard in the summer. As soon as she tried to picture the flowers, she realized she was having trouble seeing color at all. Everything was so faded and gray now. The sick and the dying, they were hueless shells, and the new mannequin things, they were sheer vessels, filling with nothing but limpid gel like human-shaped jellyfish. She'd done many times since her world had started falling apart. Mia felt for a gold rose. She held it tightly, and leaned back and looked at the constellations. Although the world beneath them no longer shone brightly, the stars still sparkled on opaque expanse of the night sky. Maya blinked and she looked at the stars. She inhaled sharply and sat up straight. The sparkle would trigger memory. It reminded her of the AR unit and the pizza plex. But what was that? Had all started going wrong, wasn't it? Maya had put her hand to her temple. A barely perceptible head pain was daily companion that had begun in the morning after she was in the AR booth. But what did the pain have to do with everything else? Maya tried to remember what her Gran was first diagnosed with cancer. She couldn't recall how long after her birthday it was when Gran got sick. She probably didn't remember because at the time it wasn't noteworthy. Of course, it was upsetting and sad, but it wasn't in any particular what if. "Maya," a weak voice called out. Maya let go of her gold rose pendant, jumped up and dashed into the house. Was that her mom or Lena? She ran first to her mom and found her asleep. She tore down the hall to her bedroom. Lena was reaching for a plastic bin in the nightstand. Maya grabbed it and positioned it under Lena's chin. As she held her sister's hair while Alina threw up. For the umpteenth time that day, Maya chastised herself for taking the time to sit outside. She didn't have the luxury of sitting under a star, and she didn't have time to ask, what if? All Maya had time for the next day and the next was running from one sick family member to a friend to another. She no longer bothered to go to school. There was only a few classes available anyway. She wouldn't have left the house at all if she could have helped it. She hated being out in the street. The jelly mannequins were all over now. They seemed to be multiplying faster and faster. They clustered up stores and blocked the sidewalks. There were knots of them everywhere that Maya had to go. And now how did they get where they were? Maya had never seen one of the things move. They had limbs, but the limbs did not seem to work. They could only lie around. They didn't talk either. How could they? They didn't have mouths. They didn't have organs or blood or brains. They weren't human. They weren't pretend humans. Inexplicably growing objects that never grew into anything that actually functioned. And they didn't just grow. They multiplied on their own. One day on their way to Jackson's house, Maya nearly crashed her bike when she saw one of the transparent creatures suddenly produce a smaller transparent creature. Maya wasn't close enough to the things, thankfully, to see clearly what happened, but it looked like a new lank unlife slipped out, a larger one, like an infant coming out of a birth canal. Maya clapped a hand over her mouth and stifled a scream. How was this possible? The jelly piles of jelly beings were birthing more jelly beings. Don't you think it's bizarre? Maya asked Jackson as she sat next to the bed one afternoon. She was trying to get him to swallow a protein drink. Jackson's parents had died weeks before. So had his older sister. He hadn't let that bother him. I can't take care of myself. We're all having to do that now, right? After he buried his family, he'd get on as everything was hunky-dory. He was still read his science and philosophy books. He still danced to music blasted from his boombox. When he got sick, too, he'd gone downhill fast. Jackson managed a sip of vanilla protein shake Maya offered him, but he immediately spit it out. The sour vanilla odor made Maya's nose twitch. Maya tried again, but Jackson weakly pushed the bottle away. What's bizarre? He asked. His previously deep voice was barely audible, and it was scratchy, like his vocal cords were caught in brambles. All the things out there. Maya waved her hand toward the street, and she turned away. She caught a glimpse of several gossamer jelly creatures piled up outside the window. Jackson looked toward the window and shrugged. All experiences are valid. He coughed, blood stained in his lower lip. Maya reached out and wiped Jackson's mouth. She looked at the clock. She had to go home and check on Alina. But what about Jackson? He could no longer take care of himself. Neither could Noelle. Her family's gone too. Maya had been racing from her house to Noelle's and Jackson's to several of her neighbors' houses for days. Only her parents, her two youngest cousins, and her sister were left in her own family. She moved her cousins into her own house so she could watch over them. I have to go, Maya said. I'm not sure my parents are going to last the rest of the day. Maya set the protein drink to Jackson's nightstand. Drink this when you can. It occurred to her that she had just talked about her parents' imminent death without crying. She figured her tear ducts had dried up. I'll be back in the morning, Jackson said. Maya checked Jackson's fourth. She quickly placed the bag dispensing his medicine. She might have to run out of tears, Maya thought, but she gained more nursing skills than she'd ever expected to have. When she started caring for all her sick friends and relatives, she could barely handle the cleaning duties without getting herself sick. Now he could wipe up the puke and pee, whatever else his body needed to expel without batting an eye. On top of that, she could now give painless shots and easily switch out IV catheters. Mrs. Thompson had taught her how to do that before the woman got so sick she couldn't do anything at all. Maya thought back when she used to have dreams for her future. Sometimes she thought about being a doctor. Sometimes she thought about being a biologist or a botanist. Now she didn't think about being anything. All she could do now is care for the people she loved. And she had to move if she was going to be there for everyone else to care. Maya leaned over and kissed Jackson's forehead. One of these greasy locks brushed against her cheek. Don't worry about me, Jackson Rats. Go take care of your sister. Jackson's eyes fluttered closed. He was asleep. Maya adjusted his covers. When he left his house skirting the jelly people, she cycled back home. By the time Maya returned to her house, she was shocked to find nearly surrounded by mounds of mannequin things. There were so many of them on the road, on the sidewalks, in the alley behind the house. They had seemed to be more like one organism instead of several individual sacks of translucent jelly. Maya barely managed to squeeze past the congregation of things to get to the front door. Inside, she slammed the door closed and bolted it. Then she ran to the front window and dropped the blinds. It was only after plunging the room in total darkness she turned to check her parents, and she realized she wasn't hearing what she would be hearing. For the past few days, her parents' breathing had been profoundly labored. They inhaled as if sucking through a straw, and they exhaled in a watery rattle that Maya could barely stand to listen to. The sound of the struggle to get air had been relentless. It seemed to echo through the house, reaching Maya no matter where he was or what she was doing. But now the sound was gone. Maya switched on a lamp and crossed to her mom's side. Her mom was still, her eyes open and glazed. Maya gently closed her mother's eyes. Shifting her gaze to her dad, Maya saw his eyes were already closed, but he was just as motionless. He was gone too. Maya wanted to linger by her parents' side, but she didn't have time. She had gone too long. She needed to check her sister and her cousins. I love you, Mom and Dad, she whispered, and then ran to her parents' bedroom. Maya had put her youngest cousins in her parents' queen-size bed. She surrounded them with pillows so they couldn't fall out of bed. So now she picked up Axel and held him close. His cheeks were no longer pudgy. He didn't smile in a long time, but he was still accepting milk or juice, his favorite froggy sippy cup. Maya quickly got a cup and nudged the cup's opening to Axel's slack mouth. When she urged him to drink, he checked on his sister, Abril, who was 5. Abril had already been a tornado of a child, whirling constantly because she loved to dance, whipping from one activity to another. She'd never been able to stay still. Now Abril barely moved. Her usual perky, shiny pigtails were limp and lusterless. Maya had wanted to wash Abril's hair for days, but feeding Abril and her brother and the others, Maya had left the care for the presidents. Abril, Nina, Anya said. Logro's eyes fluttered open. Can you eat something? Continuing to hold a sippy cup for Axel. Maya tried to hand a small container of pudding to Abril. Abril closed her eyes and screwed up her face. She shook her head. At the same time, Axel reared back to the sippy cup and threw up all over Maya's chest. Maya quickly settled the boy in the bed and made sure he didn't aspirate any of the vomit. She cleaned him up as best she could and then hurried to the bathroom. Pulling off her shirt, Maya washed herself off. She left the bathroom and headed toward the bedroom. Grabbing a t-shirt from the back of the door, she pulled it open. She made a face when she got a whiff of sweat. His shirt wasn't much cleaner than what she'd just taken off, but she was out of clean clothes. She hadn't had the time to do laundry, and she couldn't remember the last time. Lena, lying limply in her bed, moaned. Maya rushed to her side. Checking the IV stand, she saw that Lena's Shrivenous bag was empty. She was in pain. Maya reached for a new bag. She realized there wasn't one. She'd forgotten to restock the supplies. She had to go back out. When she had clear that medical personnel couldn't keep up with all the sick and dying people, the government had set up chemotherapy dispensaries in every town. If you had insurance, you could just pick up the medication administered to yourself instead of going to the chemo wards if you were well enough to get it.
Maya was the only one left in her family and her neighborhood who was strong enough to go anywhere. The last time she'd been to the dispensary, she tried to stock up with enough for everyone else she was helping. Obviously, she hadn't got enough. After giving Alina as much water as she could accept, trying unsuccessfully to give Axel and Abro more food, Maya had grabbed the car keys and headed into the garage. The dispensary was too far away for a bike ride, and besides, the jelly people made bike rides harrowing. It wasn't that these parallelly formed humanoid sacks were dangerous. As far as Maya had been able to tell, the empty bags that looked like vaguely human-shaped clear water balloons were Benjin. They didn't have enough substance to be malevolent, and even if they were, what could they do? They didn't move. But their existence was enough to creep out Maya. The things that were very wrongness sent shivers skittering along Maya's spine. Because she wasn't so unnatural, the doll people unsettled Maya, as if they stopped to think about it. Maya fully expected to become a threat sooner or later. The sheer volume of them was chilling. How long would it be before they covered the entire surface of the planet? She made sure she didn't stop to think about that very often. In the garage, Maya started her family's minivan before she heard the garage door opener. If the jelly people were heaped into the driveway, Maya wouldn't want to risk them spilling into the garage before she could get the van going. Maya barely waited for the garage door to clear at the top of the van before she put it in reverse and hit the gas. As she feared, several of the eerie mannequin things were in the driveway. Well, she plowed right over them if she needed to. Maya backed out hard into the garage and hit the opener button again. Because her gaze was on the road behind her, Maya wasn't sure if any of the jelly things slopped into her garage. She figured if they did, that she'd deal with that later. Once she had the van in the street, she was relatively easy to navigate through the collection of dumpy sacks. Besides the mannequin things, the streets were mostly empty. Nearly everyone was either sick or at home taking care of the sick. Maya only saw a few cars as she navigated through town. The rest were parked on the driveways or tuckled into the garages. Some were in parking lots where they weren't dropping dead where they stood. But that was what was weird about everything. It wasn't like the zombie apocalypse or anything. There wasn't a virus or killing chemical released in a foreign country. It was cancer. And although the disease was killing people quickly, everyone was why Maya's community now looked like a ghost town, quite literally. The doll things, if you ignored their odd jelly consistency and the fact that they didn't go anywhere, were uncannily similar to specters. But Maya knew they weren't ghosts. They weren't. Well, they weren't anything, actually. They had no heart, no emotion. They had no spirit. They were like globs of nothingness in the plastic containers, like human leftovers. When Maya had first seen Selena, the baby's head had reminded Maya of her family's dinner rolls. But now she saw jelly things were more uncooked dough than finished product of any kind. They were like batter waiting to go in the oven and to get baked. Nearing the dispensary, Maya's way was blocked of the road under construction side. She started to make a right turn to detour around it, but then she braked and started at the sign. Was with all the under construction signs she was been seeing. Maya frowned, her mind flipping back to the other signs, starting with the one that had been in front of the AR unit. She tapped her fingers on the steering wheel as she tried to attach a meaning to know how often she'd been seeing such signs. Her brain, however, couldn't come up with any coherent ideas about it. Finally, she shrugged and shook her head. She got the car moving again. Maya was able to drive the rest of the way to the dispensary without incident. There it was more challenging to avoid the aggregations of jelly things to get into the flat-roofed industrial building, and she managed it. There was only one woman left on duty behind the desk. She didn't appear to be much older than Maya. She might have been a college student before all of this had started, and she probably had been pretty. Now she was obviously sick herself. Her eyes were sunken and her complexion was the color of ash. Brushing a strand of oily brown hair in her face, the woman waved anyway. Maya's attempt to fill out the right paperwork. Just take what you need, the woman's voice barely whispered, like tissue paper rustling in the air current. Maya didn't argue. She filled the tote bag she thought with many and bravest bags of medicine she could stuff into them. But she rushed out of the building. In the parking lot, Maya was shocked to see that several piles of jelly people were now ringed to the outermost rows. Had it been there when she arrived? Had she just not noticed them? Maya didn't stop to consider the question because one of the large pyramid of the jelly people was now close to the minivan. She ran to the vehicle, threw it in the tote bag, and slammed the door shut. She had the engine turned over and the van in gear just as several new jelly beans tumbled off the nearest pile and landed near the front bumper. She backed up and tore out of the parking lot. Purposely, Maya kept her gaze straight ahead. She was not going to look in the rearview mirror to see what was behind her. On the way home, Maya considered stopping by the grocery store. She filled the kitchen with canned soups, cartons of pudding, and bottles of protein drinks, but she figured she could add what she had. But she got to the store, though. The parking lot was nearly buried with jelly things. They were everywhere, like jiggly containerless gelatin. She couldn't face even trying to make her way through the quivering mass. Headed back to her neighborhood. Maya's street was thick and it was pelluted creatures. When she reached it, she gazed down on the road in her house. It looked like her driveway was turned into a massive heap of jello. She took her to her right. The van was idling in front of the Thompson's house. Only a few of the mannequin things were lying around the two-story structure. Maya was trying to take care of the last surviving man of the family, Donnie. She figured that she might as well leave the car there and run in to check on him. She could hopefully jog home behind the houses, keeping away from as many jelly people as possible. Maya pulled into the Thompson's driveway. She quickly got out of the car, slinging her tote bag of medicine across her body. Running around behind the house, she let herself in the back door, closed it, and locked it behind her. "Donnie, it's me," she called out. A Greek groan answered her. Maya had set towards the cluttered kitchen table. She sighed and glanced around the dirty, neglected room. Gone were the shining surfaces, well-ordered pans and utensils she was used to seeing in Mrs. Thompson's domain. The sink was piled with dishes. The granite counters were smeared with stains. Maya didn't want to think about the fluids they were. The room smelled putrid, like spoiled food. Maya tried to remember sitting in the Thompsons' kitchen eating snickerdoodles and listening to Mr. Thompson's bad knock-knock jokes. Maya almost hear them now. Knock-knocks. Who's there? Cancer. Cancer who? Cancer, see, I'm busy. That had been the last joke he ever told her. She forced herself to pretend to laugh. She cried copiously when he pressed the envelope full of cash into her hand. "Take care of the kids until my child services arrive," he asked pleadingly. Maya had nodded. She didn't want to have the heart to tell him that child services can keep up with all the orphan kids. She'd take care of Donnie, Parker, and Aurora until the end. As she reached into the fridge for the fruit cup now, Maya wondered if the memories of her happy times in his room had really been in his lifetime. It seemed like it happened to another Maya, maybe in one of those parallel realities Jackson used to like to talk about. Maya froze in one end of the fridge. Parallel reality. Was this real? She returned to what if question that had been nagging her ever since she looked up at the stars. What if this wasn't real? After all, how could it be real? Everyone was dying of cancer. The street was filled with fast-growing jelly beans. What if she was in the AR booth? If she was, how could she tell? She thought back her big augmented birthday bash. When she was partying with the crowd of well-wishers, she hadn't felt virtual at all. It had seemed real as anything else she had ever experienced. How could she know whether this was real? Maya grabbed the fruit cup and pulled her hand from the fridge. She pulled the fridge door and muted whump. The fridge hummed, and Maya remained there as she mesmerized by the sound until a thud came from the back of the house. Maya jerked herself out of a trance, quickly grabbed a bag of medicine and a tote, and trotted out of the kitchen. It sounded like Donnie had fallen out of bed. He hurried to his room. Sure enough, Donnie was on the floor. "What were you doing down there, bud?" Maya asked him brightly, as if his face were contorted in pain, as if his lips weren't cracked, and as if he wasn't as skeletal as a cadaver. Donnie mumbled something that sounded like a brr, but he knew what she was trying to tell her. He dropped Bert, his stuffed alligator. Maya picked up his fallen, spittle-encrusted plush toy. When she effortlessly lifted what was left of the rambunctious little boy she used to play hide-and-seek with. "Can you eat some fruit?" she asked, holding up the fruit cup. Donnie shook his head. Maya sighed and switched out his extravagant bag. She glanced at her watch as she did, and she had to get back home. Lena had been without food or meds for too long, and she tried to get something in Avro and Axel on the way. She could check on the Davis twins. Maybe she set the fruit cup on Donnie's nightstand. She tucked Bert into Donnie's lax arm. "I'll be back, kiddo," she told him. He blinked up at her. His eyes shifted as if he was realizing who she was. For a second, his face looked more animated. Weakly, he lifted a hand and pointed across the room. Maya turned to scan the shelves hugged at the wall. Donnie's bag. "What's he pointing at?" "Psst," Donnie said. Maya glanced at his face. The expression was intense. She was determined as that she understood. Maya expressed the shelf as she saw it. There was a clumsy wrapped package with her name on it on the shelf. With a shaking hand, she picked it up. A piece of red folded construction paper was a tape package. She opened the paper and read, "Happy birthday, Maya." She recognized Donnie's large, crooked lettering. Maya looked back at Donnie. He was watching her with more intentness than she'd seen him in for days. She returned to his bed and opened the package, pulling out a vase, a tin can sprayed with gold and decorated with gold-painted rocks. She covered that her tears hadn't dried up after all. They spilled from her eyes and cascaded down her cheeks, and she looked at Donnie's strained but eager face. "This is beautiful," she exclaimed. Donnie blinked, and he closed her eyes, satisfied. Maya realized the gift must have been sitting there since the 17th non-birthday. He'd probably forgotten it. Why had he remembered it now? Wiping her eyes, leaned over and kissed Donnie's forehead. She felt the vase against her heart, and she left the room. Back in the kitchen, Maya splashed water in her face. She grabbed her tote bag, tucking the vase in the medicine. She glanced out of the kitchen window and tensed to see how many more jelly people were in the Thompsons' front yard. She was going to have to sneak out the back door and go down the alley. She slipped to the utility room off the kitchen and gingerly cracked open the door. Maya exhaled in relief. The Thompsons' backyard was empty of mannequin things. She stepped out of the house and locked the door behind her. Trotting back to the property, she eased into the alley. She froze there the way it wasn't so clear. The alley was thick and clear-skinned creatures. There would be no way to avoid them completely. She wouldn't form a solid mass, though. Maya figured she'd be able to weave her way around them. She took a deep breath and she took off at a fast jog. 6 houses stood between Thompson's house and the Maya's home. The first one belonged to Mr. Vance, the mean old man who kicked his dog. Maya glanced in his back window as she passed it, and she nearly stumbled when she saw him watching her. He was still alive, she thought, as all people were dead. The old man was probably too ornery to die, she thought, as she picked up her pace. The Davis twins were 2 doors down from her. It took only a few seconds to get to the back fence. Unfortunately, though, the back of the Davis house was surrounded by see-through skins. Maya's pace faltered. Should she try it? Studying the creatures around the Davis house, Maya thought she'd pass through them, but then she was watched and the path disappeared. The things were reproducing faster and faster now, right before Maya's eyes. It was the closest she'd ever been to them, and they turned out more of themselves. She could actually see their jiggling masses convulsing more, ejecting into smaller versions of themselves. They did this over and over. They were spawning. No, she didn't risk going into the Davis house. She needed to get Lena and her cousins sooner rather than later. Her twins wouldn't have to wait. Maya picked up her pace again. Maya dodged under a horde of jelly creatures. Then she ran full out of the back of their house. There she was dismayed to see her beloved garden was buried in the gelatinous people things. There was barely enough room for a zip past them at the back of the door. As she passed through the last of the creatures before fumbling the door open, she brushed against it. The cold, oily feel of the thing's skin made her shudder. Bile rose up in the back of her throat. She swallowed it down and slammed the back of the door closed. She bolted it and leaned against the solid wood panel, her chest heaving. For several seconds, Maya couldn't move. Her own limbs felt as unstable as those things outside her door. A faint cry coming from her parents' room got her going again. "I'm coming," she called. She couldn't tell if it was Axel or Avril who cried out. When she got to the room, she realized it was Avril. Axel was unconscious. His little fists curled tightly around the top of the dirty blanket that was covered him. Maya cringed at the sight of his filth, but she had to find time to wash linens and get everyone cleaned up. Rushing to Avril's side, Maya dropped to his totes and picked up the pudding container she left for his little girl. It had been opened, of course. Avril thrashed in the bed, painful grimace on her face. Maya grabbed Avril and wiped her in a hug. "I'm here, Nina. I'm here." Avril moaned and cried out again. Maya brushed Avril's wet, matted hair and her clammy forehead. She rocked the child in her arms and started humming a lullaby. Maya wasn't sure how long she hummed and rocked quite a while. She decided when she realized that one of her arms had gotten numb and supporting Avril's weight. Maya eased her cousin back into her bed, and then she looked over at Axel. Axel's face was no longer clenched. His little hands were slack. So was his face. He was gone. Maya closed her eyes, waiting for the tears to flow again. They didn't come. Maybe she's used to reserves when she'd seen Donnie's gift. Opening her eyes, Maya leaned over to kiss Axel's already cooling skin. "Goodbye, my sweet boy," she whispered. Her spirit was numb as her arm. Maya stood, and she turned out or left her parents' room. Straightening her shoulders, she headed down the hall and checked on Alina. Would she be gone too? Would it be so bad if she was? Just outside her doorway, Maya sank to the floor. She closed her eyes and let her head fall back against the wall with a thunk. She barely felt the impact. She couldn't do it anymore. Who was she kidding? There was no way she could keep up with trying to feed and medicate the people who were left for her to care for. What was the point? Everyone was going to die. Everyone but Maya. Maya opened her eyes. Why wasn't she getting sick? She didn't seem to be happening to everyone around her. It was as if it was the focal point of everything, just like she had been her big birthday. Maybe she was doing the AR unit. Maybe touched her forehead, where a faint pain was still discernible. She'd been far too busy to pay attention to it, but it was there. Was it there because the headband was still in place? Maya took her head. No, it was all too intense to be part of some computer-generated scenario. But why was it happening? Had the AR boost somehow augmented a whole world? Or had she jumped into a parallel universe? Maya sighed. She could not know the answer to these questions. Probably no one did. Maya stood. She had to stop feeling sorry for herself, and she still needed to check on Alina. Even if Alina was going to die, she deserved as much comfort as Maya could offer until then. Maya glanced at the bedroom window as she crossed to Alina's bed. She wished she hadn't. Just in time, she ran in the hallway. The jelly beings outside her house multiplied alarmingly. A mountain of them was pressing against the house, as if trying to merge with the dwelling. Maya started a fragile glass covering the window. Maybe the threat she dealt sliding around the jelly creatures had finally arrived. But what could she do about it? Maya decided to play ostrich, out of sight, out of mind. She
turned her back to the window and went to her sister's side. Alina was still so still that Maya thought she was gone. She felt her sister's fired wrist. Nope, Alina was still alive. Barely a faint pulse fluttered against her thin skin. Without looking at the window, Maya reached into one of the tote bags, pulled out a bag of medicine. She hooked it up and checked the rate of the drip. She wasn't sure what she was bothering. Alina was obviously unconscious, and she would probably pass away without making up. But Maya needed to feel like she was doing something. Maya was starting to lie down on the bed next to her sister. Window behind her shattered. Maya spun about a series of loud cracks and clatters throughout the house. She screamed. The jelly beans were no longer pressing against the house. They were pouring into the house through the broken window, sloshing through the jagged opening of the transparent octopus with an infinite number of legs. The aggression of the vicious humanoids were more liquid and solid. They flowed into the room, as if they were glassy jellyfish-filled tsunami surging up into the beach. Maya swirled onto Alina. She bent over and lifted her sister, but she realized immediately that Alina was no longer breathing. Her hardly there pulse was gone. Maya didn't leave her sister's body in the room when something slick started and encircled Maya's ankle. She couldn't think anymore. All she could do was react. She turned and ran from the room. Barreling down the hall, Maya careened around the corner, toward the kitchen. She didn't have a solid plan in her head. She put some part in her mind and thought if she could get to the garage, she would be safe. The garage had no windows. Both of the garage door and the main door were thick and strong. How long could she hold out in there? She didn't think that far ahead. All she wanted to do now was get away from the squishy mass of gel humanoids. She quickly thought of things were mindless, but now she wondered, would they have intention? If they did, what did they want? Maya glanced into the kitchen. She gasped. The kitchen was filled with the creatures. She looked to her left. So was the living room. All the windows of her house were shattered. The front door had been smashed open. The doll things were tumbling forward to her in all directions. Even though each individual jelly thing didn't make action on its own, except for push out more jelly things, the conjugation of the created movement. They were like specks of dirt. One of them might be harmless, but combined together they had enough weight to bury her in a cascade over her. If the things had intention to get a communal one, and it didn't appear to be a good one, they were slowly, surely surrounding her. Maya lunged to the door leading out of the garage. She flung it open, leaping into the darkness before slamming the door closed behind her. Instantly, she realized her mistake. She had left the house earlier. She hadn't closed the garage door fast enough. Some of the creatures had obviously fallen in before the door had come down. Maya was overtaken by a squishy, cold, slimy mass. The sensation was disgusting. It felt like she had thrown herself into a bowl of sticky rice noodles. The jelly beings filled the garage, and now they were incorporating Maya as if she was the essential missing part of the collective. They entwined around her, merging with her, smothering her. Seeking comfort and strength, Maya groped her gold rose. When she found it, she glanced her fists around it, trying to fill herself with the love it represented. If only it was magic rose, like ruby shoes it could transport her back to. Maya's mouth and nose filled with the lentil mush of the creatures embraced her. She struggled to get air, expecting to reach each breath to be her last, but her last breath didn't come. The spongy, ever-expanding weight burgeoning above her, it felt like her body couldn't be able to take the pressure any longer, but it did. Maya couldn't see anything. She wasn't near smell anything. She hadn't gone beyond the feeling, too. All she was aware of the force above her, and even that was becoming too much for her mind to comprehend. Why wasn't she dead yet? When would this be over? Maya tried to inhale, but couldn't. Hopefully this would end soon. Or would it?